The third confidently asserts that she's found a replacement for Darren, Claire and Marcus and has made the decision to reschedule the filming. She details how she's going to use the two producers back to back, one in the studio, editing, whilst the other is at the shoot, and then vice versa. This is a good idea, as it will help catch up on time. She says she's expecting me back by Wednesday morning, and significantly repeats, "As you promised." Bale is less subtle. "Cass, where the fuck are you? Getting serviced? Well, fuck that. Call me." His 3 messages are all the same. I also have calls from Di, Debs and Ricky. Apparently some bishop or other has written an open letter to the Times condemning the show, which is great news. Di and Debs want to know how to handle the PR. Idiots. Can't they do anything without me? Ricky is lobbying for a schedule change to coincide with Valentine's Day. He's come up against a brick wall. Or, more accurately, a homophobe executive who can block or facilitate such things. Ricky's particular breed of charm will only serve to irritate in this instance. Whereas I could undoubtedly help by just offering to take the guy to lunch. I call Ricky and tell him to set it up for Friday. I call Fee, and it's not until I tell her that I'm not travelling back tonight as originally promised, but early tomorrow morning, or tomorrow night at latest, that I realise I've made this decision. "But you don't need to stay, Cass. I have a replacement." "Yeah, but I think Darren is just about to capitulate, and I still think he'd make such a good show." This lie is vibrant scarlet, but I have no conscience about it. "He is gorgeous," Fee agrees enthusiastically. "If you like that kind of thing." "Are you having a good time?" "Not really. He's unstable. A delight one minute and a rabid dog the next. I have to schlep round with his tedious family. It's freezing and I'm in the middle of nowhere." It's always been an adage of mine that I don't owe every pertinent inquirer the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but. "The things you do for your job." Exactly. Listen, Fee, it's probably best if you don't mention to Bale that we have a replacement. He hasn't met Darren and won't understand why I'm so actively pursuing him. Fee titters, so for clarity I add, "For the show." "Of course." I can hear the smirk in her voice. Cow. "Be careful you don't fall for him." Impossible. I could never fancy anyone called Darren. I'm not called Kylie or Sharon. Fee laughs. "I won't say a word to Bale, but you'll have to get back by first thing Thursday at the absolute latest. We can push the filming back to then, but no later. I can't do the filming on my own. We need you." Of course they do. After bathing, I feel in need of fresh air. Avocado green has never been my colour for bathroom suites. I decide to catch up with Darren and the children. Because what else can I do? Play bowls? I walk along the pier and spot them walking down the beach, which is more or less deserted as it's January, it's the north, and it's freezing. Anyone with any sense is sitting by their fireside or, less romantically, but more realistically, their TV set and radiators. I wave and shout, and surprisingly, Lucy and Charlotte start to pelt towards me, their little legs not keeping up with their will to be further ahead than they are. I succumb to the Calvin Klein advert factor and rush to meet them. I stoop down to hug them. I only do this because I'll look good. "Hi," smiles Darren. Is last night's spat forgotten? I'm not sure, so I concentrate on the girls. I know he's watching me examine their toffee apples and take due interest in the horrid plastic novelties that they've procured on the seafront. "You're getting a hang of this kids thing. And Wellingtons, too," he comments. I glare at him. The Wellingtons are Mr. Smith's. I have just endured the most embarrassing 30 minutes of my life, well beyond anything I have ever encountered to date. Mrs. Smith insisted that my mulberry wide-leg trousers were too good to be clarting on the beach in, and gave me a pair of her slacks. She laughed out loud at my Gina Couture mules and set about finding me a pair of Wellington boots. I am a size 7 shoe, which caused much astonishment as the fact was repeated throughout Whitby by Mrs. Smith, who rang all her friends and asked if they had a boot that large. None of them did. It's obvious that they are still binding women's feet in North Yorkshire. I was subjected to the humiliating experience of being the most ugly of Cinderella's sisters as I tried to squeeze my feet into Shelley's size 6 boots. They didn't go anywhere near. I commented that cheap brands do come up small. Mrs. Smith laughed and gave me Mr. Smith's Wellingtons. They are big and slip up and down as I walk, but at least I can get into them. I didn't manage to leave the house without accepting sheepskin mitts, a cagoule, a scarf, and a duffel coat. The type most people wore at school. I didn't. I refused then. However, no amount of objections could deter Mrs. Smith. She kept insisting that it is bitter in January and that I wouldn't have known anything like it. The implication is that I'm a softy southerner. I explained that I had been to the north before. In fact, I went to university in Manchester. She let out a sound somewhere between derision and pity. "That's hardly north, is it, love? It's about 80 miles south of here." I look like the Michelin Man, except not as colour-coordinated. Darren sweeps an eye over my outfit. How come he's warm and manages to look sophisticated and rugged? "I see that Mam kitted you out appropriately." I don't dignify his sarcasm with a response. I'm not sure if he thinks he's being funny or if he's trying to be irritating. But then, I'm not sure if I am irritated. Odd. I can't remember when last I was so unsure about so many things. I want to tell Darren that I feel better for my marathon sleep, better than I've felt for as long as I can remember. I want to tell him that I seem to have woken up with a new and startling sense of clarity, and whilst I don't agree with his point of view, I do accept it. Grudgingly, I respect it. He's argued his case well. But I can't say this, because if I do, how will I explain that I want to stay an extra night? How will I explain that, despite my expectations, I like it here? It's peaceful and terrifying. I am trying to be honest with myself, at least. I thought my battle was with Darren, but now I see that, if it was, I've lost. I do like him. He's sexy, witty, and intelligent, which I've come across before. But more than that, he's also gentle, decent, and straightforward, which is an entirely new experience for me. I do like him, very much, and by admitting as much, I realise that I have a whole new war to wage. I fear my opponent is much tougher, more devious, and ruthless than Darren could ever be. I'm at war with myself. I like him, but hate myself for doing so. because isn't this what I've been studiously avoiding all my life? I know I should pack my bag immediately and get on the train back to London. I should take myself well away from this danger zone. But I can't. I know if I leave now, Darren will always be with me. I'd wonder if he were for real. I'd fantasize despite myself that his outlook on life, open, honest, optimistic, is a possibility. I'd be ruined. If I stay, there is a reasonable chance that Darren will expose his true self, which surely can't be as amazing as I currently believe. All I can do is maintain the cool exterior, which I've nurtured for years, and hope that by spending more time with Darren, I begin to bore of him. Not my strongest strategy ever, but my preferred option by virtue of the fact that it's my only option. We begin to walk along the shoreline. I expect and dread that we'll settle into an uncomfortable silence. Instead, Darren chats happily. He's nauseatingly well-informed about the local sites and history. Lewis Carroll is reputed to have written much of Alice in Wonderland while sitting on these sands, looking out to sea. Really? I don't turn to see where he's pointing. In Roman times, a signal station was likely to have been erected on this spot. Fascinating. I'm rather pleased with the tone I hit. It's an enthusiastic enough word choice, but the manner I deliver it in hints that I've had more fun scouring ovens. Let's head to Flowergate. We can pop into the Sutcliffe Gallery. He drags the girls and me around a billion sepia pictures. After staring at 4,745 of them, I begin to admire his tenacity. The shots are absorbing, but I'm doing my level best not to betray that I think so. Darren matches my feigned disinterest by feigning oblivion to it. This game-playing is exhausting, even for a pro like me. We move on, crossing the river. Darren points to a church in the distance. The original date's from 110 AD. Can you see the graveyard? That's where Dracula is allegedly buried. I smile to humour him. And that's St. Hilda's Abbey, isn't it? I ask. Darren nearly keels over with shock. Absolutely. I'm gratified that he doesn't ask how I know this, but instead assumes that I'm one of those terribly impressive people who know all sorts of facts about a diverse range of places and topics. A person like Darren. He's so obviously delighted with me that I can't resist elaborating. Did you know that the original abbey housed both men and women, but was destroyed by the Danes? In 867, he adds, nodding his head enthusiastically. It's so cold I can almost see ice in his hair, but his smile shoots spears of warmth through the town. There's a direct hit in my knickers. I reflect on this and consider jumping into the river and swimming away, a long way away. Less dramatically, I resume my commentary. Hilda was a relative of King Oswy's, wasn't she? Correct. Darren is orgasmic. Knowledge is power. Luckily, he doesn't ask where I've gained such a detailed grasp of the history of his hometown, Smallsville. He is so ridiculously pleased. A little part of me would hate to disappoint him. Truth is, Fee Googled a number of facts about Whitby. We always research our subjects thoroughly. Would you like a closer look at the Abbey? He asks. The Abbey is on a cliff top. I could do with the workout. I nod, and we set off. What do you think of Whitby? I think it's cold, and I think it's unfashionable. I never thought I'd be pleased to see a co-op and greet it as though it was Harrod's food hall. But just as I'm about to say this, I turn to Darren. He's looking out to the sea. Its shimmering turquoise and lustrous waves are breaking on the sand, which looks pink and peach by turn. I can't see any of the greyness that had been so prevalent earlier. It's overwhelming, I mutter, which is at once truthful and vague enough to satisfy. Darren grins widely. Isn't it? I knew you'd love it. It's such a riot of colour and smell and sound. My senses feel electric. His skin looks cold and transparent, which is perfect for hanging on such strong, jilting cheekbones. My senses feel electric too, but I'm not sure that it has much to do with the smell of fishing nets and creosote. We begin to walk through the cobbled streets. The children surprise me by not whining about having to climb up a couple of 100 steps. In fact, they are keen to do so. They want to look at old gravestones. Darren doesn't seem to think this is at all odd, so I can only assume it's a northern thing. The walk takes quite some time, as I go to extreme lengths to avoid being anywhere near a seagull. I swear, Whitby seagulls are baby elephants in fancy dress. I am almost deafened by their constant, hungry squawking. They look fierce, and whilst it may be lucky to be used as a bird's public toilet, it's a pleasure I can do without. I buy ice creams for the children and me. Darren's determined to act his age and points out that it's freezing. Charlotte looks at him pityingly, as though he is a lost soul. I can smell fish and chips, or, more specifically, I can smell vinegar seeping into newspaper, and, as we climb higher, I can smell smoke from the chimneys. It's different. We finally reach the church, and whilst the girls run off to find Dracula's tomb, I puff furiously on a cigarette, not caring if it's taking me one step nearer to joining Drac. "Have you heard from the studio?" asks Darren. "Oh yes, dozens of calls. They can't seem to muddle through without me." "Really?" "Really." I don't tell him that Fee has found a replacement for him, because if I do tell him, he's bound to ask me why I'm still here. "I'm sure they can't do without you, Cass. I mean, such an intellectually challenging programme needs your unique input." I'm stung. I thought we were having a nice time, even amongst the tat and bric-a-brac. I'm trying. Why can't he? "Why do you hate me, Darren?" I ask directly. He looks genuinely surprised. He must be taken aback by my straightforward approach. "I don't hate you. I like you. I just don't like the programme." He likes me. Obviously not enough. Part of me wants to change the subject, talk to him about the jet or herring industries. Indeed, both those subjects suddenly appear riveting. But I can't. Darren has thrown down the gauntlet. In fact, he's spat at the family crest. I have to respond. "But it's my programme. I thought of the concept." "And you are proud of that, are you?" "I am. Very. TV6 was in deep trouble until I came up with this. People could have lost their jobs." "Why couldn't you think of something instructive?" "I think this is." I nod wryly. It's a warning. If anyone is sensible enough to listen. Infidelity is out there. I think I'm helping civilization come to terms with itself. Didn't we do this last night? Why bring it up again? I'm never going to agree with him. I know why I wanted him to see my point of view. It was to get him on the show. But why is he so urgent about my seeing his point of view? What can it possibly matter to him? What does he want from me? Your show doesn't help anyone. It cheats civilization. He's raising his voice, which encourages me to remain irritatingly calm. I adore the upper hand. It captivates 8.9 million viewers. Actually, 9.1 million last show. Di called to tell me. Oh, I admit that it holds attention and consumes energy whilst ignoring the fundamentals of life. He's stamping on the pavement, and I don't know if it's because he's cold or furious. He's waving his arms around, and a woman, walking her dog, is looking at us. So? Your programme incessantly touches the audience, but on a superficial level. I stare at him, uncomprehending. Television doesn't require any acceptance of responsibility. Every one of your viewers who has hoped for an infidelity has committed a small betrayal of standards. But no one, except the poor sucker on the show, has to answer for his or her actions. I touch my temple. I can see his argument, but he's wrong. No, Darren. Television merely reflects and observes society. It should not be blamed for the degeneration. It might not be pretty, but I'm just telling it how it is. Why does it make you so angry? I sigh. Why don't you admit it makes you furious? He asks. I shrug and lick my ice cream. Do you want some? Go on then. We stop, and he licks my ice cream. He has to hold my hand steady to do so, because it's shaking. It must be the cold. He's right. I shouldn't be eating ice cream in January. His tongue is pink and slim. I don't buy your thing about collective responsibility, society, the greater good, blah, blah. Bugger it. The more people I meet, the more disappointments I see. So who are you responsible for? Myself. And I look out for my mother, Izzy and Josh when I can. We both fall silent. I stare at him, looking directly into his eyes, which I rarely do, at least, not when he's looking back at me. My stomach hiccups. It's stress. I won't be on your show. And he manages to sound genuinely upset by this. That's not how I could help you. I shrug. To be frank, I'm not even sure I want Darren on the show anymore. I'm almost certain I don't. Don't worry about it. I'm used to helping myself. I walk on briskly, not waiting to see if my rebuff hits as deeply as I hope it will. He doesn't need to know that I don't need him anymore. It's much worse than that. I just want him. I call Bale and am relieved that he's in a meeting. The best I can do is leave him a message. I lie. I tell him that Darren is very near to agreeing to being on the show, that it's imperative that I get him to agree, and that he can't call me because the battery on my mobile has run out and I didn't pack a charger. Silly me. I am aware that the opposite is true in all three cases. But I don't believe in hell. When Darren and the girls arrive back home, about 10 minutes after me, I am sweetness and light incarnate. I often pull this stunt with men. 1 minute moody, the next a delight. It makes them grateful. It's getting late. We've missed tea, and more criminally, we've made the girls miss tea. Mrs. Smith offers to make sandwiches, but I can't eat. I'm churned up. Sarah takes the kids home for their baths. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Shelley and Richard decide to go to the pub. They ask if I want to join them. I'm absolutely desperate for a drink. As soon as I agree to go, Darren grabs his coat and says he's coming too. He obviously hasn't done enough baiting for one day. The pub is heaving. It's full of raw and rough-looking fishermen, who, surprisingly, look quite sexy despite their wellies. They wear black skullcaps and oilskins, which are for real rather than a fashion statement. I seduce the Smiths, offering to buy the drinks, and I even go so far as to join them in drinking the thick, treacly stout that's obviously their favourite tipple. The pub is filthy, tasteless, well-worn, and patently loved. Remarkably, I soon forget the sticky, ripped lino that curls to expose a far stickier wooden floor. I ignore the tattered cushions, ragged flock wallpaper, and frayed rugs as I melt into alcoholic oblivion. By my second pint, try as I might, I can't find anything shabby. Instead, I'm surrounded by laughter, warmth, and goodwill. It swirls like cigarette smoke, sticking to my hair, clinging to my clothes, and penetrating my essence. By my third pint, Mr. Smith, Senior, seems the wisest man I've ever known. His stories about Whitby are fascinating, and his silences are profound. I forget my fears that the locals probably still indulge in cockfighting, and even say so to Mr. Smith. I try to dilute my prejudice by admitting it's entirely unfounded. "Prejudice is rarely anything else," he comments. Shelley and Mrs. Smith seem actively jolly. We play several riotous games of dominoes, and I win, which satiates my competitive streak for the evening. Richard is gregarious and well-informed. He's heard from Darren that I have extensive local knowledge. Much to my amusement, he tumbles my source. "Googled the Abbey, did they?" I nod, nervous that he's blown my cover with Darren. He winks conspiratorially, taps his nose and adds, "Ma'am's the word." I'm so grateful I want to kiss him. And Darren? Darren is unprecedented. Darren is all the above. He is sexier than the fisherman. His anecdotes are more wise, fascinating, and profound than his father's. He's more fun than the Smith women, even at their most jolly. He's charmingly competitive. He is more discreet than Richard. I don't think anyone else notices him rest his hand on my knee. Like the happy atmosphere, he immerses me. He clings harder and longer than anything I've ever known, which horrifies me. I'm drunk, but not too drunk, as I already hope the hangover comes with a sense of proportion. At 8:45, I announce that I have to go back to pack. Darren says he'll walk with me, and I'm grateful when Mrs. Smith says that she wants to go home too. In my slightly woozy state, I know that if Darren wanted to touch more than my knee, I'd definitely let him. When we arrive home, Darren goes straight to the front room. Mrs. Smith stays in the kitchen to fold some clean washing into piles for ironing, and I drink a reservoir of water. "Had a nice day, pet?" she asks. I nod enthusiastically. "You can tell. You're a proper beauty when you smile. Really gorgeous." She leaves me alone in the kitchen, with the compliment for company. I feel brilliant. The word gorgeous rolls around my head. Gorgeous. 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 I receive a lot of compliments, some from men who want to screw me, others from the girls at TV6 who are too terrified of me not to compliment, and compliments from Mum, Izzy and Josh. Mum's my mum, and whilst Izzy and Josh are probably genuine enough, those two say nice things about everyone. In my book, indiscriminate affability cancels out the worth. But Mrs. Smith's compliment is something really special. I get the feeling that she doesn't dish them out that often. The back door swings open and Linda tumbles in after a fun-packed evening hanging around the bus shelter. She interrupts my thoughts. "You look like the cat that's got the cream." "I think I am." I smile back. "Cup of tea?" I put the kettle on before she answers. Now she's grinning. "You seem much more at home here after just 48 hours. "I am. Maybe it is the sleep or the sea air. Or being around our Darren." What's she implying? She's bloody cheeky for a teenager. No, thinking about it, she's absolutely normal for a teenager. I don't comment, but instead concentrate on displaying the chocolate digestives on a plate. She says, "He always has this effect on women." Naturally. "Always?" I venture. Linda rolls her eyes. "Well, look at him." Fair point. "Women watch him in the street. Everyone fancies him, from Charlotte's friends to mine to Sarah's, even Mum's friends, come to think of it." Someone has thumped me very hard. Suddenly, I'm sober. "It's just the same with the women in London. I noticed when I visited him last summer holes, there was a constant stream of women dropping in on him. 'Oh, do you fancy a drink, Darren? Can you loosen this lid, Darren? Oh, you are so strong. Oh, a man who can cook. Darren, you are very special.'" I don't really like what Linda is telling me, but her impressions are hilarious, and I can't help but giggle. Besides, she wouldn't be telling me all this unless she was saying that I'm somehow different. Would she? Well, maybe she would. After all, she's only 17. Perhaps this is her unsubtle way of telling me that she, and he, have seen it all before. "He is a good cook," I comment. "He made me cheese on toast last night, and it was really special." "Special!" Linda is derisive, and she's within her rights, considering what I've just said. I catch her eye, which is clever of me, considering the speed at which she is rolling them. "Not you as well. I thought you'd be impervious." "Me what?" As soon as the words are out, I regret them. She's youthful. She's likely to tell me. "You've fallen for him." "I haven't." "Really? You haven't fallen for him?" asked Linda. "Really?" "What a shame, because I think he's fallen for you." Hallelujah, hallelujah. Linda picks up an apple and takes a hungry bite, shrugs, and leaves me to my thoughts. Where is the cheese box, the fresh herbs, the avocado? The fridge is heaving, but there is nothing I can eat. I'm faced with a dazzling selection from Rowntree and Cadbury. But fish fingers, Alpha Bite potato wedges, and Heinz sauce were not what I had in mind for a romantic dinner for two. Where is the adult food? What am I saying? Romantic? I've never had romantic dinners before. Strategic, yes, but not romantic. Still, the end result is the same, sex. So it's simply a case of semantics. I have to have sex with Darren. It's obvious. Why didn't I think of it earlier? A surefire way to dispel any fanciful notions that I may be inadvertently harbouring. Having sex with Darren would bring him down to the same level as everyone else I've ever had sex with. He's definitely not going on the show now, so there would be no concerns about a lack of professionalism if I slept with him. Nor would there be any possibility of seeing him again, which erases the possibility of tiresome, consequential scenes. And as he is as sexy as hell, well, why shouldn't I have a crack? I brush away my New Year's resolution in the same way that every other year I sneak an extra fag or drink. Unaccountably, I'm nervous. I have expertly seduced the most dazzling and dull array of individuals. Darren must be like one of them. He must fit into one of my types, and as soon as I identify the type, I can select the most appropriate strategy. I rule out anything obvious that I would try with my bimbo boys. I rule out anything dishonest that I would try with the less scrupulous dates I've bagged. I rule out anything that requires a fake identity. He knows me too well already. I look at my clothes. An ensemble of things I've borrowed from Shelley and Sarah, plus the 1 or 2 practical pieces that Izzy insisted on stealing into my case. I look dreadful, so I rule out anything that is entirely dependent on my couture. I only have tonight, so I rule out anything that requires a long lead time. I had thought of cooking for him, such an act of selflessness, the candles, and, if all else fails, the wine would have the desired effect. But having seen the contents of the fridge, and also considering how notoriously difficult it is to cook in someone else's kitchen, I rule that out too. Yet, I'm leaving tomorrow. I really do have to catch an early train. Bale will go ballistic if I delay any longer. Unnecessarily so, in my opinion. Fee can handle the film crews until I get there. I look at my watch. It's 9:15 p.m. It's now or never. Never is not an option. I'll have to wing it. I track Darren down in the front room. He's listening to Radio 4. Let's go out. I assume there is a restaurant in Whitby that's still open after 9? I challenge. Plenty. Get your coat. Chapter 11. Darren uses the term restaurant much more generously than I would. You can, after all, buy food at a hot dog stand, but I doubt that A.A. Gill would repeat purchase. The restaurant has about half a dozen assorted tables, which have between 2 and 6 mismatched chairs scattered casually at each. There are tablecloths, but they are plastic, red and white checked. There are flowers on each table, but they too are plastic. There is music, but it's from a jukebox. However, the candles are real, and the food is good, although the choice is limited. Spag bowl or nothing. So, we have the spag bowl. Darren also orders a bottle of house red. Neither of us bothers to ask if there is a wine list. There are 3 other couples in the restaurant, and one woman has brought her dog. Loose tits and tummies surround me. This is not the sort of place where I usually hang out. The only mercy is that I'm so far from home that no one will recognize me. I am amazed that Darren seems as comfortable here as he did in the Oxo Tower. I couldn't be uneasier. I'm terrified that the provincial drabness will rub off on me, that I'll start to think wearing blue and green together is acceptable, or that a good night out is getting trolleyed in a threadbare pub. Oh no, it's happening already. I have to make my move quickly and get back to civilization before something irrevocable happens to me. The food and drink arrive. Darren is very quiet, and my confounding lack of wit irritates me. I'm never stuck for words. Why now, when I want to be dazzling? I know the end result I'm looking for. Surely getting him to sleep with me can't be that difficult. Right now, it seems impossible. I sigh and gaze around the restaurant. I notice a couple of empty nesters asking the waiter to take their photo. I watch, amazed, as he doesn't show the disdain or pity that must be filling his head. They grin and raise their glasses artificially. I'm just about to say something scathing when I notice that Darren is also looking at them, and he's smiling. Fondly. Isn't that marvellous? He nods at the ugly couple. He doesn't seem to be aware of how dreadful they are, but instead starts going on about how great it is to see couples of that age happily married, still in love. I interrupt and point out that the couple are probably on a dirty weekend, and as Blackpool and Brighton were full, they've opted for Whitby. He smiles, ignores me, and continues on about how he really believes in fidelity, friendship, familiarity. And fucking, I add. Let's cut to the chase. Love-making is part of it, of course. That's important. He means this junk, and the strange thing is that, as he waxes lyrical, I almost begin to believe it too. His optimism is infectious. It must be the wine. In the nick of time, I recover. Christ, you're wet. I spit nastily. I'm not sure why I'm being nasty. Perhaps it's habit. Darren refuses to take offence, but smiles. Maybe, but I'd prefer it to being a cynic. I'm not a cynic, I bite back. I'm a realist, he finishes for me. I take it you don't believe in everlasting love. Everlasting love? I snort my contempt. There is no such thing. People use each other, wear each other out, and then move on. You see it all the time. I bet you believe in the Loch Ness Monster and Father Christmas too. I snap. I look at Darren, and his jaw is clenched. I'm not sure if he's angry or upset. Turns out he's both. Why can't you be civil? I'm doing you the favour here. Remember, you invited yourself to my home. Has it been so awful for you, being here with my family and me? For a moment, I'm floored. I sigh, sip my wine, and answer honestly. No, actually, it hasn't been awful at all. I hesitate, and then take a deep breath. Really had a great time. You have a lovely family. Darren relaxes immediately and beams at me. I hoped you had, but I couldn't be sure. One minute you're laughing and the next you're... what? Well, snarling, for want of a better word. I sigh again, but accept his observation. I do believe people fall in love, or at least lust, or something. We are a very weak species generally, but they don't stay in love, again, because we're too weak. Someone always gets hurt, and in my view it's better to avoid any messiness altogether. Aren't you being a little bit extreme? I can't see a middle lane. Just a tiny bit in love doesn't seem to be an option. Now, I do agree with you there. He pauses, and then asks gently. Do you remember the other night, at the Oxor restaurant? Was that just 3 nights ago? It seems a lifetime. I asked you what really hurt you. I nod, and then I realised it was none of my business and changed the subject. I nod again. I wondered if you considered it my business yet, because I'd really like to know what hurt you so badly that you shut down. He drops his eyes, not looking at me as he asks this question. He's playing with the condiments. I'm amazed he cares and want to explain it to him. I wonder if I can. It's just that I'm not prepared to accept the flotsam and jetsam of humanity. He looks up quizzically. the debris that passes for a relationship. I moan, weary with it all. Look, it doesn't exist. This exciting love thing that you are obviously searching for, it doesn't exist. I know. I've had sex with over 50 men, and I've never made love. I fall silent and wait for his reaction. He doesn't look shocked or horrified by my confession, which, irrationally, irritates me. I really want him to be disgusted with me. It would certainly be easier if he walked away now, or I did. But I'm not sure I can. He's waiting for a more thorough explanation. In my experience, and as I've mentioned, it's wide and varied, people use each other, and when they've finished using, they leave. I pick up my knife and scrape the edge on the plastic tablecloth. I note the irony that a rather bad cover version of "Don't Leave Me This Way" is playing in the background. Who left? The way his voice breaks between the words "who" and "left" means it is absolutely impossible for me to resist. My father. Stupid, angry tears well up from nowhere. I'm stunned. I've kept them at bay for 26 years. Why now? Darren sweeps the tear away with his thumb, and for a nanosecond the palm of his hand is in contact with my chin. It blisters my skin and oddly soothes it in the same instance. I look at him, and despite my years of experience, despite the fact that I've only known him for a few days, and despite the fact that he is devastatingly gorgeous looking, which should always be a warning sign, I want to trust this man. I think I do trust him, which is dangerous. I have to get a grip. Look, I'm sorry, can we forget that? I push away my tears and his thumb. It's been a long week, and what with you pulling out of the show, I'm under a lot of pressure. He looks hurt, which is exactly what I want. I want him to feel guilty. I look around the restaurant, desperate for a change of subject. Unless Darren has very strong views on flock wallpaper or plastic flower arrangements, I'm pretty stuck. The evening's gone AWOL. I had thought that by pudding, it's packet trifle, so the term pudding is perhaps philanthropic, we would be flirting and talking exclusively in double entendres. Instead, I'm drenched in big stuff, emotions, feelings of betrayal, and, more extraordinarily, feelings of trust and possibility. The stuff I arduously avoid. You are lucky to have so many brothers and sisters, I comment. I admit this isn't exactly a change of subject. We are still on the personal. But it's his personal, rather than mine, which is a far safer zone. All this hugging and kissing stuff you do to each other. I think I'm on an American chat show. Darren smiles. Aren't all families the same? When I don't answer, he stops smiling and simply adds, well, it makes for interesting Christmases. Our house was always quiet. When he left, he took, besides the regular income and the mock crocodile suitcases, the fire from the belly of our home. The rows stopped, for which I was grateful. My mother never cried or shouted again. But, for that matter, she never laughed or giggled either. She settled into an eerie calmness. How had that happened? I'm on about me again. I look at my empty glass. Darren sees it as a hint and refills it. I don't argue. She cooked for me, washed and ironed my clothes, attended my parents' evenings at school, ensured ends met. She was perfectly adequate in every way. But I've often thought that the day my father left, I lost my mother too. It seemed she decided that loving was too risky and settled into the sanitized safety of simply caring for me. Even looking back, it seems unfair. I'd never leave her. I wish I'd shut up. I'm boring myself. Never mind Darren. I mean, it's hardly the most entertaining anecdote that I could have come up with, is it? Yet, I can't stop myself. I'm not blaming her. I mean, I understand where she's coming from, but occasionally it would have been nice if she could have read a fairy tale and closed the book without sniping that the prince would have a new woman by the end of the year. Darren smiles sadly, and I force a wry grin back. Side by side, we worked our way through Christmases and birthdays, holidays in Devon, school exams, and finally university. Mum ironing and singing her anthems. Does anybody miss me? And if you go away. My formative years. She is a fine mum, and I know she always did her best for me. But sometimes I wish that my father had left behind brothers and sisters to fill the rooms and disguise the sound of the hissing iron and the clanking radiators. We both wait silently as the waiter lowers 2 cups of coffee onto our table. I'm sure it's instant. It's served in the type of tea set that you collect from garages and with a plastic carton of UHT milk. Still, the waiter presents it as though he had grown the beans himself, and he was serving it in a 17th century silver service. I would be annoyed that he's interrupted our conversation, but I like people to be involved in their work. Darren asks, "Do you look like your mum or dad?" I have 2 pictures of my father, and, to my eternal disappointment, I am the image of that callous, deserting bastard. The first is a wedding picture. I rescued the half my mother cut away. Darren looks bemused. Of course, he comes from a family wrapped in bliss. How could he understand about wedding pictures being cut in half? I tried to explain it for him. Oh, don't worry. It wasn't a violent, passionate act. She was very calm about it. She wanted to keep the pictures of herself because she did look wonderful, so she carefully cut around her dress. I remember her using my round-ended scissors from a play weaving kit. She sat at the kitchen table for 2 days. She erased him from the wedding photos, the ones of my birth, all holiday snaps. Everything. It was a thorough, systematic extermination of all evidence that he ever existed. I stole the second picture before she got to it. Darren doesn't interrupt. I check he's listening. He is. He puts down his coffee cup. Deliberately, I pick mine up. That was taken the year he left us. It's a picture of him helping to blow out the 7 candles on my birthday cake. How could he have left us? Me. The very spit of him. Do you miss him? Miss him? I don't even remember him. We both fall silent again. I determinedly chew the mince, just to show that I'm not bothered. It's difficult to swallow. For years after he left, I tried to imagine what his life was like. When I was in a traffic jam, I wondered if he was in it too, or in another similar one. When I listened to the radio, I wondered if he listened to the same channel. But I didn't know, and I'll never know, because I know so little about him. You could trace him, suggests Darren gently. I don't want to. He's made it clear where I fit into his life. i.e., I don't. He never paid a penny in alimony or even sent a birthday card. He's given me one thing in my life, and I'm grateful for it. He's taught me about loss. He's saved me from ever having a broken heart. I try to grin. I've turned my heart to steel. In fact, even my closest friends question if I have one at all. I've always believed this. You have a heart to break, Cass, just like everyone else. I'm indignant. There's no call to be insulting. I do not. I assert defiantly. So what makes you think you are different? Your extraordinarily high consumption of sun-blushed tomatoes, because besides that, you are pretty similar to everyone else. Am I? I ask, outraged. A bit sexier, maybe. A bit cleverer. He ambushes me with compliments. My outrage is melting and being replaced by pure delight. You are just the same, Cass. You can fall in love just as easily. Angry again, I retort. No, I can't. I'm not good on intimacy. I don't like people. They are stupid and disappointing. Not everyone. You like me. You are so vain. And so right. You want to cop out of the human race, then. You can't just hide away. Secure because you're not involved, not risking. I am. Just because your father let your mother down, it doesn't mean you can't find love. If not him, who? I laugh, but my voice is unnaturally high. What? If my father couldn't love me, which man can? I'm going for closure. I'd like to have a go. Bingo. Fuck no. It's unnecessary. I want to sleep with him, but he doesn't need to lie to me. He doesn't need to give me a cheesy line about love. I'm surprised. I thought he was above that. And it is obviously a cheesy line because he can't mean that he wants to have a relationship with me. I've spent the last 3 days telling him how little I believe in or care for such things. Not that this is the first time that I've been faced with this kind of declaration. Men are always telling me they love me, always have done. But I know they don't mean it, and sometimes they know they don't mean it too. It's just a rather rudimentary ritual. It's more polite than just asking for a fuck. I rarely sleep with men who go for the love angle, unless I'm certain they don't mean it. If I suspect they do mean it, I forego the sex and turn them into good friends, using their devotion for practical purposes whenever my lawn needs mowing or my garage needs clearing. But Darren's different. I don't think he would talk of love unless he was serious. But then, how can he be serious after all I've said? I do want to sleep with him because I fancy him like mad, but I can't possibly sleep with him if I think it means more than just sex to him. It will only get complicated. I don't want to hurt him. He's a nice guy. I must be absolutely transparent about how I feel about him. If only I knew. I don't think you are the right man to try and love me, Darren. I grin brightly. It's a fake grin and fake brightness. Why is that? Well, you're not my type. Why not? Why not? Why not? God, this guy is arrogant. Well, you're a bit too serious and, homely for me. Darren looks at his empty cup. I feel like the bitch everyone says I am. I try to make amends. I'm not saying I don't fancy you. I do fancy you. I'd be happy to fuck. Sex is not supposed to be separate from love. Darren stares at me horrified, and yes, I think it is disgust I can see there. Well, that should make things simpler. But I've had great, uncomplicated sex. I tried to cheer him. Yes, but have you ever made love? All that variety. The flings, the shags, the affairs, the nameless wonders. He waves his hand, dismissing the men in my past, just the way I do. You've never had love. It's just too easy to avoid. I don't need it, I say matter-of-factly. You think you are so brave, don't you, Cass? I never indulge in these conversations. They lead to nowhere. They lead to... Well, you're not. Being brave is trusting. Being aloof is easy. I stifle the yawn. Go Einstein. I reassure myself that it is only his pride that is hurt. You use your parents and your career to avoid intimacy because you are scared. Did you go to college to come up with that? We glare at each other over the single bud vase with the plastic flower and the empty wine bottle that is doubling as a candle holder. I know enough about men to realise that pursuing this scenario is going to waste my time. Darren's too intense. Someone would get hurt. Yes, he's a shag, undeniably fanciable, but it's not worth it. He has Bunny Boiler written all over him. He obviously cares for me, and I simply can't allow myself to feel the same way. I admit, it would be tempting to allow myself to believe that the intensity and caring could last, but it simply doesn't. And what if I do feel the same? What if I do care for him? Where would it lead? Nowhere. That's where. I've got to be brutal to be benevolent. You are obsessed with love. It's not your fault. It's popular culture. You're right. TV does have a lot to answer for. This ridiculous ideal, which doesn't exist, is touted in every song, poster and book. I'm sure if the Beatles had sung songs about world peace, we'd be war-free by now. They did. Oh, well, not just the Beatles then, but everyone. I tried to joke, but he remains deadly serious. He's not going to let either of us off the hook. Do you know what I think? Searching for love, the one, it's such a lot of wasted energy. It's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for the human race. I think we should move on. I blame Shakespeare. Love, it's insane. Get the bill. It's excruciating. Darren and I travelled home from the restaurant in silence. I went to bed immediately. This morning, I had my breakfast with Linda. Darren was out walking the dog. It's pouring. I packed, and he came home to drive me to the station. We've travelled the entire distance without using a double-syllabled word. It's a disaster. Being here is a disaster. Opening up is a disaster. Teasing Darren is a disaster. I take solace in the fact that soon I'll be on the train to King's Cross. I can go directly to the studio and make my peace with the increasingly irate Bale. I can finish the filming and manage the editing for this week's show, and by Saturday night, I won't even remember Darren's name. I am determined that he'll be consigned to history. We arrive at Darlington Station. The only sound is the swish of the overworked windscreen wipers. Darren gets out of the car with me. He goes to see when the train is expected, and I wait on the platform. He comes back, looking yet more miserable and pitiful than before. I've got nearly an hour to wait. I'm sorry. I should have checked the timetable before we set off. It's okay. I should have done that. We fall silent again. You don't have to stay. I can wait in the cafe. The plan is that Darren is spending the rest of the week with his family. He isn't due back in London until Sunday night. I'm relieved. I couldn't stand having to do the entire journey with him in silence. I'd rather wait, to see you safely on the train. Make sure I do leave, hey? I tried to joke, but I suddenly feel horribly lonely. Inexplicably, I realise I don't want to leave things like this. I don't want to get back on the train and go home to my flat. I don't want never to see Darren again. I've been kidding myself. This wasn't ever about whether Darren appeared on the show or not. His appearance would have made a strong show. I can only imagine the meltdown effect he'd have on the rest of the British population. Yet he's not, nor was he ever, essential to the show. We have replacements. I came to Whitby because I wanted to be with him. I don't understand why I did, but I did. I still do. Is he going to leave me alone here on the platform? If he does, I'll scream. He's staring at the ground. I follow his gaze and try to concentrate on what he's saying. As a child, I used to think petrol puddles were rainbows that were a casualty of a nasty road accident. He smiles shyly, seeing how I'll relate to such an intimate confession. He's expecting something cutting that would prevent an outpouring of memories. After all, memories only lead to knowledge and intimacy. The danger of liking the person. But suddenly, I face it. I want to know more about this man. I want to know everything. What was the name of the teacher he had his first crush on? There must have been one. Who were his friends? Why does he have that little scar above his eye? Does he like pesto? Does he hate mushy peas? What does he think about amusement arcades? What does he fear most? What's he like in bed? Who is he going to fall in love with next? Is there still a chance it could be me? What? Should we go for a coffee? I agree immediately. Darren doesn't want to go to the station cafe, but opts for a small Italian cafe run by Iranian refugees. Their Italian accents are worse than mine, but their cappuccinos are convincing. We sit on the sticky wooden benches and face each other over the tiny Formica table. So tiny that our heads are almost touching. But then this is okay, as the cappuccino machine is making so much noise that I'd have to lean close to hear him anyway. About last night, I want to apologise. I offer. I'm not sure what I want to apologise for, but I know that I feel awful. I want to tell him that I'm sorry for my toing and froing. I'm sorry for my ice-maiden act. And most of all, that I'm sorry that I haven't been able to trust him. No, I should apologise. I rushed things. And whilst the words are kind, the tone is curt. It's just that we hardly know each other. This comes out sounding like another criticism, and I want it to be an explanation for my caution. I wasn't proposing, Cass. I was just suggesting that we could try to get to know each other. I admit I was a bit ham-fisted. But look, it doesn't matter. You made your feelings perfectly clear. But I didn't, did I? I couldn't have because I can't. Make things clear. It's mud. I want him. I fancy him. I respect him. I like him. He intrigues me. I'm in trouble. It strikes me as I sit in yet another one of our silences that our relationship to date, such as it is, has been a series of rows and silences, which proves my point that intimacy always leads to cruelty and aggro. I look at Darren, and he looks dejected and delicious. I am unaware of anything other than my pulsing sex, aching breasts, and throbbing lips, all of which could be relieved if he'd just kiss me. He's not going to, and I can't be tortured like this any longer. I stand up, and I swear the room is partying. I put my hand on the table to steady myself. It's hot in this tiny cafe. Look, goodbye, and thanks for the coffee. It's frantic and hurried and amazing. He touches my hand. He's not trying to restrain me, but he has. I'm rooted. His finger is resting gently on my wrist. I'm shackled. I'm ignited. I kiss him. He kisses back, strong and dark, engulfing. I've never kissed before, or if I have, they were poor dress rehearsals. This is it. All the words that have fallen between us suddenly disappear. They are superfluous. We're left with naked silence, stripped to desire. He tosses a few quid on the table and, not waiting for the change, we dash out of the cafe, into the rain. He points to an alleyway behind the station. I'm already heading that way. I have an inbuilt mechanism that helps me to locate dark streets and other possible places for fornication. The rain is still pelting down, hitting the pavement and vaulting up again. It falls through the afternoon darkness in nasty, spiky drops, but I don't care. In fact, I'm grateful. The vicious elements mean that the streets are empty. I'm boiling over with anticipation. He takes a tight hold on my arm. We cross the road, not checking for traffic. Darren flings me up against the wall, barely pausing to check for privacy. I wrap my coat around him. His lips mesh into mine, and we're kissing so hard I can't tell them apart. He scrabbles with his flies and then sinks into me. I stare into his eyes, and he stares back, never losing me. Not for a second. It feels amazing. It feels important. It feels right. He's climbing, he's filling, he's plugging. He completes me. It's over in minutes. I'm already scared that this will never be over. Chapter 12. Someone is holding his or her finger on my door buzzer. One of the inconveniences of my loft apartment is that it has nothing as old-fashioned as a spy hole. It is impossible to know who is at the door without talking to them, by which time it is impossible to pretend not to be in, if that is the desired course of action. I long for the visitor to be Izzy, possibly Josh, but ideally Izzy. And yet I am terrified it is. What will I tell her? What can I say? How could I possibly begin to explain my behaviour over the past 2 weeks? Buzz. This persistence demands my attention. If I ignore whoever, I'll spend the rest of the afternoon wondering who it was. I drag myself towards the intercom, praying it's not bail or fee. "It's me," says Izzy. "Where the hell have you been? Open up instantly." I'm relieved and press the release button. Within moments, she is pushing open my door. She's really pissed off with me, so much so that she doesn't bother to kiss me. I'm aware that offence is the best form of defence, so I demand, "Why didn't you use your key?" "Lost it," she shrugs, immediately apologetic. I tut and start making noises about the security risk and the inconvenience of getting a replacement cut. Once she's appropriately subdued, I ask, "Have you looked in your dressing table drawer?" "No." "Well, I think it's in there, with the socks." "Why would I keep keys with my socks?" "Beats me, Izzy, but you do." This exchange takes place whilst we move towards the kitchen. It's 4:30 on a Sunday afternoon, which seems the perfect time to pour not just healthy but bionic G&Ts. I certainly need mine. My interlude with the key doesn't throw Izzy completely. "What's been going on, Cass?" "It's not so surprising that you disappear, but normally it's work-related. I called the studio, and they said you had laryngitis. I called here, but there was no reply. You weren't hospitalised, were you?" I take a proper look at Izzy for the first time since she arrived, and I feel pretty dreadful. She is extremely drawn and nervous-looking. I realise I'm a worry to her. Then again, so are lost puppies, the axing of trees, and the absence of clean running water in parts of the world. Considering the issues Izzy involves herself with on an ongoing basis, my going AWOL for over a week is small fry. We look at one another, and she pauses, immediately suspicious. "You don't look ill. You look really well." It's true, to be direct. I'm a goddess. My hair, black and shiny as a matter of course, is positively glistening. My smile, previously used only for effect, is now a permanent fixture. My skin has always had a pale and interesting hue, but now I'm sporting rose-red cheeks. "Why didn't you call me, or Josh, or your mum?" "We were demented. What the hell is going on?" She's going on and on and on, question after question after question, few of which I'm inclined to answer, and those I am more willing to respond to are far too complicated. I'm relieved when she abruptly stops mid-conversation flow, but only momentarily, as I soon realise she is staring at the dirty crockery left over from this morning's breakfast. Normally anally tidy, I have not cleared up. This and the fact that the assorted debris discloses that the breakfast was saturated fat endorsed, as opposed to freshly squeezed orange juice and an ounce of bran flakes, my usual, astounds Izzy. "It's not just the eggshells that have been broken, is it?" Her tone is both suspicious and delighted. I shake my head and look at the slate tiles. I wonder if I can distract her by pointing to the grime under the fridge. I doubt it. "You've broken precedent too, haven't you? You never feed men breakfast. Who's been privileged like this?" "Darren." Simply. Unusually, I haven't the energy or inclination to fudge. In fact, I want to talk about him. "Darren!" Uncomprehending. "The last time I spoke to you, you'd had a huge row. He was about to take you to the station. You were coming back to London alone. What happened?" I thought I'd explained. Darren happened. I tell Izzy about the train ride to Darlington, the swimming baths, and the walks on the beach and in the graveyard. I know I'm giggling, blushing and gushing. Even in this state of near hysteria, I'm gratified to note she also thinks a walk through gravestones is odd. I tell her about the pub, the restaurant, and finally the hissing cappuccino machine. I tell her that suddenly, whilst sitting over an itchy orange Formica table, it occurred to me. Suddenly I knew, more clearly than I've ever known anything in my life, that I wanted him. I wanted him beyond reason or rationale. "Whoa there. Izzy holds her skinny hands in front of her, trying to block the overload of incomprehensible information. She used to do this when we studied Russian language at night classes. Although I am trying to be clear, it is understandable that Izzy feels she's neck-high in the sludgy waters of an unknown territory. She naturally assumes that when I say I wanted him, I mean sexually. Exclusively sexually. A fair assumption in light of my history. Inaccurate. She lights one of my cigarettes without asking. I thanked him for the coffee and tried to walk away, but... He put his hand on mine and said,
"You're welcome. The pleasure was really mine, Cass."
I repeat this conversation in a stupid, drawling voice, which is actually nothing like Darren's voice. It's just that I am aware that what I'm saying is serious stuff. I hope the ridiculous voice will serve to make the story funnier, less intense. No! Izzy latches on to the idiotic voice, hoping it's a lifeboat. She assumes I'd find this action inane. Any man trying to get inside my knickers should know never, ever to appear sentimental once, never mind twice. I can't stand it. Usually. And did he say your name like Kaz? She says my name as though she is a drunk Prince Charles impersonating Ant or Dec. Unaccountably, her mocking makes me ashamed. It's always felt fine to be harsh and heinous. Now it seems puerile. Darren deserves better. To be frank, no. But his hand was clammy. Izzy, understandably disconcerted, is still holding out for the reassurance of one of my scathing dismissal stories, as supplied on countless occasions. Scathing dismissal stories make Izzy feel better about the fact that she is horribly needy and couldn't be stingy to save her life. My cruelty to the opposite sex evens things up for her. It's no use. I'd like to help, but I can't lie. Actually, it was cool and smooth. Izzy nearly spills her G&T on the floor as the shock makes her overestimate the size of my coffee table. Careful, I grumble, thinking about the expensive carpet. When you say you wanted him, I take a deep breath. I force forward. I just couldn't leave him. As best as I can, I explain it to Izzy. I tell her that the pots are still dirty because I can't bear to wash him away. I even tell her that the sheets are rank for the same reason. Sheets? When did we get to sheets? She squeals. I could tell her about the first time. No sheets, just a filthy brick wall. Hurried and frenzied. My coat left damp and grubby, in need of a clean. My scarf sticky with dried love, because I used it to wipe his dick. And I know that if I tell Izzy this, she'd think this is in character. It's what she expects of me. It's what I expect of me. But if I elucidate and add that whilst the act was undoubtedly basic and animalistic, it was also bashing against the surreal. We were wrapped in a pure light that made us, distinct and apart from anyone else. We floated in an individual time dimension that no one else knew about, or could ever visit. There was a secret, silent acceptance that hearts and flowers and all that they have to come to symbolize were an option, even for me. I was there. I was involved. He completed me. Against an alley wall. What would she make of that? Only one way to find out. I tell her the stuff I'd vowed not to tell her. I can't do otherwise. It bursts out. I'm overpouring with Darren, thoughts of Darren, memories of Darren, imaginings about Darren. I'm not nervous exactly. It's something different to nervous. I'm excited. I'm exhilarated. I'm terrified. Izzy listens to my garbled account of events to date. She says nothing, but is wearing a ridiculous smirk on her face. The smirk broadens to a grin, and then it widens an unfeasible fraction more. She's beaming as I tell her that I didn't get on a train. Back to London that Thursday morning, or Friday, or Saturday for that matter. Instead, we booked into a tiny country house. As I repeat these facts, the image of Darren licking me out, which has been more or less permanently burned on my mind, becomes 3D again. We are in bed, limbs, sheets, and sensors entangled and confused. Yet as he asks, "Here, do you like it here?" I experience an unparalleled sense of clarity and certainty. I like it there, very much. I recall my fingers, which had never looked so slim and tapering, being swallowed into his thick, black hair. I'm lying on my back and looking down at my body and his head. It's nodding slightly as he moves his tongue a fraction to send me beyond consciousness. That bit was slow, but then, that was our 4th time. Or was it our 5th? Izzy is quite traditionally dumbfounded. We stayed in bed for 3 days. In the end, we were more or less evicted. I smile to myself as I think of the exasperated chambermaid begging us to leave our room so that she could clean it. After that, after listening to each other's breathing, dreams, thoughts, we became necessary to each other. I struggle, then come clean. I couldn't let him go home alone. I'd have lost part of myself. Instead, I asked him back to my apartment. Because if not, I'd have missed his singing in the bathroom. I'd have missed him tracing kisses from the end of my hair to my scalp, past my ears, to my jawline, then up, finally, to my mouth. I'd have missed the sound of his pee hitting the loo. He left this morning. He had to go to the Cotswolds. A tree with measles. Izzy is quickly piecing together my story. She's counting days on her fingers. She looks confused. She must have put 2 and 2 together, and, quite unusually for Izzy, she's come up with 4. He stayed here for a week? Yes. But you never let men stay in your flat for more than 12 hours. That's your rule. What did you do for a week? Well, besides the obvious, which took up a substantial amount of time, we went to the pub. I met his flatmate, Jock. We went for a curry. We watched movies. You dated? No. I think about it. Okay, well, yes, I suppose. What about work? Work? What an odd question. What did you tell Bale? You know, I told him I had laryngitis. I'm irritated that she wants to talk about work. But Cass, when you had an emergency appendicitis, you discharged yourself early because the hospital staff wouldn't let you use a mobile phone. Illness doesn't stop you working. Bale won't have believed your story about laryngitis. Why did you say laryngitis? You've never had it. Do you have any idea what it's like? How long it lasts? How contagious it is? Izzy's panicking. She moves towards my bookshelves and starts rooting around for a medical journal. She's obviously going to look up laryngitis, which is sweet of her. But why is she so concerned? I could hardly bring myself to be bothered. You could lose your job. You're in deep doo-doo. I try not to giggle at the expression, and instead, I think about Darren. I smile widely, remembering how he hesitated by the door. We'd both been trying, for a week, to get back to work. We'd both been trying, for a week, to stay glued together. Izzy notes my serenity and yells, "Aren't you worried?" What can I say? If she doesn't get it, it proves to me what I have long suspected. Izzy's never felt like this. It would be pointless to explain that he let me warm my eternally cold feet on his eternally hot shins, or bum, or bollocks. It would be futile to elaborate. The thing is, from that first kiss, my head spun, but my life stopped wobbling. I hadn't even known it was wobbling before. I know what his hair smells like. I know where he is ticklish. I've licked the inside of his nostril. I had sex until I was raw, but for the first time ever, it was entirely to do with love. My body does not feel like a gambling chit, a bargaining tool, or a funfair ride. The world is technicolor. All of this from me, the confirmed steel heart. Poor Izzy, how could she possibly understand? I consider myself the more perceptive, intuitive, sagacious of the two of us, and I have no clue how this happened. I make a move towards the kitchen to pour us both 2 more gigantic G&Ts. I carelessly slosh the gin into the glasses and splash some tonic on top. Izzy stares. She's incredulous. "No ice?" "It's in the freezer," I reply, heading back to the settee. "And lemon?" I ignore her altogether. Normally, I insist on measuring the drink carefully, pouring the gin over 3 ice cubes and adding a slice of lemon and lime, my own speciality. I prepare G&Ts with the same care and attention that most people reserve for cooking a 3-course gourmet dinner. Today I can't be fussed. To be honest, the preparation of G&T is not interesting. It's not Darren. I pat the settee, and Izzy joins me. We both curl up in front of the open fire. It isn't real. It's a very good natural gas impersonation, which is cleaner and easier. Admittedly, they don't give off quite the same aroma, but the difference is minuscule, and I am prepared to sacrifice that small piece of authenticity for an easier life. Since he left this morning, I've tried to distract myself by watching movies, but every one I selected was about love and stuff. I throw my arms in the air, exasperated. 4 different ones I tried. I read the first page of a bunch of novels, but every way I turned, I bashed up against poignancy. Izzy's smirking again. "It surprises me that you have romantic books." "That's the point, Izzy. Before I met Darren, they were just novels. Now they are romantic novels. It's weird. The very fact that I find them romantic shows that you're in love." "Don't be so bloody stupid," I snap hastily. Izzy doesn't meet my eye, but concentrates on sipping her gin. "I'm not in love." She doesn't say anything. "I'm not," I insist. Popular culture is so manipulative. We are silent, watching the flames flicker. I'm thinking of Darren and me rolling around in front of it, behaving like a couple of proverbial soap stars. I don't care what Izzy is thinking of. "What are you afraid of, Cass?" Oh, she's thinking of me. I am in love. The words resonate around the room, booming and thundering into our lives. Saying the words aloud is at once a relief and also the most horrifyingly scary moment of my life. I am in love with him. Really? Really, 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 really? Izzy jumps up, and this time the G&T does go flying. I scowl as I stand up to get a cloth from the kitchen. I quietly sop up the G&T. Yes, I sigh, overwhelmed for the umpteenth time today by my own emotion. We are both stunned and enjoy the confession. Izzy is delirious. It's as though I've just told her I've won the lottery or that she'd won the lottery. How do you know? When did you know? Oh God, Cass, how amazing! I smile, making the most of my moment. It was when we booked into the country hotel. Terrible place. Floral carpets and cluttered reception, covered in flyers advertising darts matches and provincial craft shows. He had a bag with him. Izzy looks uncertain. I clarify. He had packed condoms, toothbrush and clean boxers. So besides being mouth-wateringly desirable, interesting, intelligent, moral and funny, all admirable qualities, but not the ones that normally fly my kite, I realised he was presumptuous and cunning too. Jackpot, she smiles. Exactly, I confirm. And I can't help it. I actually clap my hands. I luxuriate in the memories, and Izzy is bathing in possibility. Did you know we'd end up here? I'd asked. He dribbled champagne, house, but who cares, into my mouth from his, silencing me momentarily.
I didn't absolutely know.
Mischievous. You expected it. Disgruntled. He moved his lips from mine and attached them to my nipple, whilst he poured more champagne into my tummy button. He inched towards the alcohol lake, kissing and caressing my shoulder, my collarbone, my waist. He lapped up the champagne, whilst I silently thanked my personal trainer. The 200 sit-ups a day were worth it.
I didn't expect it. I hoped for it. I told you, I'm an optimist.
Darren grinned. His lips were wet with champagne and my excitement. Artful audacity is the icing on the cake. Suddenly Darren seemed dangerous. When had he got ahead of me in our sexual chess game? Had he won? Had I? Could we both? It seems unlikely. Cold, steely fear puts a hand around my throat. The grip tightens, squeezing the happiness out of me. My heart, which has been residing in the roof of my mouth, plummets. What have I done? What have I done? This is the disaster I've spent all my adult life trying to avoid. I am not prepared to throw caution to the wind after just 2 weeks. It would be nonsense. I won't do it. I can't do it. This is the worst thing that could have happened. Because now I believe in all the stuff on TV, radio, novels and cinema. It's true. You do know when you meet the one. Your muse, your purpose, your explanation of life. And suddenly life is shiny and glossy and worthwhile. But if the films and songs are right about falling in love, the chances are they can offer some insight into the outcome of entertaining such emotions. Pain. Lots of it. Isn't my mother living proof? Every second I was with Darren was exhilarating. Reliving it now, every second is heartbreaking, as I'm plagued with thoughts of what could go wrong. When he said he loved me, I was blissed out, ecstatic. But now I'm petrified. When Darren was with me, I believed it. I believed it all. The happily ever after. The possibility that everlasting love is an option. But my confidence is ebbing away. It's unrealistic to expect Darren to stay with me every minute of every day. But when he's not with me, I'm too small to fight my own demons. It was okay in Whitby, when we were constantly with each other. Of course, he couldn't be unfaithful or leave me. But now? Where is he now? Maybe he's not in the Cotswolds. Maybe he's with another woman. The reality is that love never lasts. Falling in love is asking to be hurt, deceived and betrayed. I feel naked. I look at Izzy, but she's oblivious to the sudden cold chill in the air. I know she's thinking that if this happened to me, absolutely anything is possible. But it's not. Of course, it can't go on, I state, making my mind up only in the seconds that the words form in my mouth. What? Turns out Izzy's lottery ticket got thrown out with the garbage. Shame. It's impossible. My tone is more certain than my mind. But you just said you love him. Izzy is spluttering. I do, I snap. At this moment I love him completely, utterly, desperately, clichédly. But if I carry on like this, the next thing you'll know is that I'll be giving him a pet name and wanting his babies. I sound more harsh and resolute than I feel. I hope my voice convinces my heart. And what's so terrible about that? If I'm not mistaken, she actually has tears in her eyes. Or perhaps her contacts are playing up. Poor Izzy. Well, let's take it through to its logical conclusion, shall we? What if he doesn't feel the same? What if I care for him more than he cares for me? But from what you said, he sounds besotted. Well, men always are at first, aren't they? Even Izzy should know this. Especially Izzy. Then, when the girl's hooked, they stop calling. The power in every relationship sits with the person who cares least. That's where you go wrong, thinking that relationships are about power. I don't go wrong, Izzy. I lay a heavy emphasis on the I. This would never have happened if I'd stayed in town. It's just that Whitby was, I don't know, beautiful, romantic. I continued to search for the correct word. Different? Cass, are you sure it's the scenery and not him that you were talking about? I glare at her. He sounds genuine, she pleads. Okay, well, scenario number 2, assuming he feels the same way that I do. He does, doesn't he? I know you think he does, squeals Izzy. I hardly dare suggest it. I think of him nibbling my fingers, brushing my hair, and looking at baby photos of me. Well, for the sake of this argument, let's say he does. Then what? You could marry and live happily ever after? As though it really were that simple. How naive. Izzy obviously hasn't learned anything from her years of being my friend. I explain it slowly and clearly, as I'm beginning to suspect she's hard of hearing. There is no such thing. Yes, we could marry, but sooner or later, and it probably would be sooner, as these intense affairs are always the first to burn out. He'd let me down, or I'd let him down, and that would be hell. If he can make me feel this good, as though I was born the moment his dick delved into me. Imagine how foul he could make me feel if he left. Izzy hides her face in her hands. Who are you trying to convince? No one. Me. Me. I'm trying to convince myself, but at the same time, I'd be more grateful than Izzy could possibly know if she proved my argument is guff. But she can't, because I'm right. I'm certain I'm right. I have to stop this going any further. Cass, you're 33 now, not 7. And just because your parents' relationship didn't work, it doesn't mean there can't be successful relationships. I glare at her. Although Izzy knows everything about my mother and father's divorce, we have an unwritten rule that we never discuss it. I am not the type to bleat on Oprah. Izzy, 3 in 4 couples who cohabit split up. Nearly 1 in 2 marriages end in divorce. Look at the facts. Now that the facts have burst uninvited into my consciousness, they won't go away. But think about the Queen and Prince Philip. I snort. She's desperate. There's Mr. and Mrs. Brown in the Bakers in Teddington Crescent. They're fictional. There's my mum and dad. But your mum hates your dad. Not at all. She only pretends to. What about that couple on your show that didn't fall into temptation? It's only a matter of time. Izzy raises her eyes skyward. Oh, Cass, you poor thing. What can she mean? My mistake was allowing myself to become besotted by Darren. A mistake, but not irrevocable. Not if I act swiftly, and certainly now. Izzy, can I come and stay with you for tonight? Of course, if you want to. Why? Because I know if I see him, I'll weaken, and I'm expecting him to pop by late tonight, when he gets back from the Cotswolds. Oh, see him, please. I can't, Izzy. I'm not playing games here. This isn't a way to make him more interested. I have to sever all contact immediately. I can't allow this to continue. I can't make myself vulnerable. I simply can't. Not won't. Can't. I whiz around my bedroom and start throwing some clothes and cosmetics into a bag. I hardly pause to consider what I'm selecting, but I do stop to smell the sheets and to take him in one last time. He is why I was born a woman. But he can never, ever know, because whilst I can only just bear walking away from him, I know I would be inconsolable if he ever left me. This vulgar state of being in love, it's bound to be only temporary. The sooner I get back to my ordinary routine, the better I'll feel. It will only be a matter of time. Very little time at that, probably. Probably. I pull the sheets off the bed and push them into the washing basket. Izzy realises that she's not going to change my mind, so instead settles for changing the subject. As I stuff a hairbrush and knickers in a bag, she tells me that the sad loser guy from New Year has called. They've seen each other a few times. Izzy's excited because they play Connect 4 together. I can't forgive him for letting his mother fix him up. Izzy chatters on, but I can't keep track. I'm sure it's delightful, but I'm not sure I care. How has this terrible thing happened to me? How has this wonderful thing happened to me? How can it be both at once? I've seen enough to know that it is a messy, complex, filthy state of affairs at the best of times, i.e., when you want to be in love. This is by no means the best of times. I thought I was immune. I thought I was somehow better or different, certainly cleverer. Now I understand no one is immune. As we put on our coats, Izzy sighs.
You haven't been listening to a word I've been saying, have you? I'm sorry, Izzy. I've spent my entire evening forgetting about Darren. I smile sadly. Why are you doing this? Don't you think there's a possibility that you are snuffing out a genuine chance of happiness? She coaxes. No. It's an exercise in damage limitation. I don't understand you, Cass. Really? How odd. I thought I'd made myself crystal clear. Except, of course, I'm lying. I don't understand me either. The bit I do understand, the fact that I am in love, only serves to confuse me further. I lock the door behind me and blue tack an envelope to the door. It's addressed to Darren, and the letter inside simply says, "Don't call." Chapter 13. Work is as foul as I thought it would be. Bale didn't swallow the laryngitis story because Fee, the bitch, showed him a photo of Darren. Laryngitis, my arse. No, actually, it's a throat infection. I snipe back. It is a weak retort, but I'm out of practice. I've been being nice to people for 2 weeks, for God's sake. I saw his picture, Jocasta. You were shagging, getting your end away whilst the rest of us carried the can. It's shoddy. It's unacceptable. What do you have to say for yourself? Bale has selected his glass office for this public flaying. I know that however angry he is, he has to appear more so for the benefit of the rest of the team. Nigel, you are getting this out of proportion. I only ever call him Nigel when things are desperate. I consider leaning over his desk and creating an illusion of intimacy by touching his arm, but I can't bring myself to do it. Okay, so I trailed a candidate for the show, and it turned out to be a duff call because I couldn't persuade him to be on the show. But it was worth the gamble. If he had appeared, it would have been the biggest show ever. Why? I knew that would get him. This guy objects to the show on moral grounds, social and individual. He's startlingly handsome and very articulate. If he'd agreed to be on the show, there isn't a person in the country who would have wanted to oppose his decision. Not the lace industry, the manager of the John Lewis wedding gift service, or that bishop. I tossed the latest list of complaint letters to Bale. The viewers would have united. He'd have taken away the last shadow of doubt about the show. People would have clamoured to appear. But you couldn't persuade him? No, I couldn't. I replied to my hands. You tried everything? He holds on the word everything, and we both know what he is asking. Did I sleep with Darren to get him to appear on the show? Yes and no. This answer is far too subtle for Bale to comprehend. Everything. My face is aflame. Bale leans very close to me, and I can see the blackheads nestling in the crease between his nose and cheek. Maybe you're losing your touch. What an arse! I complained to Fee, as there is no one else around. Most of my team have decided that it's wiser to keep out of my way for a while. Fee is either braver or more stupid than the rest. I thought you'd need some company. She hands me a double espresso. I wince as I swallow it back. It's some time since I've drunk such strong coffee. It tastes like creosote. It's not as though anything went wrong whilst you were away, comments Fee. She really is a bitch. I think it's time to remind her who the guru is. Yes, well done, Fee. I saw that the ratings had stabilised at 9.1. Don't worry that you didn't get an increase with your shows. I thought they were very competently filmed, no matter what the punters thought. I smile at her and she hesitates, not knowing whether she should smile back or not. You're pleased then? You held the fort. Well done. The words say one thing, the tone another. Have I upset you? I sigh. I know I'm being a cow. Fee has produced 2 good shows. Without her, there would have been no possibility of my taking off to Whitby, never mind staying for a week and then pulling the laryngitis stunt for another week. She's made a few minor cock-ups with the paperwork. She hasn't responded to any of the log room calls, and she hasn't helped Ricky or Di with any of the decisions they needed to make on scheduling or marketing. But, all in all, she's done a fine job. It's not her fault that I feel like crying, laughing, shouting, dancing, and howling, whilst smashing and kissing everything in my eye's view. I'm turbulent and misunderstood, most notably by myself. No, really, you have done a great job, I assure, and this time I do it with a bit more enthusiasm. Her face breaks into a massive grin. I hoped you'd be pleased. Now, tell me what really went on. I want details. Fee pulls up a chair, and we huddle around my PC. It is not my usual style to indulge in girly confidences, but I haven't said Darren's name aloud for hours. If I don't say it soon, I'll erupt. I tell her some of the things that I told Izzy. I tell her about the train journey, his family, the swimming baths, the walks, and the restaurants. I've been talking for about 20 minutes solid, and I've only just caught Fee's expression. She looks bewildered. What? Cut the foreplay. Get to the shagging. I stare through her and think of the lovemaking. I can't tell her. For one thing, some of the language is potentially shocking, even for a scand. And 2, it's private. It's Darren's and mine. I can't turn him into a character in a short story. The phone rings, and Fee reaches for it. Jocasta Perry's line. Fee Spencer speaking. I turn to my email and let Fee deal with the call. I note that she's blushing. Then she giggles. Finally she says, I'll just check. She covers the handset and behaves like a pantomime dame. It's him, she mouths. Who? I mouth back. It appears it's contagious. Fee flaps her arms up and down and rolls her eyes. In less enlightened eras, she'd have been consigned to the ducking chair for less. Darren! I'm not here. Fee looks perplexed. She makes excuses to Darren and then carefully copies down all his contact numbers. As she hangs up, she passes me the note with the numbers on. So you did sleep with him? Her tone has changed considerably from before the call. I don't deny it, I just shrug. And now you've lost all interest, she concludes. I wonder if this is what Darren has surmised. Christ, Cass, you are such a love them and leave them merchant that I'm beginning to think that you were born a man and had a sex change. How can you resist him? I take the numbers from her and put them in the bin. If he calls again, tell him I've left the company. Because of the bishop's letter, Bale and I spend the entire day working side by side. The directors are metaphorically urinating all over the leather chairs in the executive suite. It's not that any of them are particularly godly, far from it, but 1 or 2 of them are hoping to be mentioned in the Queen's next honours list. Offending the church is only one stop away from offending the government. Bale and I talk to the duty officers who work in the log room and fully analyse the complaints and compliments that the show has received since its conception. The duty officers are loyal and pragmatic and go some way to reassuring Bale that everything is cool. I suspect the loyalty is inspired by George, the duty office manager, who talks to my breasts. People are always more likely to complain than praise. The great British public complains about everything. George shrugs. My breasts don't comment, but let him continue. This bishop thing, don't sweat it. It's always the mad ones who complain. I've had letters saying that we are biased against smokers, that they don't like the colour of the dress that the newscaster is wearing. I don't interrupt to say I have some sympathy. Our newscasters are sartorially challenged. During the Rugby World Cup, we received complaints about the TV angles, that the Union Jack was upside down. Was it? I don't know. They also complained that the action was too much for epileptics and migraine sufferers. We are no longer a nation of shopkeepers, but a nation of whiners. I'm pleased. These examples discredit the people who complain. They seem petty and small-minded. I thank George for his time, with my special smile. It's wasted, because as wide as it stretches, it doesn't stretch to my breasts. Bale and I also meet the scheduling and marketing departments. By midday, we have a convincing response for the executive committee and, although we have the entire afternoon scheduled for debate, I know it won't be longer than an hour before the meeting breaks down and someone walks out. It's inevitable, with so many egos in the room. I'm delighted when my prediction comes true. The only director who really does object to my show is bullied and humiliated sufficiently for him to leave in disgust within an hour. We agree to take our response to the Times. I am packing away my stuff when Gary, the commercial director, taps my arm. Well done, girl. I smile. He nods enthusiastically, and his mop of blonde curly hair bounces up and down, putting me in mind of a cherub. It strikes me that I wouldn't have drawn this comparison before my foray into sentimentality. I'm disgusted with myself. I try to concentrate on what he's saying. Boy in term 1, going gangbusters, 12 up, first stab, 6 up. The star performer in the quadrangle. Product categories are all up. Deal credit, no deal debt. All thanks to ambitious penises. Well done, girl. I haven't a clue what any of this means. The language is deliberately ambiguous. But Gary smiles at me, and as I have only ever seen him smile when he talks about football, I figure that the commercial director is happy. Next, I plough through my mountain of email. It's hard to concentrate, because although I've instructed Jackie to divert all my calls through to her, I still jump every time my line rings. Which it does about every 4 minutes. At the end of the day, Jackie relays the messages she's taken. Despite my instructions, Darren has rung twice. I spend the early evening running through the interview tapes in the editing suites. I need the best available material for next week's show. I'm not leaving it to the editor. I'm being conscientious plus to make up for going AWOL. And to avoid thinking about Darren. It should be easier not to think of his gut-churning smile if I'm busy.
You quite away with these stooges,
comments Ed, the editor. You think so, do you? I don't take my eyes off the monitors.
Yeah, you resist being patronising, talking in short sentences and in single syllables. Quite a gift, the common touch.
No one's ever accused me of that before, I comment dryly.
No one would guess how terrifying you are.
Ed looks at me. Nervous, never sure how I'll take his jokes. I smile mildly, and we both concentrate on the interview. The monitor is showing the film I made the day before I met Darren. The case is one where some bloke left his wife for some girl. The girl is now unsure if she can keep him, even though they plan to marry in a month. She thinks he wants to go back to his wife. This, I suppose, disproves the theory that one wife is as good as the next. I'm interviewing the wife. She's a rare breed, a shy Scottish woman. Her abrasive vowels rasp. If I were famous, it wouldn't bother me so much, the stained carpet and chipped skirting board, and accept that he chose her. I might be able to give you both. That's my voice on the monitor, offering her false hope. At the time, I had thought that a bit of fame and glamour would make her happier, and there was a chance that he'd choose her. But rewatching the tape, just 2 weeks on, leaves me with an uncomfortable feeling in my stomach. Is it right to... I stop the thought as it's forming, and for the zillionth time today, I curse Darren. They hate my accent, she's wailing. No, they hate your long legs and massive tits. That's their motivation. Objecting to your accent is a diversionary tactic, I assure.
You are a true pro, says Ed. Dishing out that sort of compliment is certain to get them on side. She'll get your man for you now.
Actually, Ed, I just meant it, I say as I close the door behind me. Unusually, I decide to take a bus home. I don't want to be alone in a cab. I don't want to be alone with me. I don't want to be me. I've never felt so confused and miserable in my life, and yet I wouldn't have swapped it for the world. That's the worst of it. I look at my watch and allow myself 2 minutes thinking about Darren. 20 minutes later, the bus arrives. There is a huge advert for aftershave painted on the side of the bus. The model has a look of Darren. Similar eyes, but not as beautiful. I go upstairs and sit at the front. I wish Darren were here with me. We could pretend to be driving the bus. As soon as I have this thought, I hate myself. There? See? That's where this kind of shenanigans leads. Pathetic sentimentality. How do I know that Darren would pretend to be driving the bus? I'm acting like an arse. Usually public transport is anonymous. That's why we are happy to pay inflated prices for an unfeasible short ride. It's part of the deal. No one will talk to you, and if they can possibly help it, they will avoid looking at you too. Except for drunks, who use public transport for the exact opposite reason. I rarely notice whom I'm travelling with, but today it's as if I'm looking with new eyes. Nothing is anonymous. Everyone seems to be acting significantly. The guy next to me, besides suffering from terrible BO, offends me on another front. He's wearing a headset, which he's singing along to. Naturally, he's singing a song about everlasting love, which, frankly, is a load of crap. Not just his voice. I move seat and find myself sitting behind 2 teenage girls. They are reading Cosmo. They do the quiz to find their perfect men. If only it was so easy. As they read the questions aloud to one another, I mentally answer them. I'm mostly B's. By the end of the quiz, the girls discover that their boyfriends are mummy's boys and misogynists, respectively. I discover Darren cannot be improved upon. When I get home, I listen to the messages on my landline as I run a bath. Cass, it's me, chimes Izzy. Just ringing to see how things went with Bale today. Give me a call later if you want to. I'll be home from the gym at about 10. I smile, knowing that she's slipped in the words the gym to impress me. Much to Josh's and my surprise, Izzy is following through on her New Year's resolution. She has a place in the London Marathon and is training hard for it. The second message is from Josh.
Hey, babe. How are you? How was the North? I'm going to the cinema tonight. Some subtitled bollocks that Jane wants to see. I'm sure it will be very worthy and depressing. It's on at one of those arty cinemas that don't even sell Haagen-Dazs. I'll call you tomorrow.
Poor Jane sounds as though she's history. I am beginning to relax. The third message is from my mother, complaining that I didn't visit on Sunday. A spasm of guilt shoots through me. So, all's well on the Western Front. These are the messages that I often come into on a Monday evening. I am back on familiar territory. Darren has been a bizarre distraction, but now I'm fine. I'm safe. Cass, it's me. His voice soars into my sanctuary, and I'm delirious. I'm disgusted. I guess you're still at work. If you are there, please pick up. The voice pauses. I guess you're not there. I got your note. He makes a sad little sound, which sounds strangled somewhere between a laugh and a sigh. I knew you would do something like this. I knew you'd panic. But if you'll let me talk to you... His voice breaks and he coughs. Look, I had a great time the last 2 weeks. So did you. He sounds urgent now, a mix between anger and frustration, which I'm used to inciting, and tenderness, which I'm not. If it's any consolation, I'm scared too. Then the message cuts out. I stand perfectly still and try to understand what I'm feeling. My God, there we have it. I'm feeling already. Not thinking like I was a couple of weeks ago. Suddenly, I'm feeling. He did sound genuine. What does he mean? He's scared too. As well as who? I listened to the message again. And again and again. In fact, I listened to it 12 times. By the 12th time, one thing is clear. I've lost it. I press the erase button and go to bed. Darren who? Smith. Chapter 14. Being in love is just as painful as I always expected it to be. I wake up every morning and my first thought is of Darren. In fact, as my dreams are so littered with him, I'm beginning to find it difficult to distinguish between the two states. They smudge together. I'll be driving into work and I'll see him in every car and on every street. The excitement of spotting him is tremendous. The disappointment that it never is him is side-splitting. I walk into the TV6 building and always look around to see if he's in reception, which is a ridiculous thought, considering how much he loathes the studio and all it stands for. I listen to weather forecasts for Whitby, even though I know he's in London. How could I ever have thought that Whitby was Smallsville? Now it's everywhere I turn. TV6 is setting a new drama there. On the news yesterday, there was a small piece about the myth of Dracula, and there was a shot of the cemetery we visited. Izzy's parents have just bought a caravan, and Whitby was one of the first places they visited. Whitby is suddenly the centre of the universe. Every time the phone rings, I leap, and whilst I always listen to his messages several times, I haven't returned any calls. Initially, he called often and left complicated messages. Jackie begged me to return them. "Call him, Cass. He doesn't believe you've left the firm." "I've nothing to say to him." "Well, at least tell him that. If not for your sake, for mine. My workload has practically doubled since I started taking his calls." "Then you weren't working hard enough in the first place," I replied, without looking up from my screen. "Contact reception and get me a new extension number, and next time he calls, tell him I'll inform the police if he keeps pestering me." Darren has called round to my flat twice. Both times he conscientiously left a note detailing when he'd return. So I moved to Izzy's for a while. He took the hint. The visits stopped. The calls stopped. Except the occasional one late at night, when he's obviously drunk. Just the dulcet, "It's me." He still sends me emails. He no longer sends long notes asking me to get in touch. Now he simply sends links to websites that he thinks might interest me. Articles on Audrey Hepburn, surveys on TV viewing habits, and yesterday, an update on the latest divorce statistics released by the government. I wonder what he meant by that. It's hard to read significance into any of the articles he sends, as he doesn't introduce them or sign them off with anything personal. Which I suppose is a blessing. Imagine if he wrote best wishes, or love, or all my love. I'd turn into Izzy, analysing the significance of each word, when there isn't any. Facts about him erupt into my consciousness when I'm least expecting them. One moment I'm checking interview scripts, the next I'm thinking about his arguments on the collective responsibility of programming, which is bollocks. But he did argue his case stylishly. If only my thoughts of him stopped with recalling his arguments. I send myself to sleep each night remembering the way his lips felt hanging on my nipple, and I wake up smiling. But only for the nanosecond it takes for my brain to explain to my heart that there will be no repeat performance. Ever. It seems that I know a million things about him, because I'm always considering, remembering, recollecting. Yet there is so much that I don't know. I examine trees and wonder exactly what tree surgeons do. We did talk about his work, but I'd like a clearer picture. I'd like to be able to imagine every part of his day. I wonder what his flat is like and what car he drives. Then I remind myself that it is safer I don't know these things, because the less I have to forget, the better. And really, it is only a matter of time before he's annihilated from my mind. I comfort myself with the thought that, in the beginning, everything is fascinating. The way they part their hair, the way they blow their nose, their views on government policies towards third world debt, how they like their tuna steak. Every manifestation seems enticing. But if I were still with him, these things would have already become tedious. It would be impossible to keep noticing these things if they were constantly before me. The commonplace is not rare and beautiful, interesting, precious, like all my memories. It's better that I have the luscious intensity intact rather than sullied through everyday wear. I'm aware that I sound like Izzy, but it's under control. I prescribe my usual antidote, and work is hot, full of despair, betrayal, rage, depression, sweaty palms, and tight throats. But other people's, not mine. Weddings bring out the worst in people, which is ideal for my purposes. The British public don't disappoint me in their levels of paranoia or jealousy. Contestants fall through the doors realizing what a perfect opportunity for revenge a wedding is. Who could ask for more? A huge stage packed with an audience of the Stooges' nearest and dearest, plus 10.6 million viewers and rising, available to witness the humiliation. It's a fact that during preparations for a wedding, small problems escalate. A decision about a buttonhole, rose or lily, can be make or break. Therefore, the turmoil that the choice between Rosa and Lily can wreak should not be underestimated. My response to the bishop's letter ran in all the quality press, which created just the correct amount of indignation. Calls were made for the government to intervene by issuing TV programs with certificates of classification, similar to the cinema. A sensible suggestion with which no one with any common sense could argue. Luckily, the tabloids misrepresented the issue and reopened the old debate on freedom of the media and Big Brother censorship. The uproar is tremendous. Although the tabloids failed to articulate a sensible counterargument to the idea of classification, there is enough contagious anger to keep the issue, and most importantly the show, in the headlines for weeks. I am delighted with the controversy. There are a number of distinct advantages, beside the incessant snowballing of the number of potential guests. I have been given the go-ahead to shoot Sex with an X episodes from now until July. Advertisers are more confident and are pledging big advertising budgets, which has allowed me the opportunity to extend the channel's program scheduling. We've bought 4 massive films, which are set to secure huge audiences. We've put more money into the Teddington Crescent soap, commissioning better writers, and sets that are not made of tissue paper. We've also introduced a number of entirely new programs, quiz shows, sitcoms, and docusoaps. I am Midas. The only disadvantages of Sex with an X being a runaway success is that Bale has become more hands-on in the management of the show. Like all good bosses, his main strength is identifying a winner created by someone else and stealing it. Bale has never had an opportunity to pull a fast one like this on me before. I'm normally too sharp, too many steps ahead of him. But this time, I unintentionally handed him the opportunity on a plate. Bale describes my trip to Whitby as my wild goose chase period. He frequently cites it as an act of misjudgment and irresponsibility. The implication is, of course, that if I've been so heinously stupid and irrational once, there is always the danger of my doing the same thing again. Perhaps when even more than a tight schedule is at stake. My 12-year exemplary CV counts for nothing. I would resent this treatment, but I know the rules we play by in this industry. I made most of them up, so I simply have to take it on the chin. At least publicly. Privately, I'm plotting ways to circulate pictures of Bale in women's underwear, which I procured from his latest wounded jilt. She happily offered them up to me, as she'd been giving Bale head for 3 weeks on the back of his promise that he'd see her right in the firm. In fact, he saw her right out of the firm with nothing more than a P45 for her effort. She had taken the pictures during one of their more bizarre sessions. She gave them to me, and I gave her a letter of recommendation based on some of her talents, other than those Bale sampled. I also suggested she concentrated on her shorthand, rather than hand jobs. But I expect the advice will have fallen on deaf ears. Once you find yourself on your back, on the back of a promise, you never get up. I'm not sure when or if I'll ever run the pictures on the internet, but I like knowing I have them. Bale's insidious presence affects the entire show, largely because he doesn't understand it. The success of Sex with an X is its spontaneity. Now speculation has been annihilated. We have telephone lines set up for those wishing to be on the show, which are manned by counsellors. I rarely handle the interviews these days, but have a team of psychologists to do so. The channel gets involved with the Stooges' wedding preparations from a very early stage in the engagement, often selecting the ring. We attend most dress fittings and censor the guest list. We bear the entire cost of any weddings that actually manage to limp to the altar, but, worse than 20 parents, we exercise our right to advise on all aspects, from cake to consummation. We have teams that are specially selected for their sympathetic qualities, or at least their ability to feign sympathy convincingly, and they become the friends of the Stooges. We become indispensable to the ordinary people who wish to compete. Because it is about competition. Who will he choose? Does she love me alone? Nothing is left to chance. It's now very rare that when the lights go down, the contestants' confidence drains and they find themselves asking, "What am I doing here?" It's unlikely because they've been rehearsed, tutored, scripted, groomed to an inch of their lives. They know how to act if they are humiliated in front of millions. Ideally, a woman should cry and a man should be violent. But sometimes we turn this expectation on its head to create an extraordinary effect. They know how to act if their partner remains faithful. Sweet relief mixed with assured confidence. They practice how to sit, walk, hold their hands, cry, punch, and kick. I personally feel the show has lost its bite, but Bale is so paranoid about the big bucks which are rolling on Sex with an X that he won't hear of returning to a more impromptu approach. I could argue my case, but unaccountably, I'm not as fired about the show as I have been in the past. I'm more concerned with getting some new shows off the ground. I call a meeting to discuss some new ideas. Through the glass partition, I watch the team cluster. They no longer look like the anxious relatives of the sick, as they did last August. It's amazing what 6 months and over 10 million viewers can do. They look happy and confident, proud and exhilarated. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Darren Smith. "Hey guys, how are you?"
"Hanging,"
replies Tom. I stare my rebuke. It's a lie. I've seen Tom's tackle, and even the most generous description would not stretch to hanging.
"Cool."
"Top."
"Smart."
Reply Mark, Jackie, and Gray, respectively. I hope they understand that I am responsible for their feeling of euphoria. Pleased to hear it. Now, to business. I glare Ricky out of his chair at the top of the table and sit there taking command of the room. Each team member gives a brief update on their department. Gray reports the massive revenue increases in sponsorship and advertising. I was expecting this. The others gasp, happy and astonished. Di gives us more good news, announcing that the exec committee has increased our team's marketing budget by 250%. Tom and Mark immediately start debating where we should go for lunch.
"Quo vadis?"
"No, the Ivy." "Grow up," instructs Fee. "There are more important things to discuss." She's learning.
"Like what?"
spits Mark. "Like what next?" I reply. "We have to stay hot." We bandy some ideas around. A follow-up to Sex with an X? You know, how were the couples doing? Did they make the right choice? Suggests Jackie. "That's really obvious," snarls Fee. "But cheap," Jackie defends. knowing it's me, not Fee, she has to impress. You're right. Go for it, I instruct. Write it up as a proposal. Make it sexy. Get some visuals.
How about a series on serial killers? Suggests Tom. Compare and contrast the Yorkshire Ripper, the Moors murderers, that Dr. Deathgay.
I concentrate on concealing my disgust.
Or something more broad, like tyrants and despots, Stalin, Hitler, Pinochet. We could have an audience participation deciding who was the most vicious, adds Mark. Too gruesome, comments Gray, and I'm relieved that someone has articulated my killjoy thoughts. Let's stick to what we do well, humiliating and exposing the normal blokes.
Yeah, says Ricky. We could follow guys on their stag weekends, get shots of them licking Guinness off prostitutes' breasts or
Being tied naked to a lamppost.
Good idea, enthused Fee. We could film the hens puking into their handbags, singing "Let Me Entertain You" whilst taking their bras off. No, I think we should go more upmarket, comments Di. I want to kiss her. Let's do some undercover work on politicians and fat cats. Let's film them standing on bar tops or licking Guinness off prostitutes' breasts. I want to kick her. Or we could do a series of celeb profiles, I suggest. Absolutely, enthuses Jackie. Dig up all their dirty past, lots of photos they'd rather not see published. No! I shout, marginally more forcefully than I intended. Something more... I hesitate, nervous of how my suggestion will be received. Profitable. Well, skeletons in the cupboard are profitable. The advertisers are bound to see the appeal and put lots of money behind it, comments Fee. I mean emotionally profitable. Perhaps we could do a show about how celebs do anonymous charity work. Sort of, the harder you work, the luckier you get. That type of thing.
Maybe, mumbles Ricky.
But he doesn't sound that enthusiastic. I look at the others, but they are all steadfastly concentrating on the cobweb in the right-hand ceiling corner of the room. I'm embarrassed, but push on. Okay, maybe that's not too keen, but I'm just trying to think of something more educational than the current mix. Absolutely.
Quite right.
Definitely agree, chorus the cobweb-gazing brigade. Do you? I smile enthusiastically.
Yeah, like a programme on cross-dressing. Now that's educational.
Or something on plastic surgery. Perhaps some horror stories of women desperate to keep their husbands and prepared to go to amazing surgical lengths to do so.
All the better if the operations have gone wrong.
Don't be so stereotypical, shouts Fee. What about male plastic surgery stories? Penis extensions. Now there's a tale to tell. The room erupts into sniggers. I don't join in. I'm relieved when someone suggests that we need to go to the pub for a break from the intensity. I'm praying that the salt and vinegar versus cheese and onion debate will overwhelm, and that the original subject of the meeting is forgotten. Chapter 15. I have never worked so hard in my life as I have these past few months. Or, more honestly, work has never been so hard. I failed to notice spring. The bit of me that appreciates green buds and blue skies was only ever a small constituent of my makeup, and has now been snuffed out completely as I surround myself with schedules, deadlines, target revenues, TVRs, and ARPs. I'm not busy enough. I decide that my social life needs new impetus, so I attend every party, reception, premiere, dinner, and event that I'm invited to. Recently, I've broadened my life experiences to include visiting Le Cirque du Soleil, participating in a pony trekking weekend in North Wales, and an all-day aerobathon for charity, attending 2 hen nights, both with essential stripping policemen, and joining Izzy's pottery class. For all this frivolity, I have no fun. This indiscriminate acceptance of invitations has filled my hours, but there have been 2 annulling consequences. The first is that I've discovered that my previous opinion on mankind, considered by many to be harsh, was, in fact, generous. People are generally much more tedious than even I estimated. The women I meet are unilaterally obsessed with their waistlines and, as often as not, individually obsessed with some waster. The men I meet are as per my original evaluation. They are insincere commitment phobes or spineless and married. And whilst I personally am still resolutely avoiding commitment, I dislike this characteristic in others. In the past, I was able to endure the trite lines and clammy hands at least until the morning after the night before. Now it's impossible for me to fake interest for as long as it takes most of them to fight their way to the front of the bar queue. Izzy is thrilled that I'm sticking to my New Year's resolution. Other than Darren, you haven't had any casual sex this year. She blushes. Well, including Darren, you haven't had any casual sex. I don't comment. The second consequence of my indiscriminate acceptance of invites is that by making myself more available, I have made myself less desirable. I worry that I am gaining the reputation of being one of those people who attends the opening of a marmalade jar. For this reason, I have resolutely turned down all invitations for this weekend. I refused an offer to fly to New York to shop till I drop. The guy who made the offer was being euphemistic. He actually wanted me to shop until my knickers dropped. I said no to a reception at the Tate Modern tonight, and no to drinks with the team. I refused a dinner and a fancy dress party tomorrow, and a lunch on Sunday with friends. Izzy is spending the weekend doing some intensive training with a group of people who are also running the London Marathon, and Josh is taking Jane to the country. Not for a romantic weekend, but to bin her. He mistakenly thinks this is the gentlemanlike thing to do. Izzy and I tried to explain that, almost certainly, Jane would prefer to have her heart broken on her own territory, but Josh pointed out that he'd lose his deposit on the hotel room if he no-showed. As they are both out of town, I'll spend the weekend without human contact. I am hopeful, expectant. I'm looking forward to being alone with my facepack, fridge and remote control. I sit down with a highlighter pen, the television selection of The Observer, and a bottle of gin. I circle my TV viewing for the night. Coronation Street, a documentary on Brooklyn Beckham, that's our show, some reruns of Friends, and then I'll watch a movie. I catch sight of the date and automatically calculate that it's 1 month, 3 weeks, 5 days and 8 hours since I last saw Darren. Only 1/4 of an hour before Corrie starts. 13 minutes. Another 9 minutes to go. Still quite some time yet. I think I'll ring Mum. Hi, Mum. Oh, hello, Jocasta, dear. How are you? I was just talking about you to Bob. Who? Bob, you know. Your neighbour. Exactly. What were you saying? Sorry? What were you saying to Bob? I'm beginning to regret the call. I was just saying, I wonder how Jocasta is. Well, I'm fine. Pleased to hear it. And how are you? Oh, I'm fine, except for the old problem. I have no idea what the old problem is, although doubtless she's told me on countless occasions. Nor do I have any desire to find out. I move the conversation on. I called to ask if you fancy going shopping tomorrow. Unaccountably, it's a Saturday, and I haven't got a wedding to go to. I hadn't realised that I'd called to ask this. The 15 minutes alone before my viewing started have obviously weighed in heavily. I wait for her gushing thanks that I've decided to offer up an entire Saturday, even though it's not her birthday or anywhere near Christmas. Instead, she surprises me. I expect people are a little nervous about inviting you to their weddings, what with your show and everything. Well, dear, I'd love to go shopping with you, but Bob and I are going to a craft fair, and it's been in the diary for some time. I can't let him down. I know he'd be most disappointed, and I'm looking forward to it too. I don't ask what kind of man enjoys a craft fair, nor do I commit myself when she adds hopefully, "How about next week?" I put the phone down and turn the volume up. Whilst it's been a constructive weekend, I've filed my nails, both fingers and toes, I've tidied my cutlery drawer, and I've descaled the kettle and the shower head. By Sunday afternoon, I'm beginning to wish I'd accepted the invite to lunch. I've read the Sunday papers, including the small ads for the removal of unwanted lines, fat and hair, as well as those for the addition to breasts and penises. I've watched a lot of TV, including all the soap omnibuses. In fact, most of my entertainment and all my food have been generated from radioactive boxes. Although I have ample time on my hands, I can't be asked to drag myself to Tesco's or even Cullen's. There really is no point in buying fresh herbs and vegetables, chopping and sautéing for one. Instead, I search my cupboards for inspiration. I don't find it. I can't think of a recipe that happily combines peanut butter, Carr's water biscuits, and all bran. The contents of my fridge are neither useful nor ornamental. There's a mouldering jar of capers and another of anchovies, Tabasco, Yakult, and Red Bull. Of course, there's the foundation bottle of champagne, but even I don't like drinking Veuve Clicquot alone. Instead, I defrost things unsavoury. Cardboard food from cardboard boxes. Singleton's food. I can hear some kids playing in the nearby park. As far as I can tell, the objective of the game is to see who can produce the most piercing scream. Very entertaining if you're 8. I wonder what Charlotte and Lucy are up to. An aeroplane passes overhead. In the mid-distance, I can hear the intermittent hum of an articulated truck whiz from factory to storage warehouse. I'm depressed. I must be. The truck seems poignant. I look around for a vessel to use as an ashtray. All the ashtrays, saucers, teacups, plant pots that are in spitting distance of my sofa are full to overflowing with ash already. Whilst me time is all very educative, the most overwhelming lesson appears to be that I'm pretty miserable company. Even the fact that Saturday's show was a corker and the scheduling department have already rung to tell me we've reached 10.4 million viewers fails to cheer me. The worst of it is, I'm not entirely alone. As I move around my home, I see Darren sprawled out on his stomach reading the Sunday papers, or I find him squeezing oranges in my kitchen, or I bump into him coming out of the shower, naked and powerful with a white towel round his hips and water drops dripping from his hair to the carpet. But the carpet is never wet, because he's only in my head, and he's never in my bed. I remember Darren first coming into my flat.
Nice pad. Did you buy it lock, stock and barrel from a style magazine?
He'd grinned and turned to kiss me. I flung my coat on the back of my settee, not bothering to hang it in the cupboard. I kissed him back and didn't take offence. Funny. Izzy thinks this place is impersonal too. I think it's anything but. I bought an empty shell and built my apartment from scratch. What could be more personal? Darren wrapped his arms around me and held me tightly. I breathed him in. I was shaking with the newness of it all. It was new that I was talking this way. It was new that a man was in my home and I was sharing my life, even for a week. I stare at the window pane, concentrating on the raindrop race, which Darren taught me. The idea is you choose a raindrop and the other person chooses another raindrop, both roughly at the same height, and ideally at the top of the window. The winner is the one whose drop reaches the bottom of the window first. I win. Naturally, I'm the only one playing. I can't think of anything to amuse, charm, or hearten me. Not even the fact that Josh's girlfriend will be having an even more shit time than I am. This just proves my theory about the insanity of getting involved. I pray Josh will call me soon with a debrief. I need a distraction. I decide to replace the catchy tune of my clunking radiators and purring fridge. I force myself out of my cozy window seat and examine my playlists. Uninvited, the memory of Darren looking through the same barges into my head. You pick the music whilst I pour some drinks, I'd instructed, moving towards the wine rack.
Interesting music collection,
he commented. Normally described as eclectic. It's a testimony to ex-shags.
Ah, I see.
And he probably did, because I believe that he understood me entirely, past and present, which is my problem.
Interesting collection. Tom Waits, Scott Walker.
Let me guess, they were what you listened to during your adolescent angst years.
Correct.
Actually, I was an extremely buoyant adolescent, but my lover was an anger ball, so I faked an avid interest in the music he liked. Red or white? I held up both bottles, trying to ignore my own last sentence. I realized that by faking an avid interest, I'd set a pattern for a lifetime. Red. Something full-bodied if you have it. It impressed me that Darren managed to politely knock back the plonk in Whitby without showing any snobbery or distaste when he obviously knows what he likes when it comes to wine. Maybe it was a mistake to make such a fuss about drinking Blue Nun, especially when Mrs. Smith had brought it just for me. Not that it matters. None of it matters. It still gnaws. I poured the wine and handed it to him. As I reenact this scene, I use a coffee mug, which is pretty inadequate.
Your music tastes are certainly wide and varied.
Darren sipped the wine and smiled at me. The smile then, as now, hit directly in my chest, exploded and hurled shrapnel to my throat, back of knees and knickers. I never felt so fine. I hurt all over. He turned and kissed me ferociously, nearly causing me to spill my wine. He began to unbutton my shirt. His fingers teased my skin, first my collarbone, then trailing past my breast, threading down to my stomach. I absolutely forced myself back to the present. It's bleak. I thought I knew all there was to know about loss. But not having Darren in my life is so vile and final that I wonder how I get up in the mornings. I feel like Dorothy on Rewind. Instead of hitting the yellow brick road and finding myself in Technicolor Oz, I've been shoved into a monotone existence. I don't enjoy parties or bars or clubs. I don't like being with people. I loathe being alone. I don't zing. I don't sparkle. I don't slice with my tongue. Even work seems lackluster. I wonder how I ever thought this life was fulfilling. let alone exhilarating. Life now sags around me. I'm nauseous with loneliness. It engulfs me. I wish I'd never met him. I don't mean that. I hate myself for being so disloyal. I know that I would do it all again. I'd still get on that train. It was already too late the moment I collided into his eyes in the interview room. I'd thought I was so damn smart, so elite, so untouchable. Yet whilst it hurts that only his ghost, and not his irresistible self, is in my sitting room, him in my toweling dressing gown, me in his jumper, both of us soaked in love and calm, I know I am still in control. Oh, only just. I admit that. I left him. He didn't leave me. He doesn't know how I feel. He doesn't know how vulnerable I am. Only I know that. The phone rings, breaking the sound of being alone. I pounce on it. It's Josh. How'd it go? I'm ridiculously interested, as I'm desperate to break myself out of my own indulgent apathy.
Awful,
he groans. I sound sympathetic because I am. Did you take it very badly?
She cried.
Most of Josh is upset, but a tiny bit of him is triumphant.
It's worse doing the dumping than being the dumpee.
I doubt he means this. I wouldn't know, I remind him.
No, of course not. You've never been dumped.
What is the point of sticking around long enough to get your heart broken? I challenge, more cheerfully than honestly. I want this conversation to have away from me. Strangely, I haven't been honest with Josh about my feelings for Darren. Josh assumes Darren was another brief and unimportant encounter. I can't tell him how I feel, because saying it aloud makes it more real. I must bury my feelings for Darren. I must. What did you tell her?
Oh, the usual stuff.
It's just not right.
Yes,
he agrees enthusiastically. Although I love Josh, I'm irritated by him. I sigh, thinking of all the women who've ever cried because of the words, "It's just not right." Why do men only discover this when they roll off the sticky Durex?
I know what you're thinking, but I really didn't want to hurt her.
I relent. After all, I've known him since he played with action men, and I played with Barbie dolls. Now it's the other way round. I can't simply abandon him. He starts to tell me about the ditching. It doesn't take long. He's a boy. If Izzy were telling me about her dumping some bloke or other, we'd spend hours. We'd start with describing what both parties were wearing. We'd talk about the location selected for the scenario. It's very important to choose the correct ground. His place is good, because then you get to choose when to leave, and he doesn't have to stumble home in a veil of tears. Or somewhere neutral, like a bar or a party, not his mum's. She simply won't see it from your point of view. And not, under any circumstances, your own place. He might decide not to leave, insisting that it's possible to make a go of it. It never is. Calling the police in is ugly. I know, I've done it. Now, if this were Izzy, it would be a different story. Izzy would tell me everything. She'd punctuate it with, "And then he said, and then I said, and he looked as though..." However close we are, Josh has too many Y chromosomes to do this. Instead, he has to act all disinterested and hard. He blows it when he asks if I'll go round. I'll be there in 10. Of course I'll go to him. I'd walk hot coals for him. Josh likes to think he lives in Islington, but in fact, he lives in King's Cross. He lives in a ground-floor flat, which can most adequately and efficiently be described as masculine. Until his 30th birthday, Josh steadfastly refused to pay as much as a cursory glance towards interior design, cleanliness, or comfort. He lived in squalor. Not that he seemed to notice. In fact, he often joked that filth and disorder were his best friends. I was never sure if he was referring to his domestic arrangements or me and Izzy respectively. Josh only ever washed up if the corner shop had run out of paper plates, and he changed his sheets less frequently than his women. His bathroom never benefited from Ajax, Jif, or Domestos, all of which could be Greek islands as far as Josh was concerned. His items of furniture were my mother's cast-offs, the things she absolutely could not force into her home. This foulness was not poverty-induced, simply a male blind spot. As inexplicable as the fact that when men do become interested in their home, 30th birthday or marriage, whichever they meet first, they cover the squalidness in blue. Blue walls and tiles, blue fabric, blue crockery, blue cutlery, blue loo roll, blue napkins and napkin rings, which have only ever been used once, the 30th birthday dinner party. Blue settee, blue bed and bedding, blue dustpan and mop, and finally, a blue toothbrush. When Izzy or I ever visited Josh whilst he was decorating, we were always overly animated, fearing if we stood still for too long, he'd paint us blue too. As I walk into his flat, I'm thinking that if Josh introduced buttercup yellow in his hall or a deep red in his sitting room, it would be a vast improvement. Josh, why are the lights dimmed? I ask, and immediately turn them up. I start to laugh. Oh, I see. To show off the candles. Are you indulging in a druid-type self-loathing session? I kiss him on the forehead and wave the bottle I've brought. It's a 94 Chateau La Croix de Mouchet. I was saving it for a special occasion, but I'm not sure when that'll be, so I thought I'd bring it round. I march directly to the kitchen to forage out some glasses. I bump into the biggest floral arrangement ever. Who are the flowers for? Or should I say, from? God, Josh, this place looks more like a seduction scene than a dumping ground. I suddenly guess what's going on. No, she didn't buy you these just before you ditched her, did she? I'm shocked at the stupidity of some women. And you accepted them? I'm less surprised by the callous nature of most men. Bastard. I smile. He'll know I'm joking. Josh doesn't answer but takes the wine I'm offering and clinks my glass. I continue chattering, glad of the company, for what it is. Josh is not at his sparkly best. God, I've had the loneliest weekend, I confess. Really? Don't look so pleased about it, Josh. You know you and Izzy are indispensable to me. You don't need to prove your point by both going away at once. I started having the most maudlin thoughts. I even wished there was a wedding to go to. Now isn't that a hoot? Josh brightens. Do you really? What? Wish there was a wedding to go to. Well, since my choice this weekend was that or eat Cocoa Pops, by the hand directly from the box, yes, I'd prefer the wedding. I pat the settee next to me. Come on then, sit here. Tell me about chucking Jane. I stare at Josh. Hey, you look quite shaken. Are you regretting it? No. He shakes his head definitively. So? He pauses for the longest time. Something is definitely upsetting him. Good God, Josh. You're not ill, are you? I'm suddenly terrified.
No, not ill.
So what's up? I link my arm through his. He shuffles awkwardly, pulling his arm away.
I don't know how to put this.
Just say it, whatever it is, I encourage. Why this sudden hesitancy? Josh and I have always spoken freely to one another. What can he have to say that's so dreadful? Suddenly he lurches for my hand.
Okay, I'll just say it. Will you marry me, Cass?
Ha ha! I sip my wine.
I'm serious,
he insists. I look at him. His eyes are shining earnestly. He is. Shit. Well, it's a bit of a surprise. I don't know what to say. Probably anything but that. It's a bit lame. It's awful. Luckily, Josh is too nervous to notice my inadequacies. He reaches behind a cushion and pulls out a Tiffany ring box. He magics a thick cream rose from somewhere or other. Ah, bloody hell! David Copperfield is proposing to me. I laugh, but my laugh is hollow and echoey. It doesn't fill the silence. Josh notices the silence too.
Bugger! Forgot the music.
He jumps up and puts on some music. Time Warp from the Rocky Horror Picture Show blares out, which makes me laugh and Josh swear. I know he's spent the afternoon strutting around the house, singing along, jumping to the left, stepping to the right. It's his favourite musical.
Fuck. Not very appropriate.
He swaps to Frank Sinatra, singing, I've Got You Under My Skin. I'm grateful for this small diversion. You're serious, aren't you, Josh? I ask his back.
I am,
he tells the wall. After fiddling with the bass and the volume for a while, Josh comes back and sits next to me. He doesn't sit quite as close as he usually does. He's not actually touching me, but he is close enough for me to notice that he's shaking and there's sweat on his upper lip. Did you buy the ring for me or Jane? I ask.
You, of course.
He sounds insulted. Just checking. I grin nervously. I wondered if this was impulse or if you'd given it a lot of thought. His face implodes. I rush on. Well, it's obvious that you've given it a lot of thought, but I wasn't sure if it was me you were thinking of. He looks even more appalled. I realise I'm an arse. God, I'm sorry, Josh. That's a terrible thing to say. I'm nervous. I start to giggle. I've never been nervous with you before, Josh.
Well, I've never proposed to you before, Cass.
Josh pauses.
Or anyone.
So, why?
We're good for each other. We're alike.
We've known each other forever. No other woman ever makes me laugh the way you do. Other women bore me. I'm still buying time. So, you are ready for monogamy? I assume we'd play it conventionally.
Yes, I'm ready. I'm bored with attaching myself to the next thing that comes along and attracts attention.
Other women seem same-ish. You're different. He pauses, and I know he's struggling.
I think it's always been you. I think that's why everyone else seemed inadequate. I think you are the reason I've bounced from one conquest to the next.
Are you sure it's you who thinks that? It sounds suspiciously like my mother's theory. This proposal isn't the result of her finally grinding you down, is it? Josh smirks. He doesn't answer my question, but continues.
And I figured that you don't have any other plans.
His smirk relaxes into a wide grin.
I mean, you don't let men hang around long enough for you to even learn their surnames.
Smith.
It is true our getting married will delight your mum. Look, marriage is the next logical step. Think government tax breaks. Very romantic. I laugh.
He turns suddenly serious.
I'll make you happy, Cass. We love each other, don't we?
It's just that this is so unexpected. Josh laughs.
Actually, not at all. I've been waiting for years to tell you how I feel. I suppose conventionally, I could have started by kissing you or asking you out for a drink.
We're always going out for drinks together, I point out matter-of-factly.
Exactly. I've been at a loss as to how I should let you know how I feel. I don't know if I'd ever have got the courage, but recently, you've changed. You seem more serious. I knew the time was right. What do you say, Cass? Can you imagine being my wife?
Josh is my best friend. He's my mate Josh. And here he is, my mate Josh, down on one knee. A rose in one hand and a diamond cluster in the other. He's right. Marriage is a ceremony that is sanctified by logic, government tax breaks, law, and thousands of years of repeat performance. Josh is kind, strong, wealthy, intellectually stellar. He worships me. He does not mind my tantrums or my unmade-up face, and, if that wasn't enough, he's good-looking. None of this would convince me to marry him. I look at Josh, and suddenly Darren's face looms. Josh is safe. I'd be safe. I'd never end up torn and bitter in the divorce courts. Because as much as I care for Josh, I'm not overwhelmed by him. He'll never make my heart gallop, so he'll never be able to splinter it. A network of middle-class lifelines would constantly buoy us up. Dinners out with our mutual friends, who are interested and interesting. Evenings in, playing Trivial Pursuit and charades at Christmas. Then later there'd be prep school for the kids and exotic holidays. I like all these things. These beacons of sanitized security seem like a possibility. I've tried to fill my Darren-bereft days in an assortment of ways, none of which has been successful. But if I were with Josh, if I marry Josh, I let the concept roll round my head. I'd be safe. Marrying Josh will stop me doing anything really terrible, like getting drunk and calling Darren and telling him how I feel. Marrying Josh is the ultimate protection. It's complex, it's risky, but it's my only chance. Yes.
Yes, what? Yes, we love each other? Or yes, you'll marry me?
Yes, and yes.
Oh, God, I'm the happiest man in the world. Oh, my God. Should we ring Izzy?
Josh does a funny little star jump, and as he lands, he wiggles his hips, claps his hands, and punches the air.
No, best ring your mum first, or my parents. What do you think?
Josh is dashing round his flat, fitfully searching for his mobile.
Champagne. Do you want champagne?
He keeps turning to me and blowing kisses and punching the air again. I've never seen him so happy. I had no idea. I had no idea I could make him this happy. And I'm happy too. Calm happy. Well, isn't it traditional for you to kiss me? Kind of to seal the deal, I offer.
Christ, yes. Sorry, Cass. I've been meaning to do this for 26 years.
I pretend I haven't noticed that he's now sweating profusely. I ignore the fact that he clumsily bangs my teeth and, for a moment, I'm behind the bike shed with Barry Carter. Soon, we inch into it. And soon, I like his kissing. We're both too practiced for it to be anything other than technically brilliant. I arrive early and seat myself facing the wall so that Izzy can have the view of the restaurant. I take off my ring and put it under my napkin so that I can surprise her. Then I put it back on again. Better to do the ta-da and hold my hand out as soon as she arrives. Maybe not. Back under the napkin. I'm nervous. I just wonder how Izzy will take this. After all, Josh is her one and only real chance of marrying. I'm joking. I know this isn't the case, but it will irrevocably alter the dynamics. Well, does it have to? No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Izzy will be delighted for us both. Surely. Certainly. She's here. She kisses me, orders a Bloody Mary, and cuts to the chase. What's your news? Deep breath. I'm marrying Josh. The restaurant stops. There isn't a clinking glass or thudding plate. At least, I can't hear one. I watch Izzy's face, waiting for her reaction. You're marrying Josh? She whispers. She pauses and takes a sip of my water. Izzy is obviously a little taken back. But she's pleased. Isn't she? Well, she's not actively unhappy. Is she? Yes, I've just said so, haven't I? I smile broadly, because engaged women smile all the time, and Izzy knows that. I order some wine. She fiddles with her napkin. I look at the menu. She doesn't. I wonder which one of us will change the subject first. Izzy and I have only ever been 100% truthful with one another. Except for the occasion when I failed to tell her Josh fancied her. But that was years ago, and it worked out for the best. It would be so embarrassing now if they had slept together. Anyway, the point is, Izzy has only ever been 100% truthful with me. I don't want her to skirt this if she has an issue. But I'm not keen to confront her brutal integrity just yet. But I hope to God she doesn't talk about the weather. Stay with me, Izzy. I've got to be honest with you, Cass. I'm shocked. Why? I bluff. But I know why. Why is because I've never shown any romantic interest in Josh, and I've always been actively opposed to marriage. Because you've never shown any romantic interest in Josh, and you've always been actively opposed to marriage? I glare at her. The waitress brings Izzy her Bloody Mary, which is downed in one, and tells us what the specials are. I get her to repeat it twice. Izzy says she'll have that. I ask for the same. Neither of us has any idea what we've ordered. Haven't you always said Josh would make a great husband? I encourage. Yes, she admits. Haven't you always said I should marry, allow closeness, trust, stop hiding from intimacy? Yes, she admits. So what's the problem? I didn't say I had a problem. But you so obviously do. I think you are being defensive. Do you think there's a problem? No, I don't have a problem. Good. Yes, it's good. The waitress comes back with the wine, water, and bread. I'm delighted and greet her as though she is my long-lost sister. It becomes clear that she's not going to draw up a chair and join us. I watch her scuttle back to the kitchen. leaving me alone with Izzy and her interrogation. What about Darren? Darren? The bread in my mouth won't be swallowed. I chew and chew, but it simply won't go down. I drink some more water. Darren who won't wash? Darren taught me a lot. I take a deep breath. I owe him a great deal. He opened my eyes to the possibility of intimacy being an option for me. Don't speak to me as though I'm one of your TV executives, she snaps. It's unlike Izzy to be down on me. I think about what I've just said. It does sound like pretentious wank, but then I'm new to this game of speaking your heart. I'd always been content with speaking my mind, which is easy in comparison. Darren was important, I admit. You fell in love with him. I can't tell Izzy the truth. I can't tell her that marrying Josh is the ultimate armor. She loves Josh as much as she loves me, and she wouldn't forgive me. I have no choice but to rewrite history. No, Izzy. Darren was an infatuation. Firm. Denying Darren hurts. You said you were in love. Rigid. I was wrong. Reasonable. You said you're never wrong. Irritating. I was wrong about that too. I'm almost shouting. I take a deep breath and have a stab at regaining some self-control. Darren told me things that no one else could tell me, and he taught me to look at things differently, but I didn't fall in love. She stares at me with naked disbelief. Oh, so you can't quote every single word he ever uttered to you? You didn't laugh with him? You don't talk about him constantly? Fair point. Darren was... I'm struggling. Exhilarating and amazing, but he was a stranger. Women don't fall in love with men they've just met. Of course they do. Why are we talking about Darren? It's Josh I feel secure with. Josh I've known forever. That doesn't sound like love to me. It sounds like the safe choice. The waitress arrives with our food, and we call an uneasy truce over the table. We sulkily eat our goat's cheese salad and glumly glug our wine. This isn't what I wanted. I wanted her to be happy for me. I admit Josh doesn't send my stomach into a somersault, the way Darren did. I ignore her interruption. But that's to be expected. I've known Josh forever. What am I supposed to say? Obviously, Izzy's disappointed that things are changing. But things can't stay the same. I wish they could have. Meeting Darren changed everything. I'm lonely in crowds now. But I'm a survivor, and marrying Josh is my best survival tactic. Whilst I'm sorry that it makes Izzy uncomfortable, I am completely without option. I push on. Darren was about sexual attraction. I got carried away. I know I said some pretty crazy things at the time. I glance at Izzy and try to work out if I'm convincing her. I can see by her face that she wants to believe me, almost as much as I want to believe me. I press on. Josh wants to marry me. I love Josh. He's like a brother to me. Izzy tries to interrupt, but I hold my hand up to stop her. Maybe, at the moment, Josh loves me in a different way. But two people rarely love each other equally, in the same way at the same time. We've years together. We'll even up. I pause for maximum impact, and then I plead, I'll be a good wife to him. I mean this. I plan to be perfect. I'll try to make it up to Josh for not being in love with him. I'll take fastidious care in putting his needs before mine. He can choose which side of the bed to sleep on, and I'll attend all his work functions. I'll even learn the rules of rugby. Josh will get a good deal. Izzy pauses and thinks about what I've said. We sit for an eternity. Finally, she mutters, I can't believe you play games with Josh, so I have to believe that you are genuine about this, Cass. She stares at me for about 200 years. I am. Her face relaxes into a broad, delighted and assured smile. I force a tight, relieved smile. I've often condemned her for being too trusting, saying she invites people to wipe their Manolo Blahniks on her soul. Now I'm grateful that she's so ingenuous. We are through it. Everything is going to be brilliant from now on. I show her my ring. She oohs and ahs appropriately. She says that she definitely will not wear pink, lilac or frills. I reach into my bag and pull out the Amanda Wakely Wedding Collection brochure. We both giggle shrilly and generally allow ourselves to get completely overexcited. This is what girlfriends are born for. Chapter 16. A whole new world opens up in front of me. An entirely novel conversational track. An individual way to relate to my mother, Josh's mother, aunts, neighbours, women I meet at dinner parties, restaurants, art galleries, the gym. My PhD in brides and setting up home. What had I talked about before I had the cluster on my finger? It surprises and delights me that wedding preparation is an admirable substitute for sex. Which is a good thing, because Josh and I have decided not to rush having sex. Why? Izzy doesn't understand. Well, we're both finding it a bit harder than we imagined, crossing over from friends to lovers. Isn't that a fairly major detail, since you are planning on getting married? Aren't married people supposed to be lovers? Yes, and friends. I sound defensive. We thought of getting through the initial embarrassment by just getting pissed and shagging each other. After all, we've both done it to other people often enough in the past. But now that seems so tacky and cheap. I realise that the reason I can't rush this is because I want it to be really special. A few more months without sex will be good for me. It might grow over, you know, teases Izzy. I throw a cushion at her, but we both shut up as Josh comes into the room with a tray of wine and Pringles.
Why do I get the feeling you were talking about me?
He sits in between us. Izzy and I exchange glances. Just singing your praises, Izzy says. Little white lies are a way of life. Izzy could hardly say, Oh, actually we were just talking about yours and Cass's vow of celibacy. Although, in the past we did discuss every aspect of our lives. The nitty-gritty. Not just loose morals, but, when travelling in India, loose feces too. Tonight, after Izzy leaves, I'll tell Josh what we were really talking about. It's a small shift in the dynamics, almost imperceptible and certainly not important. Izzy's brother is designing our wedding invites, so Izzy has come round tonight to help us decide on the wording. Which is the other tiny change. Izzy rarely pops round just to hang out anymore. She only ever visits when she has a reason. Still, there are plenty of reasons, choosing dresses and flowers, repainting Josh's flat, returning a casserole dish. Her visits are just as frequent, so it's not really a problem.
So, Izzy, have you decided? Are you going to be the bridesmaid or the best man?
Asks Josh. I'm going to be the bridesmaid. I like the outfit better. You like me better, I screech playfully. I notice she doesn't answer me, but instead asks, So, where are you getting married? We answer simultaneously and differently. In London, I say.
At home,
Says Josh. At home, I offer quickly.
in London,
He presses. We haven't worked out the details. I smile apologetically to Izzy. Wisely, she doesn't comment.
We do have a date,
Says Josh. I snuggle closer to him. Well, that's good, smiles Izzy. When? June, I say.
July.
Says Josh at the same time. We both laugh.
Look, I don't mind. Do what you want. I'm just thrilled. It's going to be the best party ever.
He leans in and kisses me. I wiggle away because I don't want to embarrass Izzy. Josh leaves for rugby practice, and Izzy and I set to on Project Wedding. I approach it exactly as I approach projects at work. Okay, we need a list. Izzy jumps up and finds paper and pen. I grab a bunch of bridal magazines, and I open the bottle of Chardonnay. Are you still working on when and where? Says Izzy quietly, as she carefully writes Cass and Josh's wedding at the top of the page. Her handwriting is round and childish and familiar. July and Isha, Josh's family home. Good progress, grins Izzy. Which church? A church? I hadn't thought of a church. They usually feature. I was thinking of a civil ceremony, maybe in a garden or smart hotel. I cross my legs underneath me. Izzy gently probes. Have you discussed this with Josh? I mean, he's quite godly.
Considering he plays rugby,
I add. We both laugh. It's true Josh is a long way from being a Bible basher, but he does believe in God, and goes to church at Easter, Christmas, and at least 2 or 3 other times in a year. I do recall him taking his godfather duties very seriously when he became godfather to the children of his head of chambers. I'd sort of put it down to brown-nosing, but maybe not. I consider it. Of course he's godly, Izzy. He went to a posh school which had obligatory mass. Look, I'll discuss it with him. Well, if you are hoping for a July wedding, you'd better discuss it pretty damn quickly. It's April now. I take it you mean this July? She's doodling hearts and bells on the corner of the list. Yes, I mean this July. We move on and begin to draw up a list of costs. I'm somewhat perturbed to discover that tradition has it that the bride's parents are supposed to pay for just about everything. The groom's parents get off with the odd bunch of flowers and the rings. I doubt very much that my mother has had a secret trust fund that magically matures as I meet Prince Charming. I think her budgeting for my wedding would truly have been a leap of faith. I'd hardly indicated that I was marrying material. Unless I want to give my guests sausages on sticks and cheese and pineapple chunks, Josh and I will have to pay for the wedding. I hope that won't offend anyone. People have been acting rather strangely recently. Indeed, if I'd had £1 for every time anyone had said the words traditional, the done thing, and expected, I'd be a millionaire. I'm surprised that these words have been showered on me with such frequency, because I'd never heard them previously in my entire life. Okay, so what else needs to be included in this project plan? I ask. No one could ever accuse you of being overly romantic, could they, Cass? Grins Izzy wryly. I just want to be well organised. She shrugs and then reverts to the bridal magazine. I revert to the wine bottle. Well, for the service, civil or church, You need wedding rings and a form of service. You need to select music and readings. You'll have to consider cars, photographers, and guest accommodation. There is a lot to think about. You'll need a guest list and an acceptance list, lists of menus, lists of drink, gift lists. There are caterers to consider. You need to book a photographer and a videographer. If I were you, I'd decline my dad's kind offer to bring his cine camera along. It's older than I am. What type of reception do you want?
There's only one type, isn't there? The after-ceremony type.
Izzy rolls her eyes. Sit-down meal, buffet, melon balls and chicken, or something a little less traditional, Asian, sushi, Italian, Mexican. What about your silverware, napkins, menu design, flowers? Are you going to invite children? And if so, you should consider their menu and an entertainer. What about the favours, the balloons, the seating plan? Round tables or square? Who's going to sit in the seat that is traditionally saved for the father of the bride? Will you have speeches? Will you make one? She finally draws to a halt.
Oh, I see. Well, what do you think?
This is the question Izzy has been waiting to be asked all her life. Well, if it were me, I'd want it to be sit-down and with a seating plan. I wouldn't try to mix oldies and youngies because that only works in books. I'd allow the people with things in common to sit together. I'd want tuna carpaccio followed by tempura fish with chili salad and parmesan polenta. And then summer berries, which I'd have stacked in huge mounds as table centerpieces. I wouldn't have a traditional cake, but I'd have a bitter chocolate profiterole mound instead.
I'm left stranded somewhere between horrified and admiring. When has Izzy had time to think of all this? Then I remember she does this imaginary wedding thing instead of Tai Chi.
Sounds good. Let's have that. You can't have that. That's what I'm having. I don't point out that Izzy isn't even seeing anyone on a regular basis. It doesn't seem like a nice thing to do.
Well, I'm unsure what to say next. I don't really mind, and I'm pretty sure Josh is relaxed about it too. Let's ask my mum. She'll love getting involved. Planning my wedding will cheer up her drab little life.
I'm not sure she thinks it's drab.
Oh, come on, Izzy. She must. Before she married, she lived an exemplary life of purity and chastity, which can hardly be a barrel of laughs. Then she fell uncontrollably in love with her husband. He exited stage left, and ever since, she's put her life on hold by refusing to get over him.
Is that how you see it?
Is there any other way?
I'm already reaching for my phone to call my mum. I watch as Izzy moves her finger down the magazine page as she reads, which I find quaint and touching. The finger stops and hesitates. What about insurance? Asks Izzy.
Insurance? What will I need insurance for?
Theft of prezzies, damage to the dress, damage to the marquee.
It's a wedding, not a rave.
The loss of deposits due to the cancellation of the wedding?
We both pause. Well, let's get an estimate.
My mother picks up the mantle. She works steadily throughout the summer and does a marvellous job of knocking the day into shape. Full of zeal, she organises everything from the church to the caterers, tactfully asking Josh's mum's opinion every step of the way. The wedding has a profound effect on everyone. Josh's mum has become more animated than I've ever seen her before, drinking less and smiling more. As I don't have a father to do the traditional patriarchal stuff, Josh's father happily adopts the role. He invites everyone he's ever met to the wedding. Talks about the forthcoming happy event and, I swear, he's even taken to swaggering. This would be infuriating behaviour, except a more happy consequence. He has decided that keeping a mistress is incongruous with his current self-image. For the time being, at least, he has given up his philandering. Josh is delirious. Izzy hasn't actually voiced any objections. Everyone is as happy as pigs in mud. I'm relieved to be freed up from the hassle, as I can now turn back to concentrating on my work. With vengeance. I have returned to my routine of 5 trips to the gym a week, cycling into the office by 8:30 a.m. and working through lunch. However, I don't often stay late now because Mum organises imperative meetings with the dressmaker, vicar, caterers, videographer, photographer, florist, etc. on a more or less continuous basis. But then, I like to be busy. I exist in a huge waft of tissue paper and ribbons with a sprinkling of rose petals. Someone has parked their bike in my space. Deal with it. I bark at Jackie. Ricky, do you have the runs for last night's shows? Di, Debs, have either of you seen the papers today? We are mentioned in The Guardian for our storyline in Teddington Crescent, and in The Sun for the documentary on Star's babies, and in The Star for Sex with an X. Pretty good crop for one day, I'm sure you'll agree. Get a response out to all 3 editors by 10 a.m. Jackie puts a double espresso on my desk. What did you watch on TV last night? She asks. No time. I was at a tiara fitting. We take a moment to smirk at each other.
Morning, darling,
shouts Tom, generally to no one in particular. Afternoon, we chorus, as it's 8:45 a.m. Tom looks wounded. He's probably never been in the office so early before. The status meeting runs exactly to plan. Gray tells me that we have received 2 complaints from the ITC about offensive language, but, or indeed therefore, the ratings achieved for most of our shows are as expected. The entire team negotiates with him over the predicted ratings for the next season's schedule. As the advertising and sponsorship director, it is in his interest to put in stretch predictions. The rest of the team see this as setting unfeasible targets. I settle the matter by diplomatically choosing a number mid-distance between the 2 extremes. Ricky updates me on scheduling. I'm only half listening because I notice Debs isn't listening at all, but instead staring at her screensaver of George Clooney. I'm irritated by her lack of commitment. I tune back in to Ricky. So, net-net, what they are suggesting is to push back Sex with an X. I'll say okay, shall I? If he hadn't closed his file quite so swiftly and tried to walk away faster than Roadrunner, I mightn't have noticed. What did you say? Ricky sighs when he realises he's stuck with my undivided attention. He has no choice other than to tell me the full tale. Ironically, because of the success of Sex with an X, TV6 is a bit flush with cash, which we've invested in big box hit movies. A move that Ard sanctioned. Now the strategy and scheduling department are suggesting we take on the other commercial channels by showing the blockbuster films at a time which will necessitate Sex with an X being pushed out of peak hour. Why didn't I see that coming? There's not much we can do, shrugs Ricky apologetically. Their case is watertight. The Sex with an X viewership has stabilised. We can pull more viewers in with the right movie exclusive. He's right. I sigh and nod. Okay, say we agree.
What? Just like that?
Asks Fee, amazed.
Aren't you going to try to think of a way to make sex with an ex bigger?
Look, Fee, you've got to learn which battles to fight. See the bigger picture. We are responsible for the channel, not individual shows.
But the show was your idea.
Fee, I have loads of ideas. 10 million viewers is an excellent achievement for a show of this nature, far beyond anything we expected when we set out. Let's not get greedy. And besides which, it's not as if they are suggesting we ditch sex with an ex. We're just moving it out of peak.
Well, if it were my show, I'd be fighting tooth and nail to keep it in peak,
spits Fee, with far more passion than I'd ever seen her display before. It's not your show. As part of my self-protection campaign against Bales sidelining me, I have started to increase my own public profile. In interviews with the national press, I make it clear that my personal contribution to the channel is colossal. I also make the most of my less cerebral attributes. I figure that Bale will be keener to keep me sweet if I am a public sweetheart. I'm mid-interview with a journalist from one of the big women's glossies when Jackie announces that my mother is in reception. I'm sorry, we're going to have to leave it there. I'm taking my mother out for lunch. I smile apologetically. The interview has been more demanding than I expected. The journalist and I are playing a very sophisticated game. I know he likes me, but he's pretending not to. It's a matter of professional pride. I'm pretending that I'm still trying to win him over, although I know he's eating out of my hand. He grimaces stiffly, trying to decide if I plan this interruption in the hope that he'll mention my lunch date with Mum in his article. If I have planned it, he won't mention it. If I haven't, he will. It would, after all, provide a human angle, which is notably lacking. In truth, it's a complete coincidence. Their paths wouldn't have crossed if Mum wasn't tyrannically anal about promptness, and this journalist wasn't stereotypical in his tardiness. Just 1 or 2 more questions, I agree, and smile a candy-coated smile.
You receive an enormous number of complaint letters about the nature of your lead show, Sex with an Ex, from parents, teachers, local governments. Even the Church of England has condemned you.
I'm agnostic. I smile my interruption. He ignores it.
How do you feel about the charge that you are advocating adultery?
Quite simply, I'm not. The ratings are just as high if the couple stay together. I see TV as a nationally authorised culture. I don't force anyone to watch or to participate in the show. I parrot my answer, barely suppressing my yawn. It doesn't sound as convincing to me as it used to. I hope it convinces him. I think of a new bit to add. The British public is far too intelligent to be dictated to. Will you write that up as a direct quote? He nods shyly. I know he's annoyed with himself for being acquiescent.
Finally, how do you feel about the label that you're the voice of your generation?
I haven't heard that one before. I titter and twitter in a vain attempt to convince him that I'm harmless. Truly? Off record? I don't think I can maintain this syrupy exterior for another minute. It's such a strain. He nods. I'm not the voice of my generation because I'm far cleverer, far more compassionate, and far crueler. He mulls over what I've just said. I suspect he regrets agreeing to keep that off the record. It's the best quote of the interview. if only he knew what it meant. I stand up, indicating that it's time for him to go. Jackie ushers the journalist out of the office and brings my mum in. I'm sorry I'm running late. I blow her a kiss and my apology as I grab my jacket and handbag off the back of the chair. Jackie, I'm taking Mum to lunch and then we are going to choose her outfit for the wedding. I'll be out most of the afternoon. This isn't a problem because I do such long hours I feel entitled to take an hour or two off. Other than my team, most TV6 employees don't arrive until 11 a.m. For many, the real work doesn't begin until after sobering up from lunch. I'm expecting an important decision from the executive committee regarding the budgets for next year. I'll keep my mobile on, but don't call me unless it's an emergency. Don't put anyone through except for Darren. Darren? Repeats Jackie, astounded. About 2,000 watts charge through me. Ha! Did I say Darren? Oh, I meant Josh. I'm scarlet, so I delve into my handbag and pretend to be looking for a tissue to blot my lipstick, and I'm not even wearing lipstick. Why did you say Darren? Asks Jackie. Oh, it must have been that journalist. He was asking the same kind of questions that Darren bloke asked about the show. You know, did I feel responsible for the nation's adultery? Do I feel guilty for being the catalyst of so much aggro? My hands have suddenly got a life of their own. They are scratching my nose, moving my hair behind my ear, itching my leg. They won't stay steadily on my hips or by my sides. Jackie and Mum are both staring at me very closely. They were a lot alike, the journalist and a thingy, Darren. They were both unrealistic, misguided, moralistic pricks. Sorry, Mum. I'm apologising for using the word prick before she demands that I do. Sorry, Darren. Somewhere deep inside, I feel treacherous. Who's Darren? Asks Mum. Nobody. Some guy who didn't appear on my show. Sex on legs, says Jackie, matter-of-factly. Sorry, dear. My mum's pretending she doesn't understand. Very Jude Law, but kind of more dangerous, muckier, adds Jackie. My mother still looks bemused. Very Rhett Butler, clarifies Jackie. Oh, I see. My mother and I collapse gratefully into the chairs in Selfridge's restaurant. We are carrying heavy bags and light purses, and therefore truly euphoric. It's quite an achievement. We've managed to buy Mum an outfit for the wedding, which we both like. And the said purchase has been completed without either of us resorting to sulking, glowering, blackmail, or tears. We are on a roll, so despite having already had lunch, we now order a traditional tea with scones and sandwiches. I won't touch the cakes or cream, of course. Fanatical about my food before, now I'm going to be a bride. I am rabid. Still, Mum's delighted, and only worries about the extravagance for the briefest time. She does what she always does nowadays, whenever we are together. She delves into her bag and produces the How to Plan for Your Wedding book. Have you spoken to your hairdresser? Yes, I've made 2 bookings. One so she can practice putting my hair up, and then one for the wedding day. But I'm playing with the idea of getting my hair cut. Oh, not your lovely hair? Mum looks as though I've just suggested sacrificing Vestal virgins to pagan gods. I'm too old for such long hair. What do you think of a sharp bob or an elfin crop? Evidently not much, because my mother simply ticks the box entitled hairdresser and moves the conversation on. Have you informed your bank and building society of your name change? I don't think I'll change my name. Oh. Well, it's one less job, I defend, concentrating on sipping my Earl Grey. My mother speaks a million words with her silencers. Finally, she moves down the list. You have to choose the flowers. I instantly know this isn't going to be as simple as picking out something fragrant and pretty. I was thinking hydrangeas and... You can't have hydrangeas. Why? They're unlucky. They represent boastfulness and exposure. Well, which are the lucky ones? Roses are always good. They stand for love, innocence and thankfulness, depending on the colour. Or something delicate like heliotropes, which represent devotion and faithfulness, with a bit of lemon blossom. They stand for fidelity in love. It's bollocks. What did you have? Lemon blossom. There's my point. My mum looks away, and I know I've hurt her. I can't quite say sorry. Oh, okay. Heliotrope and lemon blossom it is. She smiles, relieved, and I'm embarrassed at how easy it is to please her. Have you thought about your honeymoon? I'm leaving it to Josh, which probably isn't all that wise, but it is traditional. Will you have a discreet word with him, Mum, so that he doesn't book anything too active? Don't let him book a trekking holiday to the North Pole or a canoeing safari. Beach and bars will suit me fine. My mother makes a note. Has he chosen his ushers and best man? I stare at her with incredulity. It's not me who's asking. It's what the book says. Here, look. Check your fiancé has chosen his ushers. She points to the page. God, they assume we all marry simpletons, don't they? The implication is that he couldn't wipe his own nose unassisted. My mother and I treat the surrounding tables to looks of disdain and disbelief. So, has he chosen his ushers? She asks. No, I reply, and we both giggle helplessly. I like this relaxed mum. When the giggles subside, I say, I am grateful, Mum. Thank you. I know it's a lot of work. Mum glows and simpers. She carefully cuts her scone in halves and then quarters. There has been a mass of work, and I don't know how I'd have coped without her. I hadn't expected to care about the fairy tale day, but as it approaches, I really do want it to be perfect. I want a perfect bride with perfect hair, dress and makeup. Perfect mum with all her friends attending and a hat that suits her. Perfect guests who are happy with the food and seating plan. And a perfect husband. Which Josh is. We've had a lovely day, haven't we? Asks Mum. Yes, I agree. She doesn't pause. Izzy mentioned a Darren to me. Pass the jam, dear. She's desperately trying to be disingenuous, but she's had no practice. I, on the other hand, am a veteran. I reach into my bag and pull out, from acres of tissue paper, the shoes I've just bought for the wedding. They are covered in tiny beads, zillions of them. They are certainly the prettiest pair of shoes I've ever seen. What do you think, Mum? They are beautiful. Wasn't Darren the one from the north? Didn't you go on holiday with him? Izzy really is rent-a-mouth. It wasn't a holiday, it was work. Mum falls back on the etiquette we have used for 1,000 years. She refills my teacup and cuts me a slice of cake. She does this with the precision of a geisha girl. I try to be patient until the little ceremony comes to an end. It is only now that I realise she always uses this ritual to buy time. She has something important to say, and she is carefully considering how best to phrase it. Josh is a lovely boy. I smile. This is fine. We both know this. He's been like a son to me, in some ways, over the years, and certainly like a brother to you. I'm sure he loves you very much. Mum, this is hardly headline news. We are engaged to be married next month. Isn't this the usual state of affairs? Mum reaches across the table and puts her hand on top of mine. Do you love Josh? Mum! I'm shocked. When my father informed my mother about his affair, she could not believe it. Quite literally. I watched from the doorway of the kitchen as she ran to him and hung her arms around his neck. She smiled sweetly, hopefully, up at him, and asked if he could possibly love the other woman as much, no more, than his wife and daughter. She had expected him to see sense and tell her, no, of course not. That way we could all sweep the whole silly business under the carpet. Unfortunately, my father was unaware of the script. He had replied that, yes, regrettably, that was the case. My mother reeled from the shock. It was at that moment that she began to construct the elaborate safety net that would protect her from any such horrors and indignities again. The most notable components of the net are that she doesn't readily show affection. I can count on one hand the number of times she's deliberately touched me. She never talks about love, and she never asks questions to which she doesn't know the answers. It bothers me that in a single afternoon, sitting in the Selfridges restaurant, my mother has broken all 3 of her own rules. I figure it's a bit late in the day for my mum to take up the role of advisor. Just because I've let her choose the flowers and menu doesn't mean I want her opinion on every part of my life. She's my mother and therefore understands nothing and knows less. She's always let me pretty much make my own mistakes and learn my own lessons. Why start interfering now? Anyway, I am suddenly piqued with myself. Marrying Josh isn't a mistake. It is the right thing to do. He is kind and decent and easygoing, and everyone likes him. And he's got great career prospects, and he's a good cook. And he's not Darren. I glare at Mum, but she won't be intimidated into shutting up. Instead, she says, I'd hate to think that all I'd taught you was sacrifice. I put Mum in a taxi, which very nearly spoils the day because she thinks a taxi is frivolous and sees it as yet another example of my decadence and odd ways. I simply think it will save her hatbox from being crushed on the tube. We all but have a stand-up fight, but we are reunited when the cab driver is rude to us and tells us to get bloody in or bloody out the bleeding bloody cab. I take another cab and rush back to the studio in time to sit in on the interviews of a couple of possible candidates for next week's show. The interviews finish at 7:45 p.m, and when I return to my desk, I find the department empty, except for Fee. You're here late, I comment. I'm just packing up. Fancy a drink? We could go to the Brave Lion. I'm about to decline, as is my habit, and explain that I have 30-plus emails to clear, when I suddenly think of my mother's fretful face in Selfridges. If only I could leave it there. I know that if I stay in the office, on my own, she'll haunt me, so I shut down my PC and grab my bag. Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm not, but what can I say? How am I going to explain it to Fee, of all people? We clink glasses and sip our G&Ts. I wonder what she meant. Sacrifice. Fee is pretending to orchestrate the tune playing on the jukebox. It's playing a golden oldie. Always something there to remind me, which seems poignant. Fuck, I'll be reading horoscopes next. I wish pubs would stick to ambient music. Sentimental lyrics and alcohol are a lethal combination. I charge towards thoughts of work and away from ones of my mum or Josh or the wedding. So, tell me, Fee, if Sex with an X were your show, what would you be doing to make it bigger? Fee looks shamefaced. Sorry about this morning. I got wound up. I was being ridiculous. As you said, I should choose my battles. Apology unnecessary. I grin. It's good you are so passionate about your work. Or at least I think it is. Tell me, what do you think of the show at the moment? I ask this to give the impression that I value her opinion. It's a motivational thing I learnt on a course. Fee sucks the lemon slice from her drink. Honestly, suddenly, I do value her opinion. Yeah, honestly. I'm indignant that she's implying that I like to hear anything other than honesty. Then I remember that I often accept half-truths, exaggeration, insincere compliments, and uncalled-for criticism, knowing that they are blatant lies. It's the oil that eases the wheels I call my life. Exaggeration, of anything from quoting the sales figures to qualifications on a CV, is routine. Insincere compliments and uncalled-for criticisms are always the result of someone else having an agenda. Usually the 3 Ps: promotion, securing theirs, ruining the chances of mine; pay rises, earning theirs, negotiating mine; promiscuity, all of the above. Half-truths. This is more uncomfortable. This is horrendous. I drain my G&T. Izzy and I are dealing exclusively in half-truths at the moment. I find it totally impossible to be frank with her, or, for that matter, with my mother or Josh. To be frank with them, I'd have to be honest with myself, and, although I have briefly considered this, I've rejected it as the lunacy it so obviously is. Want another drink? Fee is up and halfway to the bar before I nod my response. The full truth is, I haven't forgotten Darren. I had expected that by now his name, if mentioned, would call a blank. That momentarily I'd struggle to place him, and on placing him, I'd be indifferent, cool, unconcerned. I think of him more or less continuously, and a fleeting thought sends me into a flurry of happiness. Pure, unadulterated happiness. I'm happy he's on this planet somewhere, even if that where isn't anywhere near me. All this, and I'm marrying someone else in 4 weeks. I force myself to return to Fee. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, honesty. She puts the drinks on the table. Yes, honestly, what do you think of the show at the moment? Well, it's fine. I raise an eyebrow. Very good, Fee corrects. I raise the other eyebrow. This doesn't create such a fetching effect, but at least my expression corresponds with my thoughts. Fee sighs. It's lost its bite. There are no surprises. She's right. Any ideas? A few? I wonder if she's going to share them. She must have invited me for a drink just for this opportunity. The opportunity to say, actually, I've sketched out a couple of ideas and a business case. And then to reach for her satchel. I pause. She doesn't do this. I'm surprisingly relieved. Frankly, a 10-hour day is enough for anyone. Another thing. Fee hesitates and examines her nails. I notice that, somewhat out of character, her nails are bitten, stubby runts of nails. I wonder what's making her nervous. Or has she always bitten her nails? I can't remember. Go on. What other thing? Actually, don't. I'll get the drinks in, then you can tell me. Odd that our glasses are already empty. I engage in that necessary hand-to-hand combat with other pushy, over-aggressive and well-dressed Londoners. Luckily, I'm served immediately. It takes a rare barman to ignore me, and a rare barwoman to serve me. I squeeze my way back to Fee. I feel as though I've just spent 6 weeks in army training. Sensibly, I've bought us both 2 G&Ts. 2 doubles, actually. Well, it saves having to tackle the assault course for at least another 15 minutes. Go on. The other thing. You. Me? You. You've changed. I'm wearing eyeshadow. Maybe that's it. I read that eyeshadow was in again. I defend. Fee stares. She can't decide if I'm being deliberately obtuse or uncharacteristically thick. The truth is, I'm nervous. I neck both my drinks as though they are water. Fee pushes her spare one in my direction. Maybe it's the engagement, but... She's steeling herself, deciding whether to be brutally straight or not. She ploughs on. All I can do is admire her stupidity. You just don't seem as interested. I'm very busy. I snap with indignation. Of course. Assuring. I can't be expected to do everything. Defensive. Certainly not. Insincere. You're managing. Petulant. Absolutely. Condescending. I'm not as interested. Truthful. Truthful. Fuck. That's unprecedented. I swill back another huge glug of gin. Oh, shit. Fee, what can I say? Fee tilts her head, silently nods, and I want to say something. I want to confide in her. I mean, I really like her. Okay, it's quite a sudden intimacy. I have been resisting becoming matey. It could be something to do with the several gins that I've necked in as many minutes, but I want to talk to someone. Anyone. And Fee is the one in front of me. 2, actually. There are suddenly 2 Fees in front of me, and a whole pile of glasses. I shake my head gently from side to side. Maybe because now you are getting married, you are slightly less cynical, and the programme is no longer as appealing, offers Fee. Maybe. She could be right. I want this to be the answer. Or maybe it's simply that you are really busy with other things. I mean, before you got engaged, absolutely everything came after work. Your friends, your family. Maybe you are simply reprioritizing because you are busier now. Yes, the endless lists. I'm suddenly chilled as a flash of panic hits me. Have I given the list of hymn choices to the organist? What does she mean? Everything came after my work. Fee says something else. I try to listen. The room is carousing. I touch my head, but it still thinks it's a spinning top. When did you get engaged? March, wasn't it? She doesn't wait for my confirmation. She drags heavily on her cigarette. Yet, I'd say that your disinterest stems back further than that. I freeze. Back to January. Did you make a New Year resolution not to work as hard? I glare at her. Both Fee and I know that she's pieced it together. She isn't absolutely spelling it out, and this could be for one of a number of reasons. Either she's not drunk enough, or she still has vague enough recollections that I whip hide rather efficiently, and I'm her boss. Or she can't afford to offend me, as she needs me to buy her drinks. I pause and consider what her reticence can be attributed to. Fee takes advantage of the pause by going to the bar and buying some more drinks. So, she has plenty of cash. As she sits down, I blurt, "It's Darren." Darren who? Darren Smith. I resist adding, "Of course." How can she not know who Darren is? How come his name isn't embroidered on her consciousness? I feel gelded. Smith? I always think that's such a pointless surname. It doesn't throw any light on the matter of identification. I scowl at Fee. Smith is a strong name. Where would England have been without blacksmiths, and goldsmiths, and plainsmiths? A slightly embarrassing recollection tickles my conscience. I vaguely remember thinking Smith and Darren were stupid names. Over the last few months, this has changed somewhat. I've been associating Smith and Darren, and more specifically, Darren Smith, with strength, goodness, and downright horniness, rather than pseudo-names for adulterous couples embarking on a dirty weekend. I hunt out the more familiar part of my nature, my ability to be Machiavellian. Darren, you know, that stubborn git that I tried and failed to get on the show. I prompt Fee. I'm trying to give the impression that he was a no-mark in my grand scheme. This is stupid. Talking about Darren is stupid. Why am I doing this? It's dangerous. Fee hadn't associated my peculiar and sudden squeamishness with Darren, and I should be relieved. I shouldn't be pursuing the topic. Because no matter what, I'm marrying Josh next month. Josh, who isn't a risk and isn't a bad option. It's stupid to bring up another man's name in conversation. I can't stop myself. Saying his name aloud is a relief. And anyway, I'm only talking about him. Perhaps talking about him will help me clarify the situation. It does need clarifying, because I'm certain this is just the drink. But suddenly, I can't remember why I didn't return his calls. The beauty? The horn? Asks Fee. Was he? Yes. I suppose, in a very obvious way, he could be described as attractive. I'm referring more to his arguments on collective responsibility, taste, decency, and erosion of public standards. I force myself to look at Fee. She's staring right back at me. It's obvious that she doesn't believe me. That's because she wasn't born yesterday. I suddenly sober up, and know I have to change the subject. My mind is whitewashed, blank, vacant, clean. I slept with him. I know that. Fee waves my confession away with a beer mat. It strikes me that when other women confess this type of thing, the reaction is usually a little more stunning. Fee goes on to explain why she's not that astounded. But you sleep with everyone. Actually, I don't. Not anymore. I haven't slept with anyone since Darren. Not even Josh. Fee looks as though she's just received news that there is intelligent life on Mars. More, that they are male. I take a deep breath. We tried, but, well, it was awkward. And so we thought it's probably just the pressure. She doesn't seem to be following me. Josh says it doesn't matter. But patently it does. Josh must be wondering how, since I've slept with half the male race in London, I can't have sex with him, my fiancé. It is a good question. He's lovely. I've slept with men I barely knew, never mind liked. Why the sudden capricious nature? Sex has never been in my head, firmly staying where it should be, in bed. Except for the mind-fuck games which I played, but that was entertainment. I don't do sentimentality, or lamenting lost love. At least, I didn't. I got on, so there was never any issue about, I like him, but I just don't fancy him. Now I have problems with every aspect. His smell. Not that he smells terrible, the reverse is true. Josh always smells beautifully coiffured and doused in aftershave. But I want to smell him. His fingers, his armpits, his feet, his sperm. But then I don't. Well, it was bound to be difficult because we've known each other so long in such a different context. I look at Fee again. From her face, it's clear that my explanation is mud. And so we thought we'd wait until after the, wedding, prompts Fee. I'm grateful. Yeah, the wedding. But the real reason is because you still got the hots for Darren. I'm not saying that. Oh, I thought you were. Another cab, this time to Josh's. I find him in front of his PlayStation. Without taking his eyes off the TV, he tells me that there's beer in the fridge.
This is an unexpected pleasure,
he yells through to the kitchen.
What's on your mind? If it's the ushers, don't worry, your mother's already called me. And she mentioned the honeymoon too. I've cancelled the bungee jumping from Sydney Harbour.
I bring my beer back into the living room and don't waste any time trying to work out if he's kidding or not. No, nothing to do with wedding arrangements. Look, put away the PlayStation. I've got a couple of other dials for you to play with. I sort of dive onto him, quickly fastening my mouth onto his before he can comment on my terrible seduction line. I hastily unbutton his shirt and push it back off his shoulders. I frantically kiss his chest and neck whilst tearing at his buckle.
What's the rush?
He asks as he tries to turn my hasty pecks into lingering kisses. It's time now, I insist. We've waited too long. It's encouragement enough. After all, he is male. He jumps up and walks to the bedroom. I follow him. We undress ourselves quickly. He folds and hangs up his clothes. We get into bed and have sex. He wants to please me. That's obvious. He strokes my head and thighs and caresses my breasts. I bury my head into his neck and squeeze my eyes shut. It's pointless. Darren is tattooed onto the inside of my lids. It's fine. Absolutely fine. I even have brief waves of orgasm, although I don't quite achieve a full climax, but then I rarely do. I lie on my back and stare at the ceiling. Josh props himself up on one arm and lies facing me. I pull the duvet up to my armpits. He strokes my hair.
I'm sorry that was all a bit quick.
No, it was fine. Great. I'm desperate for a cigarette.
Really? You, enjoyed yourself?
He wants to believe it.
I mean, did you,
Yes, really. I came. Well, just about. Relieved, he reaches for his cigarettes.
Well, that's good then.
Yes. He hands me a lit fag, and I edge up the headboard so that I can smoke it. I'm gripping onto the duvet like a Victorian virgin. We smoke in silence, and then we stub out in silence. Do you think we're doing the right thing, Josh?
What? A big wedding rather than something small and intimate? Absolutely. It's going to be a great party, and we've both got loads of people we have to invite. My family, your colleagues, and a few we actually want to invite. A big wedding is definitely right for us.
I hold my breath. As I let it go, unscheduled words tumble out. No, I mean by getting married at all. Double jeopardy. Gin-induced soul-searching. The worst kind.
Well, even if we simply lived together, you'd still have to have sex with me, jokes Josh.
I turn to him and see he's terrified. He coughs.
Was it that bad?
No, I smile, messing his hair and planting a big kiss on his cheek. You are every bit as good as you've always said. We laugh. Me and my mate Josh. I feel more relaxed with Josh than I have done since the engagement. Obviously, it was the sex thing that was stressing me out. It's better to have got that over with. I feel I can talk to him again. I push on. I just worry that neither of us knows how to do this. Neither of us has ever sustained a relationship for any length of time. That's because we were with the wrong people. We are meant for each other. Of course. But my parents are divorced, and yours just stay together to spite one another. Hardly ideal role models. Why am I trying to reach for the self-destruct button? Marrying Josh is what I want to do. Why am I putting doubts in his mind?
Loads of people manage.
Loads of people mess it up too. I counter-argue grimly. But then I remind myself, those who don't make it through are the ones who marry for the wrong reasons. For lust, for passion, because they are irrationally in love. Josh and I are quite different. We are marrying because we are alike. We are compatible. We are comfortable. Fine. Josh puts his hand under the duvet. He rests it on my thigh. He moves his thumb in circles. It feels like he is dragging my skin in the wrong direction.
Again?
He asks. Again? I hadn't thought about again. But of course there's an again. And again and again. I'm a bit tired, actually.
No worries. We've got all the time in the world.
Josh turns away from me and is asleep within seconds. His breathing is deep and relaxed. A lifetime of doing it again. My feet are ice blocks. Chapter 17. Bale has come up with his most ridiculous, irritating and inconvenient idea yet. A party. I'm incredulous. Yes, Jocasta, you know the sort of thing. Music, drink, merriment. But what for? For the troops, of course, to thank them for all their hard work during the difficult times, to celebrate these delightful ones. Bale, nearer the bile of human meanness than the milk of human kindness, has never been within miles of being altruistic. I can't credit it now. I wonder which young PA he has his eye on. I assume that there must be someone he wants the opportunity to befuddle. Even so, it's a lot of expense to run to just get someone drunk. Come off it, Bale. What's really going on? He comes clean. It's a tax break. I have to spend a certain amount on staff training and recreation. I see. I consider it. A party isn't a bad idea. If it takes place after I get back from my honeymoon, I'll be tanned. I begin to mentally run through my wardrobe, considering what I should wear to cause the biggest sensation. All right, I'll look at organising something in August. Too late. All the invoices need to be through by the end of July. The party must take place this month. In that case, no can do. I can use this phrase with Bale. He still thinks ciao is an acceptable greeting. Someone else will have to organise it. I'm getting married on the 21st. I point out the obvious to him. Less than 3 weeks' time? We'll do it before the wedding. Bale reaches for his Playboy desk calendar. He concentrates on the numbers in amongst the cleavages and tight butts. Today is the 2nd. Let's have the party a week on Friday. That's the 13th. You're not superstitious, are you? No, you're not the type. That gives you another week before your wedding to clear the invoices. Bale stares at me. You always throw such good parties. I want to tell him that this isn't in my job description. I want to tell him that I have a number of other projects that need completing before I go on holiday. I want to tell him to go and screw himself. But there's something in his eyes that tells me this isn't up for debate. I know I'm being tested. Am I efficient and committed enough to pull off a huge corporate event the week before I get married? Or am I D-mob happy? The bastard. No problem. I smile and skip out of his office. Bugger! I yell once I'm safely behind my screensaver. What's up? Asks Fee as she passes my desk. The usual. Bale, I groan. He's piling up my workload just to see if I fuck up. I could really do without it. What's he asked you to do? Arrange a party. A party? Great, enthuses Fee, miscalculating the reaction I want by about as much as is humanly possible. She sees my thunderous face and adjusts her jubilant one accordingly. Not great. No, not great, I snap. Besides all the final touches for my wedding, I have to close the books on this quarter's budgets, write a presentation to the executive committee, oversee the production of the murder trilogy drama, secure the contract on the coverage of the Tour de France, get the final episode of this series of Sex with an X in the bag, and approve the casting of the Scott family in Teddington Crescent. Okay, I get the picture. Calm down, says Fee. She puts her hand on my shoulder. I have some capacity at the moment. I'll help. You will? Sure. She sounds nonchalant, and not at all like the lifesaver she undoubtedly is. I want to kiss her. I settle for something more conventional. Thank you. No problem. Fee and I make a great team. She takes charge of arranging the party, decides the theme, arranges caterers and alcohol. She finalises the guest list, which extends beyond staff to include the press, minor celebs, and competition winners. She sends all the invites. Fee works around the clock for 2 weeks. I am really impressed by her commitment and friendship. Whenever I see her, she's awash with project plans, inventories, rosters, and registers. She is nearly continuously on the phone trying to drum up guests, PR interest, entertainers, and glassware. Or she is sending emails, faxes, and couriers to cajole, influence, or sweet-talk whoever into doing whatever. This leaves me free to tackle all my other tasks. It's imperative I leave work in ship-shape condition. I really don't want to have to be making long-distance calls throughout my honeymoon. I work like a madwoman. Long hours and high levels of concentration cause my head to ache, eyes sting, and temples bulge. By the time it gets round to the 13th, I have emptied my in-tray and signed off all the projects that are imperative. The only thing left to do, in the week between the party and the wedding, is close the books on this quarter's budgets. Then, after the honeymoon, I can come back to whatever is in my in-tray. All done. I send my last email of the day with a flourish of satisfaction. Oh, good. I was worried that Cinders wasn't coming to the ball, says Fee. She's scrabbling under her desk, trying to retrieve a kitten heel shoe. We are both high on the spirit of having achieved what was demanded of us, despite the unreasonable nature of the demands. What, and miss your party? Not for the world. She's dressed in a white sequined Moschino number, very Ice Maiden meets LA debutante. I couldn't have chosen better myself. She's obviously taken great care and spent her dowry. Are you getting changed? She nags. I haven't thought about it. Fee pulls her face. Okay, I'll look through my filing cabinet. There's bound to be something to wear in there. I know she's worked hard and wants everyone to appreciate her effort by making an effort. Fee has plumped for a theme of black and white. She said this was largely to do with the invitations being sent out so late in the day. The guests are mostly media lovies, and a dress code stipulating one or other of these colours won't cause any problems. Despite the brief, I emerge from the loos 15 minutes later with freshly applied lipstick and a scarlet dress. It's clingy, flowery, and feminine. I believe in the importance of an entrance. I follow the noise of laughter and clinking glasses and the heady perfume of fat, waxy lilies up to the roof terrace, where we are holding the jamboree. The lift parts, and my first impression is top. Waiters dressed in Paul Smith carry trays of champagne. There are dozens of lanterns and fairy lights everywhere, and whilst it's still too light and warm for them to be anything more than decorative, they are certainly that. There are sculptures of huge chess pieces scattered about. I'm not sure what their original purpose was intended to be, but they are being used as giant ashtrays and bar stools. There are luxurious white faux fur rugs hanging on the walls. The food looks exquisite. It also follows the theme of black and white. Piles of scrumptious-looking caviar followed by attractive miniature summer puddings, made entirely with blackberries and served with heavy dollops of double cream. Fee has done the correct thing by serving small amounts of delicious-looking food. It barely matters what it tastes like, as most of the guests would rather polish the shoes of the entire British Army than consume unanticipated calories. Still, the media lovies look the part, as my mother would prosaically say. They scrub up well. The room is awash with every label in the alphabet, from Armani to a Versace. The effect is magical. I help myself to a glass of champagne and look for someone useful to talk to. Fee prevents this by hurtling towards me. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" she screams. "What? Have I lipstick on my teeth?" I ask, rubbing my teeth with my finger. As I do so, I notice there's soap stuck in my engagement ring. I take it off and start to gouge it out with my fingernail. Something is certainly upsetting Fee. She looks as though she is hyperventilating. I'm so sorry. I can't think how it happened. We used mail merge. His name must have been on the wrong list," she gabbles. "Whose name?" I ask, but Fee can't answer because she's staring at something behind me. She looks like a rabbit terrified and trapped in the headlights of an oncoming truck. I turn. I'm the rabbit. Darren! Darren! I can hardly believe it is him. For months I've been trying to convince myself that seeing Darren again would be the worst thing that could possibly happen to me. But now I'm actually facing him. I have to admit it feels like the best. The crowds around us dwindle, and there's just the two of us. Which is a nightmare, because my tongue is cleaving to the roof of my mouth, and I can't think of anything at all suitable to say. I slip my ring in my pocket. He's breathtaking. He's everything I've been imagining and remembering for the last 6 months. But more. I'm expecting an onslaught of anger and recriminations, and try to head them off by putting us on a polite and formal note immediately. "Are you here for the party?" Then I shoot myself. Or at least, that would be a suitable penalty for such a banal conversation starter, but I don't have a gun handy. "I suppose I am," he says, half grinning and wincing at the same time. My lapella hiccups. Good, good. I'm so pleased. I like this sentence more. It is at once honest and straightforward. Honesty and the ability to be straightforward are things I know Darren admires. "I didn't expect to see you here," I rush to clarify. "Not that I invited you." That sounds awful. I mean, I didn't send out the invites. He looks confused. "Well, it's not your sort of thing, is it?" My voice finally falters and then draws to a halt. I suspect we are both relieved. We stand awkwardly watching other people enjoy themselves until eventually Darren asks, "Will Trixie be coming along?" I'm crushed. He's here for Trixie, not me. Not that he could be here for me. Not after I've ignored him for 6 months. Nor should I want him to be. I'm engaged to Josh, and I don't do casual sex anymore. I try to tell myself that my jealousy is a lazy hangover from my other life. You don't know. I don't think even Fee knows who she's invited, judging by the look of confusion on her face when she saw you. If Trixie is coming, she'll be late, I add sulkily. He's grinning. No sign of disappointment that Trixie may not appear. Maybe he just thought of her because I was behaving like an incompetent. I add, "It's quite a select gathering." I'm touched. In case he thinks I am, I clarify, "And your name got on the list by mistake. A fault with mail merging the wrong list." "Ha!" he guffaws. He actually throws his head back and laughs out loud. As ever, I'm not sure if he's laughing at me or with me, but I don't care. I just like hearing his laughter. It cheers me. It is definitely the most exhilarating sound I've ever heard. "You don't change, do you?" he asks. In fact, I do. I have. And if I tell him I'm engaged, that would prove it. My mouth is welded together. I wait for him to walk away, but he doesn't. Instead, he asks, "What did you think about that article on Ian Schrager's latest hotel?" "Sorry?" "Oh, the one on the Balinese spas?" He is referring to the web pages he's emailed to me. The one on the spas was the last one he sent, 9 weeks ago. "It's just, you never said." Darren stares at me, and his stare could shatter granite. Every one of his emails had been selected with peculiar care. They always referred back to some conversation we'd had in the halcyon period. The 2 weeks when we behaved as a couple. The 2 weeks when we were a couple. I cough up my voice. I often visit the stately homes of the North Side. The side of his mouth twitches a fraction. And the one about historical Oscars. In fact, all the articles were interesting. Darren nods. It's a tight, tense nod, hardly perceptible. I need a drink. I daren't move towards a champagne tray in case Darren takes the opportunity to leave, so instead I flag down a waiter and insist he fetches us a couple of glasses. Darren accepts the glass, but he doesn't look comfortable. "What should we toast to?" he asks. I consider suggesting that we could toast to my engagement, but I don't. To, you. You look well. Let's toast to you, I suggest. "No, that would be far too unchivalrous. How about to you? You're always well, aren't you?" I don't quite know how to answer that. He doesn't sound 100% genuine. I shake my head warily. "Proposing we toast to us seems a bit off-key," he snipes. "Suppose so," I mutter reluctantly. "I've got it. Here's to sex with an X." I catch his eye. Sex with an X," I mutter. Because really, here's to it. But can Darren mean that? He can't be toasting the programme. He loathes the programme. So does he mean a genuine ex? Me? Is he flirting? I clink my glass. I hope he's flirting. I can't believe my luck. I keep expecting him to make his excuses and go and talk to someone else, but he doesn't leave my side. Instead, he attentively fills my glass, fetches me caviar, walks the room with me, allows me to introduce him to innumerable colleagues. He stands outside with me when I feel overwhelmed by the heaving throng. And then he dances with me when I feel so happy that all I want to do is fling my body in random, jerky movements to the thumping bass. He stays right by me, carefully watching my every action, listening to my conversations with other people, and he seems to be happy to do this. We both behave as though we've seen each other every day for the last 6 months. Darren doesn't publicly rebuke me for my terse note and sudden disappearance. He doesn't refer to a single aspect of my despicable and undoubtedly confusing behaviour. I don't know what to make of this. Am I so insignificant to him that he can't even summon up the curiosity to ask me why I behaved so strangely? But if that is the case, why spend the evening with me? If I were more trusting, the only conclusion I could draw is that he wants answers, but he won't embarrass me in front of my colleagues by demanding them. He's too polite. He cares too much. Believing that he cares at all sends me into a state of near hysteria. Throughout the evening he is a delight. He charms and amuses everyone. He chats to Debs, Di and Jackie, who are enraptured with his good looks and general affability. Trixie stands speechless, with her jaw hanging open as she listens to his chatter.
She's literally mesmerised by you,
I tease him.
No, it's drugs.
He grins modestly. I watch as Darren works his sorcery on the celebs who normally make it a rule not to be impressed by or even civil to anyone other than their next paycheck. He grips the gentlemen of the press by quoting their own articles back to them and having an informed opinion on the broadest range of subjects. Anything from the ins and outs of India's election system to the GDP per capita in Japan. He even impresses Bale, who, desperate to meet Darren, follows him around the room and contrives to collide in the urinals. In our 2 weeks together, I'd painted a bleak but accurate picture of Bale, which must now be colouring Darren's judgment. Whilst happy to talk to everyone from the bar staff to the chairman, Darren steadfastly avoids Bale and won't treat him to more than a casual wave across the room. And whilst everyone is captivated by Darren, I am bewitched. He is just as funny and interesting and polite and sincere as I remembered. He is more sexy. I feel as though I am swimming in champagne. Bubbles of euphoria zip through my body where blood and lungs and my nerve system used to be. I feel giddy and lightheaded and light-hearted too. Fuck. What if someone tells him about the engagement before I can? I saw my way through the crowd of women who are congregating around him. It's slow progress, and so I eventually whisper to one of them that Robbie Williams has just arrived. Fickle, they rapidly disperse, leaving Darren to me again. He looks relieved. Enjoying yourself? Yeah, it's great meeting your friends. There's a but in his voice, and I'm glad. Fancy going somewhere less frantic? He agrees immediately. We leave the party and start to stroll aimlessly along the river. We take a similar route to the one we took in January, past the National Theatre, the Royal Festival Hall, the Hayward Gallery, the Queen Elizabeth Hall. We walk on to Westminster Bridge and stop to look at the London Eye. You're impressive, isn't it? Comments Darren. Very, I agree. This is what I love about London. The space, the crowds, the progress, the history, the morphing culture. So he starts to tell me about what he does with his time in London, and how he ended up here in the first place, why he left Whitby, and also how much he misses and loves it. I ask him about his family, and he gives me their news. Sarah's expecting another baby, and Richard and Shelley had a lovely wedding day. He shows me a photo of Charlotte receiving her certificate for swimming 25 metres. The image of her tiny, wet and shivering body, erect with pride, makes me smile. I ask dozens of questions, but he can't give me enough information. I hadn't known I could miss anyone so much. They often ask about you, he says. Do they really? I'm aglow. Yeah, they have a pet name for you. What? I asked tentatively, not sure I want to know. Naomi Campbell, he grins. I start to laugh. I'm going to pretend that is because of my fetish for shoes and model-esque looks, rather than my stunning ability to throw a hissy fit. Darren laughs nervously, too frank to confirm or deny my suppositions. His nervousness makes me laugh louder. I'm laughing at myself, and it's okay. because I'm part of the Smith family jokes. He tells me how his sick trees are and makes me laugh again with descriptions of his new flatmate. We talk and walk for hours. We leave the river at Charing Cross and start to head to St James's Park. We pass Buckingham Palace and march on to Hyde Park. I can't remember exactly when he took hold of my hand. I think it was when we crossed the Mall. I have never held any man's hand in public. It's so territorial, so tacky. Their hands are always clammy, and it's difficult to walk in a straight line with someone hanging on to you. Don't let go. I'm firing on all cylinders. It's been a particularly warm evening, so there are still hundreds of people on the streets, including the terrorists of the speedwalker, tourists, rollerbladers, and pensioners. But tonight their stop-start-stop styles, dangerous speeds, or dithering steps don't annoy me. They seem like part of the tapestry. As do the big issue sellers, the gangs of Euro-trash teenagers, the groups of friends finishing their picnics, the traffic wardens, the dog walkers, the mounted police riding up Birdcage Walk, and the other happy couples. Other happy couples. Other happy couples. My feet are aching. I finally submit. Let's go and get a drink somewhere. Okay. Where? Dunno. It's late and this is not my end of town. And I want to take a hotel room. It's just like that. Because besides all the hand-holding and the conversation and the laughing and the fact that I was desperately proud of him at the party, there's something else. There's my breasts, which have taken on a life of their own. Nipples upturned and outturned, aching, desperate for him to clutch and ply and grasp and tongue. And there are my exploding knickers, creamy with desire, dizzy with craving. We hail a cab within seconds, which is fluky and seems to me to be a sign that this is meant to be. Unashamed, I instruct the cabbie to take us to a hotel. Which one? Any, I reply, irritated by the interruption, for by now he is interrupting. He's interrupting Darren's long, filthy looks of undisguised want. The cab pulls up outside some hotel. We pay in a daze, wildly over-tipping. We muddle through the inconvenience of having to check in and decide which paper we want in the morning. And just as I think we're about to stumble into bed in a stupor, Darren stops in the foyer. We have to talk. We've done nothing but talk all night, I say, whilst tugging at his jacket sleeve, impatiently trying to drag him towards the lifts. Talk about us. The only topic we've avoided. But you're a boy, I joke. Darren won't be deterred and leads me to the hotel bar. I reason that a drink is a good idea. I haven't had one since I left the party, which will have been near 9 o'clock. It's nearly 12 now. I'm in serious danger of sobering up. In the past, I've often found myself in London hotel bars. I know the form. There will be a waiter who shuffles in a manner that is ostensibly discreet. Eyes averted, addressing us as Sir and Madam, rather than anything that hints at our real identity. The waiter will ensure that we've located the loos, knowing that the purchase of condoms will be necessary, and as likely as not somewhere to throw up the night's successors. He will leave a small bowl of cashew nuts and a cocktail menu. He'll expect us to get heinously drunk in an attempt to shed responsibility and any visions of consequences, and he'll expect us to leave a massive tip before we stumble to our bedroom. Darren breaks precedent by ordering a lemonade. His boyish choice makes me giggle until he says, And you, Cass? I suggest we keep clear heads. I want a double vodka and a fuzzy head, but I order a mineral water. We don't say anything in the time it takes the waiter to go to the bar, fix our drinks, and return with them. When the drinks do arrive, neither of us suggests a toast. The silence clings to my brain and congregates in my nose and throat, suffocating me. Why? The question, disgustingly direct, shocks me. Darren is naively expecting an equally open response. He wants truth to shape all his dealings. Whilst when I stumble across it, which is rare, I view it as an obstacle. The late hour and the raw expectancy in his voice defeat me. Is that an all-encompassing why? Why didn't I call? Why didn't I return any of your messages? Why did I dodge you when you came to see me? No, Cass. I know the answers to those questions. He does. How? I know why you ran. I know you are terrified of commitment, and I reasoned that I couldn't do anything about that except wait. I hoped time would show you that I'm serious about you. If I hadn't known at least that much about you, how do you think I could have brought myself to speak to you this evening? Don't you think I was blistering with anger and... He pauses. Pain. But I reasoned that whilst you hurt me, you didn't do it to be cruel. Although you were. You did it because you didn't know how else to behave. You hurt because you are always hurting. That's why I didn't rail at you this evening. Believe me, I wanted to. He pauses, and I look at him. His eyes are a mass of confusion and wisdom, certainty and terror. I feel so ashamed. If he had ranted at me, I could have walked away. I could have sidled back to the sanctuary of aloofness, feeling justified that he didn't understand me and never would. But he does understand me. I never stopped thinking about you, Cass. I never stopped wanting you. What I'm asking you now is why won't you allow yourself to trust me? So he's worked it out. I'm impressed. It shows dedication. But then I know he's the dedicated type. I wonder how to answer his question. After all, he's never let me down, hurt me or disappointed me. In fact, he consistently exceeds my expectations. He has attributes and characteristics that I thought had died out with Merlin and Arthur's Round Table. And even they were myths. I can't think of a logical reason why I wouldn't trust him. I can't think of a convincing lie, so I do the next best thing. I tell the truth. A part of the truth. Something like the truth. I do trust you. Darren's face, previously tight and anxious, melts into the broadest grin. He takes my chin in his hand, tilts my head and kisses me. The kiss is strong, absorbing and complete. Darren is satisfied with my answer. He thinks that his 6 months' wait on the sidelines has brought me to my senses. And so we move towards the lifts, to the bedrooms. I trust him, but he shouldn't trust me. I am engaged to Josh, and whilst I know now, for certain, that I made that promise for the wrong reasons, I did promise. Poor Josh, poor Darren, and if I could bring myself to like myself more, I'd feel sorry for me too. I know I should pull away from Darren, stop him kissing me, stop kissing him back and tell him about Josh instead. But I can't. I'm a coward. Whilst Darren has been the epitome of reasonableness, thus far he won't understand that my fear of loving him drove me into an engagement with another man. I hardly understand it. And I want him so ferociously that I don't know how I'd continue to live if he stopped kissing me now. So whilst Darren's kissing me and illuminating my skin with his strokes and warming my consciousness with the words he's uttering, I am making another promise. This time to myself. This will be the last time. One last fling before I return to Josh. I may trust Darren, but I don't trust love. And whilst Darren has arrived in my life with a certificate of authenticity, he's not carrying a lifetime warranty. Josh does. I plan to enjoy every moment of tonight, and I'll make memories that will fortify and edify me for the rest of my life. That's what I plan. We fall onto the bed, and he forcefully and repeatedly kisses me. My legs entwine around his. Our hands race to rediscover every curve, crevice, ravine, and fissure of each other's bodies. We shed our sticky clothes in a matter of seconds as our skin burns and bleeds into one another's. He kisses, strokes, licks every inch of my body, exploring the obvious parts, my shoulders, my tits, my thighs, discovering the discreet parts, my toes, the crook of my elbow, the space between my fingers. I consume him, tasting his sweat and smelling his sex. I concentrate on the feel of him, which bits of his body are rough, which are smooth. I become familiar with the texture of his hair, all his different hair, his thick, glossy locks, the downy fuzz growing in between his buttocks, the hairs on his chest that thicken and become more coarse around his groin, the bristles that grow on his chin. Right now, whilst I'm with him, I listen to his heart and his breathing, both becoming quicker and less controlled. I smell him, I taste him, I see him. The second before he enters me, he grabs my head in both his hands, and he looks at me. He stares. He knows me. Me with his pubes stuck to my cheek, him with my sex on his lips. I tighten my muscles in my thighs and groin in an effort to cling on to him, to keep him exactly where he is now, in me, with me. I wonder how I walked away from this. I wonder how I'll walk away a second time. It's faster and faster and tighter and harder. I can feel my body responding, and the response is rising. It's coming from my toes, circling up through my legs. But it started in my fingers too, which seemed to be lost in his hair, and then running up and down his back. My arms ache with the exquisite brilliance of it. My head spins with the same shocking ecstasy. The intense feelings of luxury creep up my back and through my heart, meeting in my stomach. The meeting fulfilled in acute spasms of rapture. I jerk with sex. I jolt with sex. And when he screams out that he loves me, I brim over with a feeling of gladness. Suddenly, everything is crystal. This is the last piece of the jigsaw, the glass of freezing water on a blisteringly stifling day, the hot, creamy chocolate after an afternoon on the piste, the sunshine on a wet pavement after a summer storm, the thing the songs go on and on and on about. He's it. Exhausted and sweating, we fall onto each other. I watch him execute the logistics of falling asleep, peeing, putting a glass of water on the bedside table, adjusting the air conditioning, discarding the duvet and selecting a sheet instead, and I'm fascinated. I watch him turn onto his side and see that, as his breathing calms, his shoulders rise and fall steadily. I tuck tightly into him, my breasts on his back, his bum nestling in my pubes, my legs folded into his, finishing with my toes in the arch of his ankle. And it starts to fade. The throbbing anger, cynicism, and mistrust that I've carried around for 26 years start to fade. As does the terrible feeling of loss and grief that I've been soused in since January. I am simply full of love and hope and possibility. The revelation that we are imbued with something more interesting than physical gratification is velvety. The recognition that I, too, have a need for and ability to give respect, friendship, love and passion sings around my head. This man is my destiny. This man is my life. Fuck it. I'll risk it. So he doesn't come with a warranty. So what? I'll risk it. And I'm so lucky to be able to. Cass, you awake? Darren's whisper interrupts my thoughts. Yes, I whisper back, although I'm unsure who we're being careful not to disturb. I was just wondering. What? Will you marry me? Yes. I know. It's slightly unconventional that I am technically engaged to 2 men. Chapter 18. Here I am in the middle of realizing a dream I didn't even realize I had. And it's good. Really good. Wow. That shit about better to travel hopefully than arrive. Losers. Better to arrive spectacularly. And I have. I'm drunk on euphoria, and only a little bit of fear. I want to bottle the experience and keep it on my dressing table. I know he is it, the one, the only one. I'm not sure how I'll maintain this constant high, but I believe it will all take care of itself. We stay in the hotel all morning, excitedly talking about when and where we'll get married. Darren is thrilled when I admit that there's nothing I'd like more than to marry in St. Hilda's Abbey, Whitby.
You mean the church near the abbey? The actual abbey is decayed. It doesn't have a roof.
No, I mean the Abbey. I want to be outside in the open.
We can look into it. I'm not sure of the rules. I suppose once ground is consecrated, it's always consecrated. Long after the roof has fallen in.
He pauses and kisses a mole on my back.
I didn't think you believed in God. What are you doing? Keeping a foot in each camp?
No, it's not that. It just feels right. The Abbey is so beautiful. I felt calm there. We both confessed to a hankering for a winter wedding.
Although it will be freezing, so I'll have to consider erect nipples if we are getting married outdoors. They can ruin a photograph. I comment. Can they?
From his tone, it's obvious that he doesn't think so. I can see me in a long velvet dress, trimmed with faux fur, and him in navy velvet. I can see it all so clearly. We talk about children, how many and their names. Then we agree that we had better get up and start telling people. I freeze. Telling people that I'm marrying Darren necessarily means telling them I'm not marrying Josh. I'm terrified and horrified. I can only imagine the pain and disappointment I'm going to cause. I turn to Darren, and consider confessing everything to him. I'm sure he'll guide me and advise me on how best to handle this awful situation. But the words don't fall out of my mouth. Instead, we agree to negotiate a late checkout. I try to thrust Josh to the back of my mind. We order champagne and drink it in our room. Later, we order lunch, our meal, because we already have our things, cheese on toast, which I can't eat. So instead, we celebrate with more loving. At 4 o'clock, the chambermaid and the manager hover, then hammer outside our door, insisting that the room has to be cleaned, as it is booked by someone else for tonight. Reluctantly, we drag ourselves out of bed and into our clothes. We say goodbye to one another in the hotel lobby, but then can't quite separate, so Darren walks me to the tube, even though he is catching a bus. We say goodbye again at the ticket barrier, but then decide to buy a ticket for him, just so that we can say a final goodbye on the platform. We wouldn't have parted at all, but I have arrangements to meet my mum and Izzy at my flat to do a final fitting of the wedding dress. The wedding to Josh, that is. I expect his reluctance to let you out of his sight was because he isn't sure when, or indeed if, he's ever going to see you again, snaps Izzy. Of course he knows he'll see me again. He trusts me. I trust me. We're going to see each other every day for the rest of our lives. I giggle and do a small on-the-spot jig. I'm just so full of energy. My mother and Izzy stare at me from their seats on the settee. Their faces sort of spoil the moment. Aren't you pleased for me? They exchange looks. Aren't you going to congratulate me on my engagement? Izzy tuts. Which one, little Miss Changey-Mindy? I notice my mother put her hand on top of Izzy's in a futile attempt to calm her. It does seem a little sudden, comments my mum, trying to walk the tightrope between tact and instruction. It's not sudden. I've felt like this for a long time. I've just found the courage to admit it. I haven't changed my mind, just my heart. I am still sure that infidelity, shallowness, and cruelty are out there. I just no longer believe they are my only option. You know, you're right. Infidelity, shallowness, and cruelty are out there, shouts Izzy. And do you know something else? They are right here, too. You epitomise them. What about Josh? Of course, I haven't forgotten him. I admit that I've worked hard in the last 24 hours not to think of him, but he's been with me all the time. He's the shadow on my intense euphoria, which is heartbreaking because I do believe that all he ever wanted to do was make me happy. I can't marry Josh, I state sadly. Well, I realised that you weren't planning on becoming a bigamist, screams Izzy. Her mouth is wide open and her face is the same colour as her tonsils. I kneel in front of them, hoping, rather than expecting, they'll understand. Izzy flings herself back against the settee. My mother moves a fraction closer to me. Although it's hardly a herald of angels, I take this as a sign of encouragement. I try to explain. I didn't believe in love. I couldn't understand why anyone would. When people talked about love, it was like reading reports about war in a faraway country. It just didn't seem real. And then I guess Izzy and my mother are staring at me, which is a bit off-putting. Well, fell in love. Visited the war zone, so to speak, says my mother. She sounds unsure. I plough on regardless. But it was really scary, so Bugger. When did I start stuttering? Ran away. Izzy tuts like a budgie. But once I knew the war zone was real, really real, I found it impossible to ignore. Marrying Josh would be a halfway measure, like sending food parcels. You want to be a foot soldier rather than part of the Red Cross, says my mum. She still doesn't sound confident. Hearing her repeat it back to me like that, I realise how bizarre my analogy is. So I try something more conventional. I am so sorry that I'm going to hurt Josh. But don't you see? It would be much worse marrying him when I don't feel about him the way he does about me. Yes, I see that, says Izzy. That was my point all the way along. Darren makes jokes funnier if he laughs at them, and he makes the room more homely when he enters it. He makes water cleaner, nights blacker, and stars brighter if he notices them. I hadn't wanted to admit that love existed, that I'd made such a monumental, disastrous misjudgment. But I have to because I love him, even when I'm asleep. At this point, it seems a genuine possibility that foreign tongues have possessed me. Fucking I. That's all we ever hear from you, Cass. What about thinking about someone else for a change? I stumble backwards, nearly overwhelmed by the power of Izzy's words. She rarely swears and never says fuck. First you hurt Darren by just walking away from him. Then you pick him back up when you feel like it. It isn't like that, it's... She waves her hands in front of her, cutting through my objections. Imagine Izzy's little skinny hands being so powerful and effective. You are so selfish. She's on her feet now and pacing around the room. Okay, so you believe in love now. Let's have a party. She stamps her foot, and with anyone else I'd have been tempted to laugh. But since this fury is coming from Izzy and directed towards me, all I can do is listen. No, on second thoughts, let's not. Let's examine your ridiculous behaviour instead. I think I prefer the first option, but then I don't think this is a genuine choice situation. I listen to Izzy as she begins to list my crimes against humanity. The way she explains it, it appears that I have more in common with Imelda Marcos than a love of shoes. The horrible way you've treated your countless lovers, the stupid destructiveness of sex with an ex, and finally, your selfish fucking engagement to Josh. With each accusation, Izzy raises her voice a decibel. I fully expect the people in the flat above to bang on the floor and ask us to keep the noise down. My insides are raw. I want to tell her that I wasn't awful to all my lovers, and anyway, most of them didn't really expect anything too laudable. I want to tell her that the show saved jobs. I want to tell her that I love her and Josh, and never meant to hurt either of them. But all these arguments seem hollow and pointless. She's heard them before. She was never that impressed. Anyway, she's gone. The door bangs behind her. I turn to my mother. Do you think she was disappointed because she's not going to be a bridesmaid next week? Don't joke about it, Jocasta, replies my mother sternly. You always rush to hide pain in jokes, and it comes across badly. Subdued, I follow her through to the kitchen. She opens the fridge and pulls out a bottle of Veuve Clicquot. We can always depend on you to have champagne in the fridge, she comments. I've always thought that is so stylish of you. Have you? I'm so stunned I'm momentarily diverted from pondering Izzy's outburst. I'd always assumed that Mum thought champagne was decadent. The only bottles my mum keeps in the fridge are brown sauce and tomato ketchup. My initial surprise is superseded by the fact that my mother expertly opens the champers and pours it into the glasses without spilling a drop. I don't think I've ever seen my mum open champagne in my life. Do you think Izzy's right? I want to know where I stand, but I'm not sure how much more straight talking I can take. Yes, replies my mum, without taking her eyes off the drink she's pouring. Oh. We both silently watch the bubbles fizz and then settle, and I wonder if I'm going to have any friends left if I get through this at all. What are we celebrating? I ask apprehensively. It's not quite as simple as that, is it? I mean, we could raise a glass to your new engagement, but that would seem rather insensitive towards Josh. Poor boy. I stare at my shoes. If only I could turn the clock back. You can't. Ever. States Mum. And as if to prove her point, I notice that the only sound in the kitchen is the clock ticking. Then, in a kinder voice, she adds, "But do you know something? I'm proud of you." Proud of me? I can't believe it. Yes, you've recovered. You aren't letting your father ruin your life. Like he did yours, you mean? I mutter glumly. I really don't want to be reminded of my father right now. All too clearly I remember the innumerable occasions when my mother moaned and grumbled about him. I received the subliminal message loud and clear. Men are bastards. Not all of them, I remind myself. Expecting an onslaught of bitter regret and fury from my mother, I cling to the thought as though it were a shield. Not all of them. He didn't ruin mine, darling. I have a lovely life. Bob and I are very comfortable with one another. Bob? I'm amazed. Surely her life is dished. Why else would it be so quiet? Except, of course, if she likes it that way. Yes, Bob. She smiles and doesn't elaborate. Thank God. I've had enough monumental shocks and surprises in the past 24 hours to last me a lifetime. I've discovered I'm capable of loving. I've learned Darren loves me and revealed that I love him too. I've got engaged. Again. I've heard Izzy say fuck. I've seen my mother open a bottle of champagne. I could not stand knowing that she has a sex life. I'm proud of you for falling irrationally and uncontrollably in love. I didn't know if you'd ever have the grit to do it. I thought your father and I had denied you that on top of everything else. She pauses and then adds, "Well done, Cass." I think she's going to slap me on the back, but she hugs me. It's a small, tight hug. Not exactly the huge grasping to the huge bosom that you see in movies, but then, my mother hasn't got a huge bosom. It's the best hug I've ever received. We pull apart and grin at one another. I think I've just come first in the egg and spoon race. I must have, because my mother is every bit the proud parent. Oh, Izzy, I groan. Don't worry too much about Izzy. She'll come round eventually. She's too kind not to want to see it from your point of view. Smiles Mum. Then she adds, in a tone I'm much more used to hearing from her. Not that you should dismiss what she said. It was spot on. You have a lot of bridges to mend, and maybe some of them will never be repaired. I can't bear to think about that. Now, come and tell me some more about Darren. When will I get to meet him? Don't forget to bring that bottle of champers. She takes my hand and leads me to the sitting room. Mum sits on the settee, and I sit next to her. We while away the early evening with chatter about Darren, and more shockingly, Bob. I tell her the big things that make Darren wonderful, and some of the small things too. He raises his eyebrow and it is so sexy. And he kind of ruffles his hair in a boyish way. Bob does that too. Not that he has much hair, which does, I suppose, encumber the effect. We laugh. Maybe you and Darren would like to have tea with Bob and me on Sunday. I think of a compromise. Or we could all go to a restaurant. She sees it as that and meets me. Yes, that's a good idea. We can get dressed up, make it a bit special. At some point, I ease down the settee and find myself half slumped, half draped across Mum. My head is on her lap, and she's playing with my hair. She runs her fingers over my scalp. I have Darren. I have Mum. I am as safe and as loved as a child. Buzz. Wonder who that can be, I mutter, annoyed that my bonding time with my mother is being so rudely unglued. Buzz. Are you expecting anyone? Asks Mum. No. I drag myself towards the intercom, but before I open the door, it opens from the outside and Izzy falls through it. She's fumbling with her keys and mobile and handbag, which she drops, scattering tissues, money and makeup everywhere. I'm thrilled to see her. "Put the TV on!" screams Izzy. She's tense and still angry, which incites her to forcefully yell, "Now! TV6!" Yesterday, this sudden boldness would have been unusual. Now the unexpected is all that seems available. I do as she says. I hear a familiar theme tune. Sex with an X? But the series is over. Izzy shushes me. "Hello, thank you very much and welcome," says Katie Hunt as she bounds onto the stage. Her tits are trembling and, to make the job of the close-up camera easier, her shirt is unbuttoned one more button than necessary. "Well, ladies and gentlemen, have I got a treat for you?" She winks cheekily, the way I taught her to. Izzy hands me a gin and tonic, which I take unquestioningly. I see that she's poured Mum a sherry. "Tonight, we are featuring our very own voice of our generation, only days before her wedding. We are going to see if she's ready to say, 'From this day forward,' or is it a case of 'From this lay forward'?" The audience erupts into loud oohs and fwahs. Our celeb was given the opportunity to appear on the show, but has declined. So instead, we'll meet her fiancé, Joshua Dixon. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Josh! The gin and tonic slips out of my hand onto the floor. The glass smashes and the liquid spills in all directions. None of us moves to mop it up. "Josh, you don't mind if I call you Josh, do you?" Katie purrs. Josh shakes his head, always one to be taken in by a pretty face. "Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your relationship with your fiancé, Jocasta Perry? Tell us why you're here tonight."
Cass and I have known each other since we were children.
"Ah," chorus the audience, no doubt incited by the stage manager holding up a big sign reading, "How sweet." We have other ones reading, "Shame" and "Condemn." The signs were Bale's idea.
I love Cass. I've always loved her. Right through school, university, and when we both got jobs.
As Josh is saying this, photos of Josh and me appear on screen. One when we are about 8, and he is pushing my swing. I'm grinning, a gappy, toothless grin, and kicking my legs high. You can see my knickers. Josh looks intense, and as though he's working hard to push me higher. In fact, he was trying to push me off the swing so he could have a turn. Of course he was. He was a brother to me. I've always loved that photo, says Mum. I scowl at her. There's another one of us at university, getting our degree certificates. Josh is adjusting my gown. Then several others, where we were doing our own thing. Josh in his chambers, me at various parties or functions. The thing they have in common is that I'm always surrounded by men and holding a glass of champagne. Josh is always alone. Why haven't they shown any of you working? Asks Mum. Or any of Josh partying? He's such a cheerful young man, and he seems to be a loner in these. Exactly. That's what they want to imply. I rake my hands through my hair. I know exactly where this is going, and I'm quite powerless to stop it. Izzy pats me on the knee. We don't take our eyes off the screen. Cass seems quite a party girl, pursues Katie.
Well, yes, she is,
confirms Josh. And in case he's misinterpreted, he adds,
but I like that in her.
When did you get engaged?
March this year.
So you've waited for Cass for 26 years. You staying at home whilst she's been having a high old time. I hope she's worth the wait. Katie turns towards the camera and grimaces. We don't get to hear what Josh replies, even if he was honest enough to admit that he didn't exactly hang around in the wings for 26 years. More like bought shares in Durex. Audience don't get to find out, because the camera cuts to some affidavits from my friends and colleagues. We see them say, up for it, game on,
wild,
fun,
skilled, if you know what I mean.
The audience has no idea what question was asked or how the interviewee was led into a certain response. They could have been talking about my attitude to work. They could have been talking about someone else. I know this because at TV6 we aren't always that consistent in our approach to interviewing for Sex with an X, and we edit for maximum entertainment rather than authenticity. In the past, I've advocated this. Now I'm regretting it. Katie gets Josh to talk about how he proposed to me. The audience lap up the cream rose, dim lights, huge diamonds. He omits to mention the fact that the weeping of the freshly ditched Jane was still echoing around the flat. Nor does he mention his New Year's resolution or the tax breaks. Fair enough. I wouldn't either if I were him. Josh talks about all the preparations, cost and care for our big traditional wedding. He doesn't say that my mum has done all the work. They cut to lots of footage of Josh talking to caterers, florists, and the guys who erect the marquee. I can only assume this footage was filmed especially because, to my certain knowledge, Josh has not visited any of these people to actually plan for the wedding. My mother confirms this when she comments, "But that's not the florist we are using." She looks at me and corrects herself. "Were using. That's not the florist we were using." Why do you think Josh is talking to them? She's far too innocent for me to be able to explain. "Josh, it's clear to see that Jocasta is a bit of a flirt." The words cut. A neat incision. "But why did you contact the studio? Is there a particular ex that you feel might threaten your relationship?" Katie Hunt tilts her head to one side and smiles sympathetically. I've seen her practice that in the mirror in the loos.
There's this one guy, Darren Smith.
The incision rips to a wider gash. They play a film of the TV6 party. Even in this stupefied state, I have to credit the editor. It's a fine piece of work. Because the cameras were concealed, and I obviously haven't signed a release form allowing TV6 to film me. They have had to use a black stripe to obscure my eyes. But since they have just shown numerous stills of me, the strip doesn't conceal my identity. I just look sinister, a bit like a masked madam at a brothel. The film starts with a shot of me slipping my engagement ring into my pocket. This is repeated 4 times, and then it shows me greeting a masked Darren. Cut to me beaming like a Cheshire cat. It shows Darren being attentive towards me, bringing me caviar and champagne. They speed that bit up, and because of my animated hand gestures and his vigilance, it looks as though I am bossing and directing him on an endless stream of jobs. Fetch this, bring that, go there, and come here. Cut to Darren and me dancing together. We were actually dancing to an innocuous cover version of Let's Twist Again, but TV6 have dubbed in husky, throbbing R&B. The camera angles are such that I look as though I'm gyrating my groin almost in Darren's face. Cut to me trying to get through the crowd of women hanging round Darren. Again, this is speeded up, and by shaking the camera, the effect achieved is one of violence. It looks as though I'm shoving away the competition. There's a bit where we were chatting exuberantly, my hair cloaking our faces. It looks as though we were snogging, at it like hammer and tongs. We had openly left the party together, but by editing 2 different bits of footage, one of Darren going to the loo and another one of me going out of the room for a moment to take a call on my mobile, it looks as though we deliberately left separately and then met furtively outside the building. If this were a film about anyone other than Darren and me, I'd be thrilled. Darren. I watched Darren and me walk along the river. I was right. We did start holding hands by the mall. I see us get in a cab and arrive at a hotel. The masks hide the look of longing and apprehension in Darren's eyes and blank out the moment where the caution rinsed from mine. It all makes sense now. That's why we were able to get a cab so easily. A plant. The cabbie knew which hotel to take us to. The one with hidden cameras in the lobby, bar and corridors. That's why breakfast arrived even though we hadn't ordered it. TV6 needed an affidavit from the bellboy that we were in bed together. That's why the manager couldn't let us stay at the hotel for another night. Too right they needed to clean the room out. More like they needed to collect evidence. I'm right. The film finishes with a number of shots of the debris of our love. A camera pans around the bedroom we left. Empty bottles of champagne, discarded sachets of bubble bath, crumpled sheets on the bed and used condom packets in the bin. The last 2 shots cause the audience to titter. There is no voiceover. No accusations are actually articulated, because if they were, I could sue the hides off TV6. But the implication is clear. The masked woman, identifiable as Jocasta Perry, has betrayed Josh, the smiley, affable chap on the stage. I feel betrayed, exposed, dirty. Katie Hunt is exhilarated. Her obvious excitement is bordering on sexual arousal. She tries to contain it as she turns to Josh. So, how does that film make you feel, Josh? There are no winners. Poor Josh. Despite having watched every episode of Sex with an X, it is clear to me, his former best friend, that he had no perception of the humiliation, upset and pain he was about to bring upon himself by opening this Pandora's box. The same could be said of me, but doubly so. How had I ever thought this showing of bloodied sheets was entertainment? How could I have ever thought that it was okay to reduce love to petty gossip and to aggrandize betrayal to something glamorous rather than grubby. Josh looks worn and defeated. He tries but fails to summon his charming smile. The audience sigh collectively. He looks as though he's going to cry. Oh my God, he is crying. It's excruciating. As I mentioned, Jocasta Perry was invited onto the show, but refused to appear. That's an outright lie. I'll get my lawyers onto that. I snap. But I know the situation is beyond help or hope. TV6 have made a calculated gamble. Even if I sue for invasion of privacy, as this show has been much more intrusive than any other, they have a hit. We do, however, have a recorded interview with her. They show footage of me in a meeting, presenting on Sex with an X. I am not wearing a mask because I made this film for TV, to publicise the show. I gaze brazenly at the camera. I am, in fact, talking about the show when I comment, Sex with an X is unbeatable, risky, dirty, cheeky, and above all, fun. But I know that the millions of viewers watching think I am talking about Darren. And let's leave the final word with Darren Smith, beams Katie. Close-up of Darren leaving the station after having seen me on the tube. Even the black stripe over his eyes doesn't make him look comical. He looks more like a modern-day Lone Ranger. He leaps up the steps 3 at a time. He reaches the top of the steps and leaps into the air, punching it. Cut to me winking and saying, cheeky and above all, fun. Air punch. Above all, fun. Air punch. Izzy and my mother stay silent as the credits roll. I switch off the TV. What did that last bit mean? Asks my mother. Do you... Izzy's struggling. Do you think Darren was in on it? I pelt her with a silencing glance, and she looks at her shoes. I finally find my voice. How could they do that to me? I hate the studio. I hate the media. You invented it. It's your baby, points out Izzy with uncalled-for reasonableness. This isn't a baby. Babies are cute. This is Frankenstein's monster's more vicious big brother. As I say this, I know she's thinking this serves me right. I also know she's correct. My eye flicks with tiredness. My head aches. I'm suddenly freezing. I go to my bedroom and unearth a jumper and some socks. Back in the sitting room, my mother and Izzy are sitting still, like statues, where I left them. I pull my jumper tighter around me. The chill seems to be coming from the inside. So, do you think Darren set you up? Persists Izzy. No. I'm horrified that this thought has entered her head. You're certain? I'm positive. Izzy, I trust him. It's just that he did seem to forgive you rather too easily. He might be a saint, but it seems more likely that he was part of the plot and wanted revenge. You're wrong. He couldn't have faked it. I know it was absolutely real. Everything from the party, to the walk along the river, to the hotel. He's my fiancé, for God's sake. But even considering that, I trust him. I keep hold of my pictures. Him singing into the bathroom mirror. My hands toweling dry his soapy back after our bath. him shining his shoes with the little polishing kit they leave in hotel rooms. I don't allow the film to replace them. I know what I know. The telephone starts to ring. Foolishly, my mother answers it. It's a reporter from the Mirror. I take the handset from her and hang up. It immediately rings again. I disconnect the phone at the wall. My mobile immediately rings. Of course, I've made myself accessible to the press in the past. My numbers have been widely circulated. I turn off my mobile. Izzy looks out of the window. She's right to expect to see the pack. I start to think of the people who must have been involved in this setup. Bale certainly must have given the go-ahead. But Bale has not betrayed me. Betrayal requires an atom of self-awareness. With Bale, this kind of behaviour is closer to animal instinct. Unpleasant as I've always found him, I can certainly believe that he'd stitch me up in this way for ratings. He'd sell his mother to the white slave trade if he thought it would make good television. But he's not bright enough to have come up with the idea. That must have been Fee. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but Fee knew how I felt about Darren. She was unusually keen to help me arrange the party. I bet she suggested the party to Bale in the first place. Of course. Why else would she have enough time to help me out? Bale makes sure all his staff are on overdrive all the time. She sent out the invitations and she never makes mistakes, mail merge or otherwise. How could Fee do that to me? I thought we were friends. But were we? Was I ever a real friend to her? When she joined the station, she had tried to be agreeable, but I made it clear our relationship was strictly business. I recognised the fact that she was fiercely intelligent and ambitious. I was threatened. So instead of developing her potential, working her into the team, recognising her achievements, I tried to contain her talents. All I've taught her is ruthlessness, selfishness, and egotism. Still, she seems to have learnt those lessons pretty well. And it's not just Fee. Debs and Di must have been working on the publicity for this. Jackie must have cooperated too. Katie Hunt was having a great time exposing me as a bitch, and I gave her her first big break. What could I possibly have done to offend her? Maybe she just thought I was fair game. Tom and Mark may have held a grudge because I slept with them and then dumped them. Gray because I didn't. Ricky's trickier. What have I done to hurt him? Failed to comment on how fetching he looked in his new diesel shirt. I think of the time that he needed me to negotiate a schedule change with the homophobe executive. I'd agreed to go to lunch and then stayed with Darren. I didn't even remember to cancel the date. The executive never forgave Ricky and has made his life hell in 1,000 small ways since. Obviously, Ricky felt I'd let him down. And Jack, the cameraman, Ed, the editor, Mike on sound. How we've laughed about that. The Mike. We roar. Jane on special effects. We've shared Kit Kats. And then, when it came to the crunch, they all betrayed me. These are depressing thoughts, but the worst of it is I know that I deserve it. It doesn't surprise me that I failed to inspire any loyalty anywhere with anyone, because it has been my mantle. No trust, no honesty, no fucking possibility. I'm being treated badly because I treat people badly. My mother and Izzy stare at me cautiously. waiting to see the result of mixing the mortal cocktail of resentment and humiliation. They are expecting me to swear that I'll never, ever trust anyone again. Cautious before, impenetrable now. It wouldn't surprise them if I insisted on leaving the country, where my impenetrable aloofness would be further enhanced by the fact that I'd be struggling with a phrase book. They are waiting for the fury and the vows that I will never, ever confide, trust, respect, or love again. Instead, I say, I'd better call Darren. Chapter 19. Josh. Silence. Josh, it's me, Cass. I guess that this is more information than necessary in light of our history.
Well, hello, little lady.
He sounds suspiciously joyous, which I know can't be the case. Josh, are you drunk?
Yes, and you'll still be beautiful in the morning.
He sounds wounded, regretful, and disgraced. Oh, Josh, I'm so sorry. The inadequate words fall down the telephone line.
Which bit are you sorry about, Cass? The 26-year friendship? Agreeing to marry me? Committing infidelity in front of 12.4 million viewers? Or the colour of the bridesmaids' dresses?
I smile. I love him for being kind enough to joke with me, even though I am pretty sure I can hear his heart splintering at the other end of the phone. 12.4 million. A record for the programme and TV6. It's now unlikely that Sex with an X will be ousted into another time slot to accommodate blockbuster films. Fee's done her job. The irony is that I helped her to bring about my fall. If I hadn't been so determined to boost my own public image by insisting on appearing in every tabloid, magazine and chat show, my marriage would never have been so interesting to the general masses. If I hadn't created resentment in the journalists by manipulating them, maybe, just maybe, they wouldn't be so keen to put the Russell and Bromley in now. The press have jumped on the exposure story, inciting yet greater interest as each day passes. A number of the chat shows have run opinion pieces, asking their viewers to ring in and vote for who I should marry, Josh or Darren. The Qualities also ran the story, turning it into a modern-day morality tale. And indeed, all my ghosts have visited me, past, present, and future. Josh is far too cute for anyone to want to consider his part in this, so the blame has been well and truly and entirely left at my door. The moral condemnation overlooks the fact that 12.4 million silently vindicated my infidelity by being entertained by it. I understand. The more vehement the condemnation of me is, the more entire their absolution. Clean hands. I don't blame them. I haven't exactly advocated collective responsibility in the past, besides which, it is my fault. Even I know that. The florist who had been booked to provide flowers for the wedding is suing me. He claims that as Sex with an X filmed a substitute florist, he was denied the publicity which was rightly his. I don't think this will stand up in court, but a number of other suppliers have jumped on the bandwagon. The caterers, the cartoonist, and the manager of the reception venue are demanding that they be paid in full. Even the vicar is looking for a public apology and, more secularly, compensation for the bell ringers. But then I guess the fact that the number of weddings has declined by 35% since the first episode of Sex with an X is reason enough for the church to feel aggrieved. Past guests of Sex with an X have emerged in droves, reselling their stories with a new spin, i.e. how I incited the infidelities, which is not true. There are enough careless people in the world without me having to do that. Some guests say the channel gave them money to commit infidelity. Untrue. Others say that I offered sex for them to cooperate. Lie. Nothing is so bad that it cannot be said of me. Every one of my exes who could come forward without jeopardizing his own relationship has done so. Exactly how I give fellatio is now a matter of common knowledge, as is where I get my hair cut, how many fillings I have, how much I paid for my apartment, my bra size. I have been laid open, unmasked.
I take it the wedding's off, is it, Cass?
Josh asks. I think I hear hope in his voice, which is worse than all the above. I know his heart rate and breathing have quickened. I know his mouth is parched, and his stomach somersaulting.
Cass, I'm sorry about the show. I should never have agreed to do it. I didn't know they were going to stitch you up that badly. I didn't approach the studio, they approached me. They didn't stick to the rehearsed questions. I didn't...
I know. I sigh, cutting him off. He needn't explain. I'd assumed the best of him, blaming him for little more than naivety. It is a pity that Josh didn't have enough confidence and trust in our relationship, and therefore put us both through this. But he was right not to trust me, so the pity and shame are mine. It's not your fault, Josh. I'm sorry they used you.
Can't we just put it behind us?
Hopeful. No. We both know I can't marry you. Firm. I am sorry they used you to get at me, but I'm more sorry that I used you. I take a deep breath. I love you, Josh, but I'm not in love with you. I agreed to marry you for the wrong reasons. For the first time, I understand what the expression "cruel to be kind" really means. I'm not using it as an excuse to dump someone who's outgrown his use, become tedious, or whom I've simply stopped fancying. Dare I add the next bit? And I don't think you are really in love with me. I hear him take a sharp intake of breath. It sounds as though I've punctured his lung. I've certainly punctured his dreams.
What the fuck do you know, Cass?
He snaps drunkenly. Not much, I admit. I pause. There isn't a gentle way. But a bit more than when I agreed to marry you. I am so very sorry, Josh.
But it's so humiliating. The invites have gone out.
He's pleading with me, nearly begging, but instead of the cold delight that I used to derive from impassioned accounts of unrequited love, I hurt for him. Please, Josh, don't say any more. If I wasn't so swollen with sadness, I'd be amused that he hopes that anyone who's received an invitation will still consider it valid. All Britain knows I'm not going to be wafting down the aisle in a cloud of silk and lace this Saturday.
You don't believe that thing about the one, so aren't I as good as the next one? Better than none?
Josh, you're wonderful. You'll make someone a fabulous husband, I say truthfully.
But not you.
There's no need for me to comment.
And Are you planning to keep the champagne on ice for your wedding to Darren? He asks sarcastically. Your adulterous friend.
I try to be patient and remember he is within his constitutional right to be bitter and livid. I don't say that sleeping with Darren wasn't infidelity. Sleeping with Josh was.
You know, we can't ever see each other again, he threatens.
This is complex. A fat tear splashes onto my lap. Crying is now significantly more natural than breathing. If that's what you want, I say, knowing this is not what I want, but I have to respect his wishes now.
You realise what I'm saying? There will be no one to fix your washing machine or check the oil and water in your car. No one to send out for pizza in the middle of the afternoon because you and Izzy are too engrossed in your movie to move your asses.
He's trying to sound angry, but I can still hear the tears in his voice. I'll miss you. I love you. I'm sorry, I squeak, and I put the phone down. I know I can get in a plumber, take the car to the garage, and order my own pizza. I can do it alone, but I'll miss him. I'll miss his stupid jokes and his stories about court. I'll miss his hugs and his cooking. I'll miss our shared history. I'll miss his friendship. Darren. His face cuts into my consciousness, explodes, and sends tiny particles of emotion hurtling into my heart, knocking me sideways. It doesn't feel secure. It feels risky. But it feels safe too. I don't feel certain, but I am sure. It's right, and it is fractious. I can't marry one man knowing I am in love with another. The odd thing is, I've lost Darren. Quite literally. I have spent the last 4 days trying to track Darren down, but he's vanished. His mobile is switched off. And when I went to his house, his flatmate told me he hadn't seen him since the night before the TV6 party. I went to his laboratory, an office, to ask for him. No one had seen him for a few days. It was suggested that he might have been consigned to an away job, but if anyone knew where that might be, they weren't going to tell me. Public enemy number 1, no matter how much I cajoled, threatened, or pleaded. Izzy sees his disappearance as an admission of his involvement in the setup. Mum's reserving judgment, but as the days have slipped by and there's been no contact, her face has become increasingly fraught. I know he wasn't in with Bale and Fee. I don't know why he's disappeared, but I know he didn't betray me. So, after all my years of skepticism, mistrust, selfish hedonism, I find I have landed here, exactly where I was scrupulously avoiding. In love, but alone. I guess that's evidence that there is a God. Or at least, my 53 cast-off lovers would think so. I returned to the office on Thursday. It's a difficult journey into work as journalists are constantly trailing me. One of them is more tenacious, or junior, than all the others and has been camped outside my door since Saturday. He's obviously unsuited to sleeping rough and now looks as bad as I feel. Seeing his chilled and crumpled state this morning, I take pity on him and pass a few pleasantries and offer him a cup of tea. He looks at me suspiciously, but is too cold to turn down the tea. It may be July, but it's a British July. You shouldn't believe everything you read, you know. I'm not Cruella de Vil. He takes the tea. Are you planning on trailing me all day? He nods. Well, I'm driving to work. I might as well give you a lift. He doesn't know whether to accept my offer. Naturally, he's trying to discern what my ulterior motive could be. There isn't one. I'm too worn out to formulate a comeback strategy. I'm not even sure that I want to. I arrive at the office by 8:15 a.m, and although I haven't managed to go to the gym, I enter with my kit bag over my shoulder to give the impression that not only is it business as normal, but I am healthy and sane. I'm wearing a charcoal grey Armani suit, emotional armour, and dark glasses to hide the bags under my eyes, induced from lack of sleep and endless crying. But then, I do work in media, and as long as the glasses are designer, no one thinks twice about my wearing them inside. I walk through the glass open-plan offices, cursing, not for the first time, the architect. Had he considered my public humiliation when he put together his design? I nod to a few faces and ignore the sniggering and whispering. I walk the marathon to my desk, sit down, and put on my PC. I ring Jackie's extension number. Jackie, can you bring me a double espresso, please? I ask, as I do every morning. You're back? She doesn't trouble to hide her disbelief. I am. I had summer flu, but I'm back now. Glad to hear you're better, she stutters. Thank you, Jackie. Can you bring me my diary? Oh, and can you make room in it so that I can see Bale today? Well, actually, your diary is clear. I get it, but pretend not to. Fine. Then I'll have time for some invoicing, and it shouldn't be difficult for you to get me an appointment with Bale. I hang up. Bale agrees to see me at 11 a.m. In the meantime, the entire staff studiously avoid me. My leper-like state is due to the widely held belief that luck is catching, both good and bad. When I was fast-tracking my way through promotions, I'd been an extremely popular girl. Trixie is the only exception. She does pop by my desk to say hi. But then I suspect that in her drug-induced state, she has no idea what happened on last week's show. I choose to wait until 11:05 before I walk into Bale's office. Fee is sitting there already. Bale, you've put on weight. I smile. Pleasantries over, I close his office door. He reminds me of a walrus. His pink fleshiness indefinitely merging nose into lip, lip into chin, chin into neck, into chest, and suddenly we arrive at his feet. I try to think of his good points. I can't. He doesn't even close his mouth when he chews his food. I turn to Fee. She, on the other hand, looks magnificent, triumphant, glowing. I think of Lady Macbeth. She's wearing an Alberta Ferretti suit, which, as I've never seen it before, I can only assume was bought from her ratings achieved bonus. Nice suit, Fee, I comment. Didn't realise they took blood money at Harvey Nicks. Thought it was just credit cards. Oh, come off it, Cass. You know the game. She looks sensational, and I know for certain that my team will now be worshipping at the Temple of Fiona. They can't see through her, because they are dazzled. She's dazzling. Have a seat, Cass, offers Bale. I note it's the low one. They'll tower inches above me if I sit in it. I prefer to stand.
Oh, not stopping?
Asks Bale. They start to snigger. Did you catch the show on Saturday? Asks Fee, which sends them into raptures.
Have you seen the runs? Aren't you going to congratulate us on the ratings? You always said a show with Darren Smith would break all records, pursues Bale.
Ratings. Is that all you think about? I snap, despite my vows to remain cool and calm throughout.
Yes, Cass.
He thumps the desk and suddenly turns serious.
Ratings are all I think about. And up until recently, when you fell in love, that's all you thought about.
Slapped face. Even this repulsive cliché knew more about me than I did. I don't think there's any point in my trying to explain that the cost of ratings rocketing is hearts plummeting.
You let us down, Cass. Running up north after that hippie gypsy, coming back with loads of mumbo-jumbo ideas on emotionally profitable programmes. You're a disappointment. Just because Darren isn't a materialistic, hedonistic fascist, that does not make him a hippie gypsy. I yell back. I think about it for a moment and then add, and anyway, what's wrong with hippie gypsies?
Bale and Fee roar with laughter. Her boobs and his belly bounce up and down as their laughter ricochets around their bodies. I stay still. I expect this type of thing from you, Bale. But you, Fee, you've surprised me. How could you do this to me? Fee stares back, insolent and unashamed. You knew that Josh and Darren would both be hurt and that I'd become public property.
Yeah, I heard that Dazza did a runner, sneers Bale. Bad luck, Cass.
Still, look on the bright side, comments Fee. There's been so much publicity about your abilities in the sack that, besides Darren, absolutely every man in the country wants to shag you. And the bright side is? Oh, come on, Cass. You've never been one to turn down a shag. No, I sigh and rub my forehead. Not in the past. I'm sick of the small talk. Well, as jolly as it is passing pleasantries with the pair of you, I think it's time I got to the point. I'm resigning.
Accepted. I was going to fire you for your recurring absences without doctor's certificates, but then we'd have to negotiate severance pay. It's so much cleaner this way. Although, not as financially advantageous to you. He taunts. I don't care about the money. I turn to Fee. I've got to hand it to you, Fee. I thought you were going to have to fuck Bale to gain his favour. Instead, all you had to do was fuck me. Good choice. I'm far prettier. I let the door slam behind me. I walk out of the office, past my desk. I don't even bother to empty my cupboards. I walk to the lift, through the reception, and keep walking out of the door. And I surprise myself, because as the door swings behind me, I feel better than I've felt for a long time. So I get my hair cut, all off. My God, your hair! Squeals my mother when I pop round to see her and Bob on Thursday night. Don't worry, it's not an act of self-loathing or penitence. I just wanted, a change. My mother looks as though she's about to cry, and so I'm grateful when Bob says, "It's very fetching, Cass." Bob's okay, quite a decent bloke, once you look past the brown cords. Thanks. I force a smile across the fish fingers and beans. I see him gently nudge my mother. Well, I expect it's a good idea to herald a new beginning, she stutters heroically. You might shake the press for a day or two. My head's much lighter. I estimate that my hair weighed pounds, but my heart is still heavy. After supper, I turn down the offer to stay the night and hurry to catch the tube.
I spend the next day on the telephone. I recall Darren's mobile. Flat, lab, and office. No joy. I make a list of national parks and call each one of them to see if he's working with any. He's not. I then start on London's parks, and when I still don't unearth him, I try 20 or 30 others up and down the country. There are plenty of sick trees, but Darren's not ministering to any of them. I walk the streets hoping to spot him. It's futile. I then gather my courage and call the Smiths in Whitby. His father answers the phone. "Hello, Mr. Smith. You probably don't remember me." I had the impression that my stay at the Smith household passed Mr. Smith by. I was merely an interlude between Countdown and the chat shows. "It's Cass Perry. I'm a friend of Darren's, sort of friend. Somewhere between arch enemy and fiancé."
Hello, pet. Of course I remember you. When you came on the telly, I said, wasn't she the one who was up here chasing our Darren? And Mother said I was right.
I'm a bit stuck for what to say next. The fact that Mr. Smith referred to my chasing Darren is bad enough, but my worst fear is confirmed. Darren's family saw the show.
I've seen your picture in the paper, too.
Marvellous. Well, I was just ringing. It's a bit awkward, really. You see, I need to talk to Darren, and I can't find him.
Aye.
Well, I was wondering if you'd know where he is.
Aye.
And whether you'd tell me. I cross my fingers. In fact, they've been crossed for days now, which makes it very difficult to hold a cup of hot coffee and almost impossible to tie my trainers.
Well, that's something else. I'm not sure I can do that. I'll have to ask Mother. Mother!
He bellows. I have a vision of Mrs. Smith running along the corridor in a waft of baking smells and fury. I am terrified and want to put the phone down. But if I do, I'll never find Darren. Mr. Smith has put his hand over the handset, but even so, I can still distinguish distinctive, wrathful mutterings.
No better than she ought to be. The cheek of her. I'll give her what for.
I'm paralysed with fear, and now can't put the phone down, even if I wanted to.
Yes,
she barks.
Who is this?
It's Cass Perry. Meek.
Who?
Insincere. Cass Perry? Darren's friend. Tentative.
Hardly.
Outraged. Mrs. Smith, I can imagine how angry you are.
Oh, you can you?
She sniffs.
I doubt it.
But I really do need to talk to Darren. I persist. Silence. I can hear the cogs of her mind whirl round.
I won't help you.
The phone goes dead, and I'm left with the cold, continuous tone that tells me no one wants to speak to me. I wonder if he is there. Perhaps he was in the yard, kicking a ball around with Richard, oblivious to the telephone wires that I am trying to crawl through to reach him. Or perhaps he did know I was on the phone and just didn't care. Saturday is red hot. The sun is pouring in through my windows. Insensitively cheerful, I consider that this is the fine weather I hoped I'd wake up to on my wedding day. Now the sun's mocking me. I pull down the blinds. I look around my flat and try to think of something to do to while away the next 50-odd years. Throughout the last few days, I have tidied, ordered, arranged, and rearranged every aspect of my life. My cereal packets are arranged in descending size order. My knickers are arranged in colour and date purchased order. My cosmetic bottles are separated into sections, face, body and hands, and then subdivided by brand. And my books are alphabetically categorized. Everywhere I look is tidy, neat and trim. It's ironic that I know exactly where to locate the list of who I sent Christmas cards to for the past 5 years, but I've no clue as to where to find my fiancé. Besides the physical tidying up, I've had time to do a bit of mental cleaning out too. I've written a list of the things that have gone wrong, or more specifically, and much more humbling, the things I've done wrong. I approached my list methodically, subdividing my crimes into categories: Darren, Mum, friends, work, lovers, and an all-encompassing general. The same themes recur in each section. I've selfishly pursued my own peace of mind, ruthlessly trampling on the feelings of others. Worse, I've justified my behaviour by sulkily holding a grudge against my parents for having the audacity to make their own decisions and live their own lives. I think of Fee's question, asked in some grotty pub after we'd both become careless with alcohol.
Couldn't you have just, I don't know, muddled along like the rest of us?
Yes. In retrospect, I suppose I could have. Should have. After all, I was given enough chances. Why didn't I see that my mother was teaching me about love, not restraint? She loved me so much that she put me before anyone else for years. Why did I have to resent that and see it as a pressure? I had amazing friends, and how did I repay them? By bossing one and using, then humiliating the other. Izzy's and my friendship is held together by a very slight thread right now. I know that the only way I can possibly hope to keep her as a friend is to learn to deal honestly and fairly. Josh, my dearest friend, is lost forever. I can't see how either of us can ever recover from this. Too much hurt pride on his side, too much shame on mine. I used my power at work childishly, thoughtlessly. I was so heady on the success of ever-increasing ratings and advertising billings that I was blinkered to the destruction the programme was wreaking. I now force myself to consider every aspect, from the woman weeping in my reception on Christmas Eve to the silk farm that had to close down after their exports decreased so significantly. I wonder how many lives I altered the course of with Sex with an X. Was it fair to involve myself and the general public in people's loving and living? Would those people have muddled up the aisle if it hadn't been for my intervention? And if they had, would it necessarily have ended in disaster, as I'd always maintained? Perhaps it was unfair putting such emotional pressure on individuals just before their weddings. Perhaps it hadn't been a flat playing field. I realise now that Sex with an X was not much more than an elaborate way to try to prove that my father was the rule rather than the exception. I had boasted about dealing in desolation, but I hadn't a clue what desolation was. I feel sick. I stand up and walk into the kitchen, trying to put some distance between me and the ugly list. I pour myself some Evian and hold the cold glass to my forehead. It soothes the aching momentarily, but I'm aware that my actions are similar to those of an air hostess asking, "Chicken or beef?" seconds before the plane crashes. I pick up the pen. My ex-lovers. I'm resolute that the majority knew where they stood with me. Hearts and flowers were not part of our dialogues. These men were mostly the ones with wives or girlfriends, the ones who wanted a quick, no questions asked bonk, and I supplied it. but had the wives and girlfriends been in on the deal? Unlikely. Now I wonder how many times I caused a heart to sink as those women found my telephone number scribbled on a scrap of paper. And what if some of the men, especially the single ones, were surprised that I never called back, and a little hurt, perhaps insecure? Is it possible that Izzy is right, and men have feelings too? I think of Darren. I think of Josh. Of course it's possible that they have feelings. My neat list has become a random mind map with arrows and circles like Venn diagrams, connecting one action to another. Looking at the amount of ink I've spilt this morning, it's not surprising that Darren has walked away from me. I don't deserve him. I am so sorry. And this isn't simply because the press are trailing me, the show exposed me, the country and most specifically Darren hate me. I'm sorry because I got it wrong. I don't deserve Darren, but he does deserve an explanation. I have to find him. The phone rings and I fall on it. "It's me, Izzy," says Izzy quickly, establishing that it's her rather than Darren. She knows I really only want to hear from him. "I didn't know whether to ring." "I'm glad you did." I am. I am indescribably grateful that Izzy was only able to sustain her state of acute pissed-off-with-me-ness for about 2 hours and has allowed her fury at me to fade somewhat. I guess that's the only good thing that came out of the show. Izzy couldn't possibly turn her back on me in my hour of need. The fact that the rest of Britain loathes and despises me serves to increase Izzy's commitment to our friendship. "Has he called?" "No." "You still think he's going to?" "Yes." "Why?" I realise that I'm in serious trouble if Izzy, the last of the great romantics, has no faith in this ending, in a Tool and Organza number, then I must have more chance of winning the lottery on a rollover week than ever getting an opportunity to talk to Darren. I've told you, Izzy, I trust him. He proposed to me. Darren wouldn't do that just for TV. And I've told you, he might do it for revenge. After all, you did sleep with him for 2 weeks, all the time giving the impression that you were pretty committed. Then you vamoosed. There's not a man on earth who would take kindly to that type of behaviour. His pride was kicked into touch. Don't you think that it's possible he's getting his own back? I know he had nothing to do with the programme, Izzy. I'm trying not to become irate with her, but my personality transplant hasn't been so entire that I can stay patient in the face of a constant barrage of criticism of Darren. Look, Izzy, why don't you ask Josh if he thinks Darren was involved in stitching me up? He must know. I place a heavy emphasis on he. If I can distract Izzy with Josh's crimes for a while, maybe she'll get off Darren's case. Would you like me to do that for you? She asks enthusiastically. Do it for you, Izzy, so that you believe in Darren. I don't need anyone else's word. We sink into a huffy silence. I know I can out-sulk Izzy. I haven't even counted to 3 before she offers her olive branch. Okay, supposing you are right and Darren wasn't knowingly involved in your unrestricted and unmitigated humiliation, why do you think he's done a disappearing act? It's obvious, Izzy. He thinks I set him up. Oh. Izzy is far too straightforward to pretend not to see why he'd make this assumption. She doesn't even blame him. I should have told him about the engagement. I berate myself. So, What are you going to do from here? Good question. I need to talk to him, but I've looked everywhere. Work, home, pubs. I've even walked the streets, but it's futile. London's a big city. England's a big country. Well, actually, it's quite small in geographical terms. It's colossal when you are hunting someone who doesn't want to be found. And of course, he may not be in England. He may be abroad. He could be anywhere. I wonder if the position of Job's comforter is currently available in some other time dimension, because Izzy has all the qualifications. I sigh. She's right. I suddenly feel so small, and the world feels so big. Izzy, there's call waiting bleeping. Do you mind if I ring off? We both know I'm hoping it will be Darren. We both know it won't be. Fine. I'll call you tonight, says Izzy. Hello, says a tiny voice on the line. I try not to drown in the disappointment that it is a female voice, as I struggle to place it. Linda? Yes. Hello, Cass. Linda sounds nervous and young, even younger than her 17 years. Linda, I'm so happy to hear from you. Oh, are you? I don't know if I should be talking to you. Yes, you should, I urge. Linda, I know things must look terrible from your point of view. I've done some very bad things, but you have to know I didn't set Darren up on that program. I'm speaking very quickly because I guess I only have a finite amount of time to convince her. She sounds on the edge of putting the phone down. I know, says the tiny voice. You do? I'm so relieved I can't say any more. To have someone believe in me is an overwhelming relief. I said to Mam that you loved our Darren, but Mam said I only believe that because I'm 17. No one else believes that you do. But you are right, Linda. You are right. I do love Darren, I repeat hysterically. It matters to me that she believes me. Mam said I mustn't call you. I see. It's just that Darren called last night, and he mentioned that he might go to the Natural History Museum today, and I thought you might. Linda, I could kiss you, I yell down the phone. Of course, his favourite building. That's where he goes to do his thinking. Suddenly, my mind is splattered with a vision of Darren's childhood bedroom. Aladdin's cave meets Treasure Island meets Batman's cave. With the zillions of books, the cardboard models, the Meccano ecosystem, and the painted Milky Way. Thank you, Linda. Thank you so much. I promise you, you've done the right thing. I love you, Linda. I drop the telephone, grab my keys, and fly out of the flat. Chapter 20. I run to the tube, my feet thudding on the pavement, my blood thundering to my heart pounding. I run all the way to Tower Hill Station. I pass the happy crowds drinking pints in the street. They leer and jeer at me as I'm sweaty and not wearing a sports bra. I keep running. Although I usually run 8 miles in the gym every day, I haven't been since the show. Not that I've been afraid of the inevitable pointing fingers. They like notoriety better than celebrity at our gym. The receptionist nearly orgasms every time she spots Jeffrey Archer using the treadmill. It's just, I've had no motivation. Every moment has been consumed with finding Darren. So now, I'm panting heavily. Then again, the shortness of breath isn't just to do with the rapidly decreasing levels of fitness. It's also excitement, hope, possibility. A long shot. but a shot. At the tube station, I realise that I left the house in such a hurry that I didn't pick up my purse. When did I become so disorganised? Please, can you let me have a ticket? I smile sweetly. It really is my most dazzling. To South Kensington. I have no money. The smile is frozen and stuck to my face. The ticket officer snorts. We're not operating a charity. Please, it's an emergency. I have to get to South Ken. I have abandoned my tone of pleasant authority and am begging. He's impervious. Mind along. There are other customers, ones with money. I stay still. Please! I think I might cry. Tears that I've managed to hold back for years are now constantly threatening and erupting. The officer doesn't even look at me. No money, no ticket. Bugger off. That's the proverbial straw. Huge, ugly, overwhelming sobs storm out of me. I'm not sure where they come from. Certainly not just my mouth, but my nose too, and perhaps my ears. I've got to get there. He's there. He's there. I sob, which is ridiculous on many counts. For a start, the underground officer doesn't know who I am, or he is. And anyway, he cares less. Secondly, I don't know if I'll find Darren there. There's snot on my arms and days-old mascara on my cheeks. I'm blind with tears, regret, frustration, pain, and loss. I slump to the floor. It's too much. I can't act anymore. Years of acting as though I don't care. Then I care, and now I've hurtled past caring. Straight, slap bang into despair. It's too much. Life without Darren is not enough. I'll pay her fare. I hear the lazy, warm drawl of an American accent.
She sounds kinda desperate.
I daren't believe someone is being kind to me. The recent constant volley of abuse has left me bereft of hope. I can only assume this guy has just arrived in England or that he doesn't read any newspapers. My good Samaritan kneels down next to me, and the crushed cans and cigarette stubs. This isn't easy for him, because he's obviously a man who enjoys a good breakfast, and lunch, and dinner too, by the look of it. Hey, ain't you that girl on the TV? He whispers as he hands me the ticket. It wasn't how it looked. I defend through my tears. Nothing ever is. He staggers to his feet and offers me his hand. I let him pull me up. You're not a journalist, are you? I ask nervously. He shakes his head and then melts back into the throng of people busy sightseeing. I consider it. I look up and see a security camera. It is just possible that this is another setup. That guy could be a plant. Get a grip. Only Linda knows I'm coming here. She would never be part of a setup. But I could have been followed. I'm still breathing shallowly and quickly. The guy looked honest. Unlikely though it seems, I think he was just doing a good thing. I don't waste any more time thinking about it. I push my ticket through the machine and dash to the platform. The sand and grey building creates a swell in my heart, and I allow myself to hope, because maybe, just maybe, he's in there. The Natural History Museum. I charge up and down the 3 flights of stairs, constantly looking to my left and right. I can't see him. I rush through the huge corridors, popping my head into all the exhibitions and restaurants as I pass by. I see innumerable creepy crawlies with their wings fettered. I see fossils, stuffed eagles and tigers. A taxidermist's dream. But no Darren. I check the exhibitions on crystals, mammals and dinosaurs. I see every animal, vegetable and mineral in every state of growth, maturity and decay. Except for Darren. I do all this twice. After an hour and a half of frenetic and futile searching, I find myself back in the main lobby. Other than attracting numerous odd looks and lots of unwanted attention, my wild goose chase hasn't achieved anything. Of course it hasn't. I sit under skeletons of dinosaurs, surrounded by Gothic archers and earnest foreign voices reading to each other from the guidebooks. It's pretty spooky. I've searched the entire building. He's not here. It was ridiculously far-fetched to hope he would be. Why didn't I ask Linda some more searching questions? Like, what time had he planned to visit? Was it a definite plan? I'd been so delighted to get even a sniff of a lead that I hadn't followed it properly. I can't call Linda back. She'll get into trouble if her mother knows she's been in touch with me. I feel dumb and hopeless. The gargoyles obviously knew this all along, because they look as though they are laughing at me. I need to get some perspective. I go to the cloakrooms. As usual, there is a massive queue of women with bladders the size of peanuts. I stand listlessly, too exhausted to fidget impatiently or terrify anyone into peeing more rapidly. I catch sight of myself in a mirror, and I'm shocked. I look like a down and out. My new crop requires minimum attention, a quick comb through, some gloss, and then a ruffle to erase the effects of the combing. However, I haven't thought to carry out this simple operation, so my hair is tangled and snarled at the back of my head. Nor have I thought to change my clothes, apply any makeup, or eat since the show. Normally slim, I know I look emaciated. Up until now, I'd been with Wallace Simpson, but now I see a woman can be too thin. I've smoked to abate hunger, to distract and comfort myself. The smell of stale fags lingers in my hair and clothes. My skin is grey, and my eyes have sunk to the back of my head. I am a human ashtray. I splash cold water on my face and then decide to revisit the dinosaur collection. At least they look rougher than I do. For 3 hours, I slowly amble around the galleries, and whilst I admit that fishes, amphibians and reptiles are interesting in their own way, they can't compete with Darren for mindshare. Whilst I learn that dinosaurs lived between 230 million and 65 million years ago, I can't imagine it. I've been without Darren for a week, and it seems like an eternity. I visit the Human Biology Gallery and watch a film on reproduction and the growth of babies, which makes me feel squeamish. Not just because of the blood, but because it's proof, if I needed it, that love and life and living that life are special and miraculous. I sigh and check my watch. 4:30. I'm hungry. I decide to visit the Life Galleries one more time, and then, reluctantly, I'll call it a day. Go home, have some pasta. The Life Galleries are really spectacular. A series of exhibits demonstrating that each individual animal, plant and person is just one component in a complex system. There are some cool special effects holograms of the atmosphere, hydrosphere and lithosphere. There's a reproduction of a bit of the rainforest, with sound effects of pouring rain and screeching birds. There's a bit about oceans and coastlines. The sound effects change to crashing waves and seagulls. Whitby. Him. It could be my imagination, but I think I can smell the sea. Less romantically, there is a stuffed rattlesnake and a decomposing rabbit. I walk through howling gales and head towards the funky bell music, which puts me in mind of the stuff that's played in Camden Market or in flotation tanks. I head along a dark corridor towards a series of mirrors that are arranged to reflect and refract light to create the impression that you are standing outside the Earth and you are watching the hydrosphere. Water recycles endlessly, in all its many guises. Water, steam, ice. I don't quite understand it, but the scale and silver holograms are awesome. Darren. Suddenly, there are hundreds of him. I can see Darren. He's right next to me. He's left next to me. I reach to touch him, but my hand plummets through space. I can see him. He's in front of me. And he's behind me too. I look up. He's above me. Then he's gone. My breath surges out of my body, creating a vacuum. I can't breathe. It gushes back in again, nearly knocking me over. He was here. It was him. I try to work out where he must have been standing, and which were mere shadows and visions of him created by the mirrors. I can't calculate it, but he can only have gone one of two ways: back through the rainforest to the Waterhouse Way corridor, or forward towards the Visions of Earth exhibitions. Creepy crawlies, or Lost in Space. I pelt towards the Visions of Earth exhibitions, a series of 6 statues representing different aspects of life on Earth, dominated by a dramatic sculpture of Earth which revolves between 2 giant walls. The walls depict the solar system and the night sky. I collide with a party of overseas schoolkids, universally noisy, happy, and overexcited. They're all dressed in blue and merge into one homogeneous mass of rucksacks, acne, and ponytails. He's in front of the party. He's ascending the giant escalator that takes you up through the solar system. I have no time to consider English tradition. I shove and barge and push my way through the queues of schoolchildren. They object noisily. "There's a queue, you know, madam." They try and elbow me back, but their attempts are pathetic in the face of my love and panic-induced strength. "Excuse me, you are going the wrong way." But I'm not. I'm finally going in the right direction. I fasten my eyes on Darren's head and don't drop the link. He isn't aware of me, and I don't call out. The school children dividing us may prove to be too much of an obstacle if he decides to run. The escalator rises through sheets of beaten copper, which represents the core of the Earth, and we are accompanied by indie music, which represents the poor taste of the curator. I pass the stars Ursa Major, Draco, and Ophiuchus at an achingly slow speed. I want to stamp my feet, and although I've squeezed past a number of other gallery visitors by intimidating them with my sense of urgency, I'm stumped now I've reached a woman with a double buggy. Short of climbing over her, I'm stuck. At the top of the escalators, I turn right and follow Darren through volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. "Darren!" I scream. "Darren!" But my voice, usually powerful, doesn't cut through the natural disasters or the fourth form chatter. "Darren!" He turns. For a moment, he doesn't recognize me because of the haircut and the unfashionable grunge look. Cass. As the word edges from his brain to his vocal cords, I see his face flicker in surprise, disbelief, pleasure, and then settle in irritation. This is a coincidence. Darren puts his rucksack on the floor and folds his arms across his chest. My brain computes that he's saying, "Don't come near." My stomach is oblivious. It becomes gymnastic as I see the muscles in his arms flex. "Not really. I've been looking for you." I don't mention Linda's tip-off. I don't want to get her into trouble. "I've been here for hours," I stutter. He looks surprised. I push uphill. "I tried everywhere I could think of in the last week." I scratch my nose and pause. I'm looking for a credible place to start our conversation. He looks around too. I wonder what he's looking for. "So, where are the cameras?" "Ah, I see." "There are no cameras. Well, none that I know of," I add nervously. He makes a sound, a mix between a snort of contempt and disbelief, which forces me to assert, "I had nothing to do with the show." "Really?" It's just one word, but I don't think a half-hour soliloquy could have communicated his disgust and sarcasm quite so clearly. "I know it looks bad." "Bad!" he yells, attracting a number of curious stares from the wild children. "Bad isn't how I'd describe it. I'd describe it as vile, corrupt, damning. You've made an ass of me, Cass. You've—" He's shouting and stuttering. "You fucking hurt me. I can't believe you, even you, would sink so low. You slept with me for TV entertainment. You accepted my proposal for TV entertainment. What sort of animal are you? I can't believe it." He's spraying angry spittle, and his face is contorted with pain. He's magnificent. "Well, don't believe it, because it's not true. I didn't know that we were being filmed." I try to grab hold of his arm. He violently jerks away from me, as though I'm insanitary. "You were engaged to Josh," he fumes. "Yes," I confirm simply, dropping my arms to my side again. "You were engaged, and you didn't think to mention it." He's still shouting, and we are now collecting a small crowd of onlookers. I don't think he's noticed. The teacher tries but fails to move the children along. She's right. This may be a PG certificate viewing. Bad language and violence threaten. "Well, yes, I thought of it, but—" "And you accepted my proposal?" "Yes, but I didn't lie to you. I was going to tell you—" It sounds faulty even to me. "When? Before or after you married Josh?" He's really furious. He is spitting, not blood, but pain and tension. His face is splintered into trillions of anxious particles, and I can't look at him and see the whole face. I can only see a hurt mouth, an angry nostril, or a ferocious eyebrow. Desperate eyes. "I wasn't going to marry Josh. Not after I'd met you again. I didn't have anything to do with the show." I'm trying to sound reasonable and in control. It's a tough act. "I love you. Just you. I'm in love with you. And I have been since we were in Whitby." It's a relief saying the big words. "So why were you engaged to Josh?" Darren asks the floor this question. For the moment, the anger has subsided and lapsed into a sadness. I like it even less. Deep breath. I know this is my last chance. And chance is probably far too generous a description. I choose each word carefully. "I was scared I'd end up like my mother, or at least how I thought my mother was. Falling in love was too risky. I knew that I'd be safe with Josh. He loved me more than I could ever love him, so he'd never be able to hurt me. Didn't you think how unfair that was on him? Not really, I sigh. There's no option other than to be honest. But the truth is so unflattering. I can't imagine my looking more unsightly. Jesus, Cass, do you know what you've just said? Darren suddenly looks up, and his gaze punches me. Josh is one of the few people I thought you truly loved. I had been heartened by your relationship with him because I thought it was indelible proof that you were capable of loving, and the hard bitch act was just that, an act. But you've just admitted you didn't even think about him. He was just another piece in your game. It was what he wanted. I doubt he wanted a wife who didn't love him. It wasn't like that. I don't think I knew how to love then. I try to wave the thought away. I heard you, Cass. I saw the programme. You said sex with me, and I quote, was risky, dirty, cheeky, and above all fun. I didn't hear you tell the world you loved me. Why not? He doesn't let me answer, but gives in to his anger again. Because you don't. You've made all this up because Josh has dumped you, and the studio has dumped you, and all Britain hates you. I'm nothing more to you than your only option. You're wrong. How many kickbacks am I supposed to take, Cass? What's an acceptable number? First, I'm too serious and homely. Then you fuck my brains out. Then you disappear. You ignored my calls, threatened to call the police. Then you're back, and then you fuck my heart out. And this time we get engaged. And then that turns out to be for the titillation and edification of your audience. Put like this, it sounds bad. You act like a psycho. How do I know that this latest declaration isn't just another publicity stunt? How can I trust you? I just know you have it in you, Darren. Some people have, and you are one of them. I concentrate on the slight cleft in his chin and on the exact colour of his eyes. I note the way he moves his hands and the precise shape of his wrist bone. I consume it all because there is a real possibility that I'll never see any of it again. If he walks away, I'll live in a permanent eclipse. I look at the group of schoolchildren who are all but splitting with laughter and jeering. Can we go somewhere more private to discuss this? I hiss through clenched teeth. What's the bloody point, Cass? Our relationship is public property. Posh and Beckham have more privacy. I get the feeling I'm being tested, but I'm unsure of the nature of the exam. I certainly haven't prepared. I navigate through with as much sincerity as I can. I am conscious that behind me there is a reconstruction of an earthquake. Every 15 seconds the world shudders and cracks up. I wonder if Darren also thinks this is ironic. I was very scared, Darren. Loving you so much left me petrified. Ecology is your thing, isn't it? Piecing things together for the whole picture. Come on, Darren, think about it. Think about where I was coming from. I'd never seen any good come out of loving. My father didn't love either my mother or me enough to stay. He left her, us, broken-hearted. My mother did her best, but it wasn't just the money that was limited after he disappeared. She reined in her affection, or at least her displays of it. She was awash with caution and distrust. I wasn't taught to love. I was taught to be wary. Wary, Cass, not wicked. I ignore his interruption. I know it's not an excuse, only an explanation. Before I hit puberty, I was certain sex and love were incompatible. And then the endless stream of lovers seemed to confirm my theory. There was man after man who was prepared to betray me or use me to betray someone else. I didn't want to be a victim. I wouldn't allow myself to love. I didn't even think I was capable of it. There's lead stuck in the pit of my stomach, but at least I have Darren's attention, and that of every member of Year 4. L'École de Sprogsville. Where is this going? How can I tell him that loving him seemed like the worst thing that could have happened to me, but at the same time, the best? That I miscalculated lots of things when I was young. Now I see that to have a figure like Barbie's, I'd have to have an 18-inch waist, a 40-inch leg, and a head the size of a beach ball. Spaghetti hoops are not the world's most exquisite culinary delight. Being made happy by love is an option. I notice that the neck of my t-shirt is wet. I touch my face and discover that I am sobbing. Fat, globular tears are falling at such a rate that I'm soaked. I'm sorry it took me so long to get here, but I've learned I am capable of loving. I did not set you up. I know how you feel about the program. And for what it's worth, I see now that you were right. You have to believe me, Darren. I wonder if there is any point in telling him that I left TV6. I doubt it. He'll probably believe the papers and think I was sacked. My face is aflame. My heart literally aches, a filthy agony. I try to read his thoughts. I know he'll be trying to understand. But will he be able to? And even if he does, will he care? He leans back against a glass display case. The fact that he needs propping up can't be good for me. Can it? He rubs his eyes with the balls of his fists. Believe me, I plead. He shakes his head. Very quietly, almost inaudibly, he whispers, I don't think I can. I'm sorry. And he looks it. He looks devastated, wounded. I wish I could. He bends down and picks up his rucksack and starts to walk out of my life. For a week I have vacillated between regret, fear, and desperation. I've howled and cried privately. I've fought to appear collected and not too indulgent in public. I've been dogged and exposed, discussed and dismissed at a micro and macro level. The experience has left me weak. The small amount of residual energy I had left was consumed whilst reasoning with Darren. Wham! Suddenly, I'm whacked with an emotion that is struggling between passion and ire. Anger refuels my body, and the resurgence explodes in torrents of undefined fury. Not the premenstrual monster that inhabits my body for 3 days every 28. Not the spitting anger that I used to feel when the ratings weren't robust or a production assistant had made some duff decision. Not the intense irritation I feel when Izzy throws herself at some worthless oink. or the scornful vexation that I felt when Josh mistreated some woman or other. My anger is much more painful than that. The storm of irritation and hurt begins to climb the Richter scale, swelling up through my stomach, into my chest and heart, exploding, a veritable whirlwind in my head. "Is that it then, Darren?" I scream. "That was your crack at being in love?" He turns back to face me. "Well, I think it was pretty crap, actually." Being unreasonable is all I'm capable of again. I'm so bloody desperate. I don't know how to stop this inevitable, needless disaster. You've been loved and adored all your life, swaddled, protected, encouraged to believe the best in people, and here you are falling at the first serious hurdle. I thought you were better than that. You are better than that. Don't you dare walk away from me. I stamp my right foot. Don't you dare stop trusting me. Then my left. You said you loved me. Easy fucking words. He's right in front of me. I spray some spittle into his face. Okay, so I came to it a bit late in the day, but I do believe in love, and I do think that out of the billions of people in this world, you're the one I should be with. I jab my finger at him accusingly, and I want to stamp again and flay my arms. There's so much anger inside me, and it doesn't know how to get out. I've stopped being terrified by the what-ifs, and I know you're not like my father, and I know that I shouldn't judge everyone by his iniquitous standards. The hairs on the back of my neck stand viciously erect. Tears poke mercilessly at my eyes. And I'm sorry that I've hurt so many people in the past before I came to this understanding. I am so sorry. But trust me now. I did not do this for the bloody, fucking, crapping, pissing ratings. I think that even if I'd gone to a posh school, I'd have been struggling to come up with more appropriate vocabulary under the circumstances. I give in and stamp my feet, harder and harder and harder and faster and faster and faster. The tears explode from my eyes and fall harder and harder and harder and faster and faster and faster. Eventually, I am worn out, exhausted, defeated. I stop stamping and try to find some equilibrium. My breathing is fast and desperate. My feet are throbbing with the violence of my stamping, and my head is sore with shaking. I cannot look at Darren or the school kids. It is so intensely embarrassing. Over the last few days, I've lost everything. Both my fiancés, one my love, the other my best friend. My job, my privacy, and now my reason. I've been cheated, deceived, and humiliated. I felt despair and loneliness and regret. I take stock. All that, and I still believe in love. Which means that just when I thought I'd lost track of the game, I've won. I have Mum. I have Izzy. I have learnt a lot. I force myself to look up at Darren. My heart cartwheels. I rub the back of my hand across my face, cleaning up the excess of smudged mascara and tears. I pick up my museum map from the floor where I'd thrown it. Do you know something, Darren? The irony is, I never stopped believing in you. I never thought you had betrayed me. Not for a minute. We are both breathing deeply, staring at one another. Our faces are a potent cocktail of anger and forgiveness, love and lust, trust and fear, potential and endings, hope. It's all been so intense, right from the beginning. Euphoric, desolate, euphoric again, desolate plus. What now? Minutes go by. Neither of us says anything. Neither of us moves.
Do you know the Camarasaurus weighs 25 tons? Asks Darren.
Yes, I say carefully, and then add, it's a plant eater, so I suggest the grapefruit diet. It's a weak joke, but Darren's face hints at a smile. He takes my arm and starts to lead me through the galleries. His fingers singe.
So, you've seen the dinosaur exhibition?
Yes. I'm shaking.
Have you seen the blue whale?
Yes.
So, you've seen enough of the Natural History Museum for one day?
I feel as though I'm behind a number of veils, but as he asks each question, a veil drops, and instead of feeling exposed, I feel more confident. I can see more clearly. Yes.
Do you think you'd like to go for a beer?
This time I nod. I'm incapable of finding my voice. We leave the museum and go out into the London sun. We stop on the steps of the museum and squint at the brightness and crowds. Darren turns to me.
Do you still believe in me, Cass?
He asks. His voice is patchy with emotion, but it is still velvety, and I recognize possibility and opportunity glimmering there. Yes.
Will you give me another chance?
Yes, I will. A huge, fat, full yes. I'm home.
That was Game Over by Adele Parks. Read by Sophia Zevadaki. Produced and edited by ID Audio. An audiobook from HQ, an imprint of HarperCollins. Text copyright Adele Parks Smith, 2001. Production copyright 2021 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Adele Parks asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.